Section 21 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 3. The Loves of the Parallels. Chapter 4. "Why have you been so funny all these days?" Lord Hovenden had at last brought himself to put the long premeditated question. "Funny?" Irene echoed on another note, trying to make a joke of it, as though she didn't understand what he meant. But of course she did understand, perfectly well. They were sitting in the thin, luminous shadow of the olive trees. The bright sky looked down at them between the sparse, twy-colored leaves. On the parched grass about the roots of the trees the sunlight scattered an innumerable golden mintage. They were sitting at the edge of a little terrace, scooped out of the steep slope, their legs dangling, their backs propped against the trunk of a hoary tree. "You know," said Hovenden, "why did you suddenly avoid me?" "Did I?" "You know you did." Irene was silent for a moment before she admitted, "Yes, perhaps I did." "But why?" he hesitated. "Why?" "I don't know," she answered unhappily. She couldn't tell him about Aunt Lillian. Her tone emboldened Lord Hovenden to become more insistent. "You don't know?" he repeated sarcastically, as though he were a lawyer carrying out a cross-examination. "Perhaps you were walking in your sleep all the time." "Don't be stupid," she said in a weary little voice. "At any rate, I am not too stupid to see what you were running after that fellow Shellifer." Lord Hovenden became quite red in the face as he spoke. For the sake of his manly dignity, it was a pity that his THs should sound so childish. Irene said nothing, but sat quite still, her head bent, looking down at the slanting groves of olives. Framed within the square-cut hair, her face was sad. "If you were so much interested in him, why did you suggest that we should go for a walk this afternoon?" he asked. "Perhaps you thought I was Shellifer." He was possessed by an urgent desire to say disagreeable and hurtful things, and yet he was perfectly aware all the time that he was making a fool of himself and being unfair to her. But the desire was irresistible. "Why do you try to spoil everything?" she asked with an exasperating sadness and patience. "I don't try to spoil anything," Hovenden answered irritably. "I merely ask a simple question." "You know I don't take the slightest interest in Shellifer," she said. "Then why do you trot after him all day long like a little dog?" The boy's stupidity and insistence began to annoy her. "I don't," she said angrily, "and in any case it's no business of yours." "Oh, it's no business of mine, is it?" said Hovenden in a provocative voice. "Thanks for the information." And he was pointedly silent. For a long time neither of them spoke. Some dark brown sheep with bells round their necks came straying between the trees a little way down the slope, the bells making a tinkling sound as the creatures moved. The sweet, thin noise sounded, for some reason, extremely sad in their ears. Sad, too, was the bright sky between the leaves, profoundly melancholy the redder, richer light of the declining sun coloring the silver leaves, the grey stalks, the parched, thin grass. It was Hovenden who at last broke silence. His anger, his desire to say hurting, disagreeable things, had utterly evaporated. There remained only the conviction that he had made a fool of himself and had been unfair. Only that, and the profound aching love which had given his anger, his foolish, cruel desire, such force. "You know, I don't take the slightest interest in Shellifer." He hadn't known, but now that she had said so, and in that tone of voice, now he knew. One couldn't doubt, and even if one could, was it worth doubting? "Look here," he said at last, in a muffled voice, "I made a fool of myself, I'm afraid. I've said stupid things. I'm sorry, Irene. Will you forgive me?" Irene turned towards him. the little square window in her hair. Her face looked out of it smiling. She gave him her hand. "One day I'll tell you," she said. They sat there hand in hand for what seemed to them at once a very long time and a timeless instant. They said nothing, but they were very happy. The sun set. A gray half-night came creeping in under the trees. Between the black silhouetted leaves, the sky looked exceedingly pale. Irene sighed. "I think we ought to be getting back," she said reluctantly. Hovenden was the first to scramble to his feet. He offered Irene his hand. She took it and raised herself lightly up, coming forward as she rose toward him. They stood for a moment very close together. Lord Hovenden suddenly took her in his arms and kissed her again and again. Irene uttered a cry. She struggled. She pushed him away. "No, no," she entreated, averting her face, leaning back away from his kisses. "Please." And when he let her go, she covered her face with her hands and began to cry. "Why did you spoil it again?" she asked through her tears. Lord Hovenden was so overwhelmed with remorse. "We'd been so happy, such friends." Irene dabbed her eyes with her handkerchief, but her voice still came sobbingly. "I'm a brute," said Hovenden, and he spoke with such a passion of self-condemnation that Irene couldn't help laughing. There was something positively comic about a repentance so sudden and wholehearted. "No, you're not a brute," she said. Her sobs and laughter were getting curiously mixed up together. "You're a dear, and I like you. So much, but you mustn't do that. I don't know why. It spoils everything. I was a goose to cry, but somehow—" She shook her head. "I like you so much," she repeated, "but not like that. Not now. Some day, perhaps. Not now. You won't spoil it again. Promise?" Lord Hovenden promised devoutly. They walked home through the gray night of the olive orchard. That evening at dinner the conversation turned on feminism. Under pressure from Mr. Carden, Mrs. Aldwinkle reluctantly admitted that there was considerable difference between Maud Valerie White and Beethoven, and that Angelica Kauffman compared unfavorably with Giotto. But she protested, on the other hand, that in matters of love, women were definitely treated unfairly. "We claim all your freedom," she said dramatically. Knowing that Aunt Lillian liked her to take part in the conversation, and remembering, for she had a good memory, a phrase that her aunt used at one time to employ frequently, but which had recently faded out of the catalogue of her favorite locutions, Irene gravely brought it out. "Contraception," she pronounced, "has rendered chastity superfluous." Mr. Carden leaned back in his chair and roared with laughter. But across the prophetical face of Mr. Fawkes there passed a pained expression. He looked anxiously at his pupil, hoping that he had not heard, or at least he had not understood, what had just been said. He caught Mr. Carden's winking eye and frowned. Could corruption and moral laxity go further? His glance seemed to inquire. He looked at Irene, that such a youthful, innocent appearance should be wedded to so corrupt a mind appalled him. He felt glad for Hovenden's sake that their stay in this bad house was not to last much longer. If it were not for the necessity of behaving politely, he would have left the place at once. Like Lot, he would have shaken the dust of it from his feet. This is the end of Section 21, Chapter 4. Section 22 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 3. The Loves of the Parallels, Chapter 5. When the butcher's boy tells you in confidence, and with an eye to a tip, that the grocer's brother has a very fine piece of very old sculpture which he is prepared to part with for a moderate consideration, what do you suppose he means? Walking slowly uphill among the olive trees, Mr. Carden meditatively put the question. "I suppose he means what he said Miss Thriplow. "No doubt," said Mr. Carden, halting for a moment to wipe his face, which shone, even though the sun came only slantingly through the thin foliage of the olive trees, with an excess of heat. Miss Thriplow, in the green uniform of the musical comedy schoolgirl, looked wonderfully cool and neat beside her unbuttoned companion. "But the point is this: what exactly is it that he says? What is a butcher's boy likely to mean when he says that a piece of sculpture is very beautiful and very old?" They resumed their climbing. Below them, through a gap in the trees, they could see the roofs and the slender tower of the Cybo Malaspina Palace, and below these again the dolls' village of Vetza, the map-like plain, the sea. "I should ask him, if you want to know." Miss Thriplow spoke rather tartly. It was not to talk of butcher boys that she had accepted Mr. Carden's invitation to go for a walk with him. She wanted to hear Mr. Carden's views on life, literature, and herself. He knew a thing or two, it seemed to her, about all these subjects. Too many things, and not exactly the right ones at that, about the last. Too many. It was precisely for that reason that Miss Thriplow liked to talk with him. Horrors always exercise a fascination, and now, after the prolonged silence, he was starting on butcher's boys. "I have asked him," said Mr. Carden, "but do you suppose there's anything intelligible to be got out of him? All I can gather is that the sculpture represents a man, not a whole man, part of a man, and that it's made of marble. Beyond that I can discover nothing." "Why do you want to discover?" asked Miss Thriplow. Mr. Carden shook his head. "Alas," he said, "for sordid reasons. You remember what the poet wrote: 'I have been in love, in debt, and in drink, this many and many a year, and these are three evils too great, one would think, for one poor mortal to bear. 'Twas love that first drove me to drinking, and drinking first drove me to debt, and though I have struggled and struggled and strove, I cannot get out of them yet. There's nothing but money can cure me and ease me of all my pain. 'Twill pay all my debts and remove all my lets, and my mistress, who cannot endure me, will turn to and love me again. Will turn to and love me again.' There's a summary of a lifetime for you. One has no regrets, of course, but still one does need cash. Needs it the more, alas, the older one grows and has less of it. What other reason do you think would send me sweating up this hill to talk with the village grocer about his brother's statuary?" "You mean that you'd buy it, if it were worth anything?" "At the lowest possible price," confirmed Mr. Carden, "and sell it at the highest. If I had ever adopted a profession," he continued, "I think it would have been art dealing. It has the charm of being more dishonest than almost any other form of licensed brigandage in existence, and dishonest, moreover, in a much more amusing way. Financiers, it is true, can swindle you on a large scale, but their swindling is mostly impersonal. You may ruin thousands of trusting investors, but you haven't the pleasure of knowing your victims. Whereas if you're an art dealer, your swindling, though less extensive, is most amusingly personal. You meet your victims face to face and do them down. You take advantage of the ignorance or urgent poverty of the vendor to get the work for nothing. You then exploit the snobbery and the almost equally profound ignorance of the rich buyer to make him take the stuff off your hands at some fantastic price. What huge elation one must feel when one has succeeded in bringing off some splendid coup, bought a blackened panel from some decayed gentleman in need of a new suit, cleaned it up, and sold it again to a rich snob who thinks that a collection and the reputation of being a patron of the ancient arts will give him a leg up in society. What vast Rabelaisian mirth! No, decidedly, if I were not Diogenes and idle, I would be Alexander, critic and dealer, a really gentlemanly profession. "Can you ever be serious?" asked Miss Thriplow, who would have preferred the conversation to turn on something more nearly related to her own problems. Mr. Carden smiled at her. "Can anybody fail to be serious when it's a question of making money?" "I give you up," said Miss Thriplow. "I'm sorry," Mr. Carden protested, "but perhaps it's all for the best. Meanwhile, what about that butcher's boy? What does he mean by a bit of very old sculpture? Is it the head of some rich Etruscan cheesemonger of Lunae that they've dug up? Some long-nosed primitive Oriental with a smile of imbecile rapture on his face, or a fragment of one of his Hellenized posterity reclining on the lid of his sarcophagus, as though along his prandial couch, and staring blankly out of a head that might, if Praxiteles had carved it, been Apollo's, but which the Etruscan mason has fattened into an almost too human grossness. Or perhaps it is a Roman bust, so thoroughly real, lifelike, and up-to-date, that but for the toga we might almost take it for our old friend Sir William Midrash, the eminent civil servant. Or perhaps, and I should like that better, perhaps it dates from that strange grey Christian dawn that followed the savage night into which the empire went down. I can imagine some fragment from Modena or Tuscanella, some odd, unpredictable figure bent by excess of faith into the most profoundly expressive and symbolic of attitudes, a monster physically, a barbarism, a little mumbo-jumbo, but glowing so passionately with inward life, it may be lovely, it may be malignant, that it is impossible to look at it with indifference or merely as a shape, ugly or beautiful. Yes, I should like the thing to be a piece of Romanesque carving. I'd give the butcher boy an extra 5 francs if it were. But if it turned out to be one of those suave Italian Gothic saints, elegantly draped and leaning a little sideways, like saplings in the mystical breeze, and it might be, you never can tell, I'd deduct 5 francs. Not but what it mightn't fetch just as much in the American market. But how they bore me, those accomplished Gothicisms, how they bore me. They were at the top of the hill. Emerging from the sloping forest of olive trees, the road now ran along a bare and almost level ridge. Some little way off, where the ground began to rise once more towards further heights, one could see a cluster of houses and a church tower. Mr. Carden pointed. "There. We shall find out what the butcher's boy really did mean. But in the meantime, it's amusing to go on speculating. For example, suppose it were a chunk of bas-relief designed by Giotto, eh? Something so grand, so spiritually and materially beautiful that you could fall down and worship it. But I'd be very well pleased, I assure you, with a bit of a sarcophagus from the earliest Renaissance. Some figure marvelously bright, ethereal, and pure, like an angel, but an angel not of the kingdom of heaven, an angel of some splendid and, alas, imaginary kingdom of earth." "Ah," pursued Mr. Carden, shaking his head, "that's the kingdom one would like to live in. The kingdom of ancient Greece, purged of every historical Greek that ever existed, and colonized out of the imaginations of modern artists, scholars, and philosophers. In such a world, one might live positively, so to speak, live with the stream in the direction of the main current, not negatively as one has to now, in reaction against the general trend of existence. Positive and negative living. Miss Thriplow made a mental note of the notions. It might be an idea to work up in an article. It might even throw light on her own problems. Perhaps what one suffered from was the sense of being negative and in reaction. More positiveness, that was what one needed. The conversation, she thought, seemed to be growing more serious. They walked on for a moment in silence. Mr. Carden broke it at last. "Or can it possibly be," he said, "that the grocer's brother has lighted on some fragmentary rough hewing by Michelangelo, begun in a frenzy while he was living among these mountains and abandoned when he left them? Some tormented slave, struggling to free himself more of his inward than his outward chains, straining with more than human violence, but at the same time pensively, with a passion concentrated upon itself instead of explosively dissipated as in the Baroque, which all too fatally and easily developed out of him. And after all our hopes and speculation, that's what my treasure will probably resolve itself into, a bit of 17th century Baroque. I picture the torso of a waltzing angel in the middle of a whirlwind of draperies, turning up to heaven the ecstatic eye of the clergyman in a Lyceum melodrama, or perhaps a Bacchus dancing by a miracle of virtuosity on one marble leg, his mouth open in a tipsy laugh, and the fingers of both hands splayed out to their fullest extent, just to show what can be done by a sculptor who knows his business. Or the bust of a prince, prodigiously alive and characteristic, wearing a collar of Brussels lace, imitated in stone down to the finest thread. The butcher's boy kept on insisting that the thing was very beautiful, as well as very old. And it's obvious, now that I come to think of it, that he'd really and sincerely like Baroque, and Baroque only, just because it would be so familiar to him, because it would be just like everything he had been brought up to admire. For by some strange and malignant fate, the Italians, once arrived at Baroque, seem to have got stuck there. They are still up to the eyes in it. Consider their literature, their modern painting and architecture, their music. It's all Baroque. It gesticulates rhetorically. It struts across stages. It sobs and bawls in its effort to show you how passionate it is. In the midst, like a huge, great Jesuit church, stands the nuncio. "I should have thought," said Miss Thriplow with barbed ingenuousness, "that you'd have liked that sort of elaboration and virtuosity. It's amusing, isn't that the word?" "True," answered Mr. Carden. "I like being amused, but I demand from my art the added luxury of being moved. And somehow one can't feel emotion about anything so furiously and consciously emotional as these Baroque things. It's not by making wild and passionate gestures that an artist can awake emotion in the spectator. It isn't done that way. These 17th century Italians tried to express passion by making use of passionate gestures. They only succeeded in producing something that either leaves us cold, though it may, as you say, amuse us, or which actually makes us laugh. Art, which is to move its contemplator, must itself be still. It is almost an aesthetic law. Passion must never be allowed to dissipate itself in wild splashings and boilings over. It must be shut up, so to speak, and compressed and molded by the intellect. Concentrated within a calm, untroubled form, its strength will irresistibly move. Styles that protest too much are not fit for serious, tragic use. They are by nature suited to comedy, whose essence is exaggeration. That is why good romantic art is so rare. Romanticism, of which the 17th century Baroque style is a queer subspecies, makes violent gestures. It relies on violent contrasts of light and shade, on stage effects. It is ambitious to present you with emotion in the raw and palpitating form. That is to say, the Romantic style is in essence a comic style, and except in the hands of a few colossal geniuses, Romantic art is, in point of historical fact, almost always comic. Think of all the hair-raising romances written during the latter 18th and early 19th centuries. Now that the novelty has worn off them, we perceive them for what they are, the broadest comedies. Even writers of a great and genuine talent were betrayed by the essentially comic nature of a style into being farcical when they meant to be romantically tragical. Balzac, for example, in 100 serious passages, George Sand in all her early novels, Beddoes when he tries to make his Death's Jest book particularly blood-curdling, Byron in Cain, de Musset in Rolla. And what prevents Herman Melville's Moby Dick from being a really great book is precisely the pseudo-Shakespearean idiom in which what are meant to be the most tragical passages are couched. An idiom to whose essential suitability to comedy the exceptional tragic successes of Shakespeare himself, of Marlowe, and a few others has unfortunately blinded all their imitators. Moreover, if the Romantic style is essentially fitted to comedy, it is also true, conversely, that the greatest comic works have been written in a Romantic style. Pantagruel and the Conte Drolatique, A Conversation of Falstaff and Wilkins Macabre, Aristophanes' Frogs, Tristram Shandy, and who will deny that the finest passages in Milton's reverberating prose are precisely those where he is writing satirically and comically? A comic writer is a very large and copious man with a zest for all that is earthy, who unbuttons himself and lets himself freely go, following wherever his indefatigable romping spirit leads him. The unrestrained, exaggerated, wildly gesticulating manner, which is the romantic manner, exactly fulfills his need. Miss Thriplow listened with growing attention. This was serious. Moreover, it seemed really to touch her own problems. In her new novel she had done her best to throw off the light, satiric vestments in which in the past she had clothed her tendernesses. This time she had decided to give the public her naked heart. Mr. Carden was making her wonder whether she wasn't exposing it in too palpitating a manner. When you come to pictorial art, Mr. Carden went on, you find that seriousness and romanticism are even less frequently combined than in literature. The greatest triumphs of the 19th century Romantic style are to be found precisely among the comedians and the makers of grotesques. Daumier, for example, produced at once the most comic and the most violently romantic pictures ever made. And Doré, when he ceased from trying to paint serious pictures in the Romantic style, with what involuntary ludicrous results I leave you to recall to mind, and applied himself to illustrating Don Quixote and the Conte Drolatique in the same romantic terms, Doré produced masterpieces. Indeed, the case of Doré quite clinches my argument. Here was a man who did precisely the same romantic things in both his serious and his comic works, and who succeeded in making what was meant to be sublime ludicrous, and what was meant to be ludicrous sublime in its rich, extravagant, romantic grotesqueness. They had passed the outlying houses of the village and were walking slowly up its single, steep street. "That's very true," said Miss Thriplow pensively. She was wondering whether she oughtn't to tone down a little that description in her new novel of the agonies of the young wife when she discovers that her husband had been unfaithful to her. A dramatic moment, that. The young wife has just had her first baby, with infinite suffering, and now, still very frail, but infinitely happy, lies convalescent. The handsome young husband, whom she adores, and who she supposes adores her, comes in with the afternoon post. He sits down by her bed, and putting the bunch of letters on the counterpane, begins opening his correspondence. She opens hers, too. 2 boring notes. She tosses them aside. Without looking at the address, she opens another envelope, unfolds the sheet within, and reads, "Doodlums, darling, I shall be waiting for you tomorrow evening in our love nest." She looks at the envelope. It is addressed to her husband. Her feelings. Miss Thriplow wondered. Yes, perhaps in the light of what Mr. Carden had been saying, the passage was a little too palpitating, particularly that bit where the baby is brought in to be suckled. Miss Thriplow sighed. She'd read through the chapter critically when she got home. "Well," said Mr. Carden, interrupting the course of her thoughts, "here we are. It only remains to find out where the grocer lives, and to find out from the grocer where his brother lives, and to find out from the brother what his treasure is and how much he wants for it, and then to find someone to buy it for £50,000, and we'll live happily ever after." What? He stopped a passing child and asked his question. The child pointed up the street. They walked on. At the door of his little shop sat the grocer, unoccupied at the moment, taking the sun and air and looking on at such stray drops from the flux of life as trickled occasionally along the village street. He was a stout man with a large fleshy face that looked as though it had been squeezed perpendicularly, so broad it bulged, so close to one another the horizontal lines of eyes, nose, and mouth. His cheeks and chin were black with 5 days' beard, for today was Thursday, and shaving time only came round on Saturday evening. Small, sly, black eyes looked out from between pouchy lids. He had thick lips, and his teeth, when he smiled, were yellow. A long white apron, unexpectedly clean, was tied at neck and waist and fell down over his knees. It was the apron that struck Miss Thriplow's imagination, the apron and the thought that this man wore it, draped round him like an ephod, when he was cutting up ham and sausages, when he was serving out sugar with a little shovel. "How extraordinarily nice and jolly he looks," she said enthusiastically as they approached. "Does he?" asked Mr. Carden in some surprise. To his eyes the man looked like a hardly mitigated ruffian. "So simple and happy and contented," Miss Thriplow went on. "One envies them their lives." She could almost have wept over the little shovel, momentarily the Masonic emblem of prelapsarian ingenuousness. We make everything so unnecessarily complicated for ourselves, don't we? "Do we?" said Mr. Carden. "These people have no doubts or afterthoughts," pursued Miss Thriplow, "or, what's worse than afterthoughts, simultaneous thoughts. They know what they want and what's right. They feel just what they ought to feel by nature, like the heroes in the Iliad, and act accordingly. And the result is, I believe, that they are much better than we are, much gooder. We used to say when we were children, the word's more expressive. Yes, much gooder. Now you're laughing at me." Mr. Carden twinkled at her with benevolent irony. "I assure you I am not," he declared. "But I shouldn't mind if you were," said Miss Thriplow, "for after all, in spite of all that you people may say or think, it's the only thing that matters. Being good. "I entirely agree," said Mr. Carden, "and it's easier if you're like that." She nodded in the direction of the white apron. Mr. Carden nodded a little dubiously. "Sometimes," Miss Thriplow continued with a gush of confidence that made her words come more rapidly, "sometimes when I get on a bus and take my ticket from the conductor, I suddenly feel the tears come into my eyes at the thought of this life, so simple and straightforward, so easy to live well, even if it is a hard one, and perhaps, too, just because it is a hard one. Ours is so difficult." She shook her head. By this time they were within a few yards of the shopkeeper, who, seeing that they were proposing to enter his shop, rose from his seat at the door and darted in to take up his stand professionally behind the counter. They followed him into the shop. It was dark within and filled with a violent smell of goat's milk cheese, pickled tunny, tomato preserve, and highly flavored sausage. "Whew!" said Miss Thriplow, and pulling out a small handkerchief, she took refuge with the ghost of Parma violets. It was a pity that these simple lives in white aprons had to be passed among such surroundings. "Rather deafening, eh?" said Mr. Carden, twinkling. "Puzza," he added, turning to the shopkeeper. "It stinks." The man looked at Miss Thriplow, who stood there, her nose in the oasis of her handkerchief, and smiled indulgently. "I foresti sono troppo delicati," he repeated. "He's quite right," said Mr. Carden. "We are. In the end, I believe we shall come to sacrifice everything to comfort and cleanliness. Personally, I always have the greatest suspicion of your perfectly hygienic and well-padded utopias. As for this particular stink," he sniffed the air positively with relish, "I don't really know what you have to object to it. It's wholesome, it's natural, it's tremendously historical. The shops of the Etruscan grocers, you may be sure, smelt just as this does. No, on the whole, I entirely agree with our friend here." "Still," said Miss Thriplow, speaking with a muffled voice through the folds of her handkerchief, "I shall stick to my violets, however synthetic." Having ordered a couple of glasses of wine, one of which he offered to the grocer, Mr. Carden embarked on a diplomatic conversation about the object of his visit. At the mention of his brother and the sculpture, the grocer's face took on an expression of altogether excessive amiability. He bent his thick lips into smiles. Deep folds in the shape of arcs of circles appeared in his fat cheeks. He kept bowing again and again. Every now and then he joyously laughed, emitting a blast of garlicky breath that smelled so powerfully like acetylene that one was tempted to put a match to his mouth in the hope that he would immediately break out into a bright white flame. He confirmed all that the butcher's boy had said. It was all quite true. He had a brother, and his brother had a piece of marble statuary that was beautiful and old, old, old. Unfortunately, however, his brother had removed from this village and had gone down to live in the plain near the lake of Mascayucoli, and the sculpture had gone with him. Mr. Carden tried to find out from him what the work of art looked like, but he could gather nothing beyond the fact that it was beautiful and old and represented a man. "It isn't like this, I suppose?" asked Mr. Carden, bending himself into the attitude of a Romanesque demon and making a demonic grimace. The grocer thought not. Two peasant women who had come in for cheese and oil looked on with a mild astonishment. These foreigners. "Or like this." He propped his elbow on the counter and, half reclining, conjured up by his attitude and his fixed smile of imbecile ecstasy visions of Etruscan revelry. Again the grocer shook his head. "Or like this." He rolled his eyes toward heaven like a Baroque saint. But the grocer seemed doubtful even of this. Mr. Carden wiped his forehead. "If I could make myself look like a Roman bust," he said to Miss Thriplow, "or a bas-relief of Giotto, or a Renaissance sarcophagus, or an unfinished group by Michelangelo, I would. but it's beyond my powers." He shook his head. "For the moment, I give it up." He took out his pocketbook and asked for the brother's address. The grocer gave directions. Mr. Carden carefully took them down. Smiling and bowing, the grocer ushered them out into the street. Miss Thriplow veiled her handkerchief and drew a breath of air, redolent, however, even here, of organic chemistry. "Patience," said Mr. Carden, "tenacity of purpose. One needs them here." They walked slowly down the street. They had only gone a few yards when the noise of a violent altercation made them turn round. At the door of the shop the grocer and his two customers were furiously disputing. Voices were raised, the grocer's deep and harsh, the women's shrill. Hands moved in violent and menacing gestures, yet gracefully withal, as was natural in the hands of those whose ancestors had taught the old masters of painting all they ever knew of expressive and harmonious movement. "What is it?" asked Miss Thriplow. "It looks like the preliminaries of a murder." Mr. Carden smiled and shrugged his shoulders. "It's nothing," he said. "They're just calling him a robber, that's all." He listened for a moment more to the shouting. A little question of short weight, it seems. He smiled at Miss Thriplow. "Should we go on?" They turned away. The sound of the dispute followed them down the street. Miss Thriplow did not know whether to be grateful to Mr. Carden for saying nothing more about her friend in the white apron. These simple folk, the little shovel for the sugar, so much better, so much gooder than we. In the end she almost wished that he would say something about it. Mr. Carden's silence seemed more ironic than any words. This is the end of Section 22, Chapter 5. Section 23 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 3. The Loves of the Parallels. Chapter 6. The sun had set. Against a pale green sky the blue and purple mountains lifted a jagged silhouette. Mr. Carden found himself alone in the middle of the flat plain at their feet. He was standing on the bank of a broad ditch, brimming with gleaming water that stretched away in a straight line, apparently for miles across the land, to be lost in the vague twilight distance. Here and there a line of tall, thin poplars marked the position of other dikes, intersecting the plain in all directions. There was not a house in sight, not a human being, not even a cow or a grazing donkey. Far away on the slopes of the mountains, whose blue and purple were rapidly darkening to a uniform deep indigo, little yellow lights began to appear, singly or in clusters, attesting to the presence of a village or a solitary farm. Mr. Carden looked at them with irritation. Very pretty, no doubt, but he had seen it done better on many musical comedy stages. And in any case, what was the good of a light 6 or 7 miles away on the hills when he was standing in the middle of the plain, with nobody in sight, night coming on, and these horrible ditches to prevent one from taking the obvious bee-line towards civilization? He had been a fool, he reflected 3 or 4 times over, a fool to refuse Lillian's offer of the car and go on foot. This fetish of exercise. Still, he would certainly have cut down his drinking if he didn't take it. A fool to have started so late in the afternoon, a fool to have accepted Italian estimates of distance, and a fool to have followed directions for finding the way given by people who mixed up left and right, and when you insisted on knowing what they meant, told you that either would bring you where you wanted to go. The path which Mr. Carden had been following seemed to have come to a sudden end in the waters of this ditch. Perhaps it was a suicide's path. The lake of Massacioli should be somewhere on the farther side of the ditch, but where, and how to get across? The twilight gradually deepened. In a few minutes the sun would have gone down its full 18 degrees below the horizon, and it would be wholly dark. Mr. Carden swore, but that got him no further. In the end, he decided that the best thing to do would be to walk slowly and cautiously along this ditch in the hope that in time one might arrive, at any rate, somewhere. Meanwhile, it would be well to fortify oneself with a bite and a sup. He sat down on the grass, and opening his jacket, dipped into the capacious poacher's pockets, excavated in its lining, produced first a loaf, then a few inches of a long polony, and then a bottle of red wine. Mr. Carden was always prepared against emergencies. The bread was stale, the sausage rather horsey and spiced with garlic, but Mr. Carden, who had no tea, ate with a relish. Still more appreciatively he drank. In a little while he felt a little more cheerful. Such are the little crosses, he reflected philosophically, the little crosses one has to bear when one sets out to earn money. If he got through the evening without falling into a ditch, he'd feel that he had paid lightly for his treasure. The greatest bore was these mosquitoes. He lighted a cigar and tried to fumigate them to a respectable distance. Without much success, however. Perhaps the brutes were malarial, too. There might be a little of the disease still hanging about in these marshes, one never knew. It would be tiresome to end one's days with recurrent fever and an enlarged spleen. It would be tiresome, for that matter, to end one's days anyhow, in one's bed or out, naturally or unnaturally, by the act of God or of the king's enemies. Mr. Carden's thoughts took on all at once a dismal complexion. Old age, sickness, decrepitude, the bath chair, the doctor, the bright, efficient nurse, the long agony, the struggle for breath, the thickening darkness, the end. And then, how did that merry little song go? More work for the undertaker, another little job for the coffin maker. At the local cemetery they are very, very busy with a brand new grave. He'll keep warm next winter. Mr. Carden hummed the tune to himself cheerfully enough, but his tough, knobbly face became so hard, so strangely still, an expression of such bitterness, such a profound melancholy, appeared in his winking and his supercilious eye, that it would have startled and frightened a man to look at him. But there was nobody in that deepening twilight to see him. He sat there alone. At the local cemetery they are very, very busy with a brand new grave. He went on humming. If I were to fall sick, he was thinking, who would look after me? Suppose one were to have a stroke, hemorrhage on the brain, partial paralysis, mumbling speech, the tongue couldn't utter what the brain thought, one was fed like a baby, clysters, such a bright doctor, rubbing his hands and smelling of disinfectant and eau de cologne, saw nobody but the nurse, no friends, or once a week, perhaps for an hour, out of charity. Poor old Carden. Done for, I'm afraid. Must send the old chap a $5. Hasn't a penny, you know. Get up a subscription. What a bore. Astonishing that he can last so long. He'll keep warm next winter. The tune ended on a kind of trumpet call, rising from the dominant to the tonic. One dominant, 3 repeated tonics, dropped down again to the dominant, and then on the final syllable of winter, the last tonic. Fini, and no da capo, no second movement. Mr. Carden took another swig from his bottle. It was nearly empty now. Perhaps one ought to have married. Kitty, for example. She would be old now and fat, or old and thin like a skeleton, very imperfectly disguised. Still, he had been very much in love with Kitty. Perhaps it would have been a good thing if he had married her. Oh, pooh! With a burst of mocking laughter, Mr. Carden laughed aloud savagely. Mary, indeed. She looked very coy, no doubt, but you bet she was a little tart underneath and lascivious as you make them. He remembered her with hatred and contempt. Portentous obscenities reverberated through the chambers of his mind. He thought of arthritis, he thought of gout, of cataract, of deafness. And in any case, how many years were left to him? 10, 15, 20 if he were exceptionable. And what years? What years? Mr. Carden emptied the bottle and replaced the cork and threw it into the black water beneath him. The wine had done nothing to improve his mood. He wished to God he were back at the palace, with people round him to talk to. Alone, he was without defense. He tried to think of something lively and amusing, indoor sports, for example. But instead of indoor sports, he found himself contemplating visions of disease, decrepitude, death. And it was the same when he tried to think of reasonable, serious things. What is art, for example? And what was the survival value to a species of eyes or wings or protective coloring in their rudimentary state before they were developed far enough to see, fly, or protect? Why should the individuals having the first and still quite useless variation in the direction of something useful have survived more efficiently than those who were handicapped by no eccentricity? Absorbing themes. But Mr. Carden couldn't keep his attention fixed on them. General paralysis of the insane, he reflected, was luckily an ailment for which he had not qualified in the past. Luckily, miraculously even. But stone, but neuritis, but fatty degeneration, but diabetes. Lord, how he wished he had someone to talk to. And all at once, as though in immediate answer to his prayer, he heard the sound of voices approaching through the now complete darkness. "Thank the Lord," said Mr. Carden, and scrambling to his feet, he walked in the direction from which the voices came. 2 black silhouettes. One tall and masculine, the other very small, belonging to a woman, loomed up out of the dark. Mr. Carden removed the cigar from his mouth, took off his hat, and bowed in their direction. "Nel mezzo del cammin di nostra vita," he began, "mi ritrovia per una selva obscura, che la dorita via era smarrita." How lucky that Dante should have lost his way 624 years ago! In a word, Mr. Carden went on, "Ho perso la mia strada," though I have my doubts whether that's very idiomatic, "forse protebbero darmi calci incantatione." In the presence of these strangers, and at the sound of his own voice conversing, all Mr. Carden's depression had vanished. He was delighted by the fantastic turn he had managed to give the conversation at its inception. Perhaps with a little ingenuity he would be able to find an excuse for treating them to a little Leopardi. It was so amusing to astonish the natives. The 2 silhouettes, meanwhile, had halted at a little distance. When Mr. Carden had finished his macaronic self-introduction, the taller of them answered in a harsh, and for a man's, a shrill voice. "There's no need to talk Italian. We're English." "I'm enchanted to hear it," Mr. Carden protested, and he explained at length and in his mother tongue what had happened to him. It occurred to him at the same time that this was a very odd place to find a couple of English tourists. The harsh voice spoke again. "There's a path to Massa Rosa through the fields," it said, "and there's another in the opposite direction that joins the Viaggio road, but they're not very easy to find in the dark, and there are a lot of ditches." "One can but perish in the attempt," said Mr. Carden gallantly. This time it was the woman who spoke. "I think it would be better," she said, "if you slept at our house for the night. You'll never find the way. I almost tumbled into the ditch myself just now." She laughed shrilly and more loudly, Mr. Carden thought, at greater length than was necessary. "But have we the room?" asked the man in a tone which showed he was very reluctant to receive a guest. "But you know we've got the room," the feminine voice answered in a tone of childlike astonishment. "It's rough, though." "That doesn't matter in the least," Mr. Carden assured her. "I'm most grateful to you for your offer," he added, making haste to accept the invitation before the man could take it back. He had no desire to go wandering at night among these ditches. Moreover, the prospect of having company, and odd company, he guessed, was alluring. "Most grateful," he repeated. "Well, if you think there's room," said the man grudgingly. "Of course there is," the female voice replied, and laughed again. "Isn't it 6 spare rooms that we've got, or is it 7? Come with us, Mr. Carden. Mr. Carden, we're going straight home. Such fun," she added, and repeated her excessive laughter. Mr. Carden accompanied them, talking as agreeable as he could all the time. The man listened in a gloomy silence, but his sister, Mr. Carden had discovered that they were brother and sister, and that their name was Elver, laughed heartily at the end of each of Mr. Carden's sentences, as though everything he said were a glorious joke, laughed extravagantly, and then made some remark, which showed that she could have no idea what Mr. Carden had meant. Mr. Carden found himself making his conversation more and more elementary, until as they approached their destination it was frankly addressed to a child of 10. "Here we are at last," she said as they emerged from the denser night of a little wood of poplar trees. In front of them rose the large square mass of a house, utterly black but for a single lighted window. To the door, when they knocked, came an old woman with a candle. By its light Mr. Carden saw his hosts for the first time. That the man was tall and thin he had seen even without the light. He revealed himself now as a stooping, hollow-chested creature of about 40, with long, spidery legs and arms, and a narrow, yellow face, long-nosed, not too powerfully chinned, and lit by small and furtive gray eyes that looked mostly on the ground and seemed afraid of encountering other eyes. Mr. Carden fancied there was something faintly clerical about his appearance. The man might be a broken-down clergyman, broken down, and possibly, when one considered the furtive eyes, unfrocked as well. He was dressed in a black suit, well cut and not old, but baggy at the knees and bulgy about the pockets of the coat. The nails of his long, bony hands were rather dirty, and his dark brown hair was too long above the ears and at the back of his neck. Miss Elver was nearly a foot shorter than her brother, but she looked as though nature had originally intended to make her nearly as tall, for her head was too large for her body, and her legs too short. One shoulder was higher than the other. In face she somewhat resembled her brother. One saw it in the same long nose, but better shaped, the same weakness of chin, compensated for, however, by an amiable, ever-smiling mouth and large hazel eyes, not at all furtive or mistrustful, but on the contrary, exceedingly confiding in their glance, albeit blank and watery in their brightness, and not more expressive than the eyes of a young child. Her age, Mr. Carden surmised, was 28 or 30. She wore a queer little shapeless dress like a sack with holes in it for the head and arms to go through, made of some white material with a large design that looked like an inferior version of the willow pattern printed on it in bright red. Round her neck she wore 2 or 3 sets of gaudy beads. There were bangles on her wrists, and she carried a little reticule made of woven gold chains. Using gesture to supplement his scanty vocabulary, Mr. Elver gave instructions to the old woman. She left him the candle and went out. Holding the light high, he led the way from the hall into a large room. They sat down on hard, uncomfortable chairs round the empty hearth. "Such an uncomfy house," said Miss Elver. "You know I don't like Italy much." "Dear, dear," said Mr. Carden, "that's bad. Don't you even like Venice, all the boats and gondolas?" And meeting those blank, infantile eyes, he felt that he might almost go on about there being no Gigi's. The cat is on the mat. The pig in the gig is a big pig. The lass on the ass is a crass lass, and so on. "Venice," said Miss Elver. "I've not been there." "Florence, then." Don't you like Florence? Nor there, either. Rome, Naples. Miss Elver shook her head. We've only been here, she said, all the time. Her brother, who had been sitting, bent forward, his elbows on his knees, his hands clasped in front of him, looking down at the floor, broke silence. "The fact is," he said in his harsh, high voice, "my sister has to keep quiet. She's doing a rest cure." "Here?" asked Mr. Carden. "Doesn't she find it a bit hot? Rather relaxing?" "Yes, it's awfully hot, isn't it?" said Miss Elver. "I'm always telling Philip that." "I should have thought you'd have been better at the sea or in the mountains," said Mr. Carden. Mr. Elver shook his head. "The doctors," he said mysteriously, and did not go on. "And the risk of malaria?" "It's all rot," said Mr. Elver with so much violence, such indignation, that Mr. Carden could only imagine that he was a landed proprietor in these parts and meant to develop his estate as a health resort. "Of course, it's mostly been got rid of," he said mollifyingly. "The Maremma isn't what it was." Mr. Elver said nothing, but scowled at the floor. This is the end of Section 23, Chapter 6. Section 24 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 3. The Loves of the Parallels, Chapter 7. The dining room was also large and bare. 4 candles burned on the long, narrow table. Their golden brightness faded in the remoter corners to faint twilight. The shadows were huge and black. Entering, Mr. Carden could fancy himself Don Juan walking down to supper at the commander's vault. Supper was at once dismal and exceedingly lively. While his sister chattered and laughed unceasingly with her guest, Mr. Elver preserved throughout the meal an unbroken silence. Gloomily he ate his way through the mixed and fragmentary meal which the old woman kept bringing in, relay after unexpected relay on little dishes from the kitchen. Gloomily, too, with the air of a weak man who drinks to give himself courage and the illusion of strength, he drank glass after glass of the strong red wine. He kept his eyes fixed most of the time on the tablecloth in front of his plate, but every now and then he would look up for a second to dart a glance at the other two, for a moment only. Then, fearful of being caught in the act and looked straight in the face, he turned away again. Mr. Carden enjoyed his supper. Not that the food was particularly good. It was not. The old woman was one of those inept practitioners of Italian cookery who disguise their shortcomings under floods of tomato sauce, with a pinch of garlic thrown in to make the disguise impenetrable. No, what Mr. Carden enjoyed was the company. It was a long time since he had sat down with such interesting specimens. One's range, he reflected, is altogether too narrowly limited. One doesn't know enough people. One's acquaintanceship isn't sufficiently diversified. Burglars, for example, millionaires, imbeciles, clergymen, Hottentots, sea captains. One's personal knowledge of these most interesting human species is quite absurdly small. Tonight it seemed to him he was doing something to widen his range. "I'm so glad we met you," Miss Elver was saying, "in the dark. Such a start you gave me, too," she shrieked with laughter. "We're getting so dull here, weren't we, Phil?" She appealed to her brother, but Mr. Elver said nothing, did not even look up. "So dull. I'm awfully glad you were there." "Not so glad as I am, I assure you," said Mr. Carden gallantly. Miss Elver looked up at him for a moment, coyly and confidently. Then, putting her hand to her face as though she were screening herself from Mr. Carden's gaze, she turned away, tittering. Her face became quite red. She peeped at him between her fingers and tittered again. It occurred to Mr. Carden that he'd be in for a breach of promise case very soon if he weren't careful. Tactfully he changed the subject, asked her what sort of food she liked best, and learned that her favorites were strawberries, cream ice, and mixed chocolates. The dessert had been eaten. Mr. Elver suddenly looked up and said, "Grace, I think you ought to go to bed." Miss Elver's face, from having been bright with laughter, became at once quite overcast. A film of tears floated up into her eyes, making them seem more lustrous. She looked at her brother appealingly. "Must I go?" she said. "Just this once?" She tried to coax him. "This once?" But Mr. Elver was not to be moved. "No, no," he said sternly, "you must go." His sister sighed and made a little whimpering sound, but she got up all the same and walked obediently towards the door. She was almost on the threshold when she halted, turned, and ran back to say good night to Mr. Carden. "I'm so glad," she said, "that we found you. Such fun! Good night, but you mustn't look at me like that." She put up her hand again to her face. "Oh, not like that!" And still giggling, she ran out of the room. There was a long silence. "Have some wine," said Mr. Elver at last, and pushed the flask in Mr. Carden's direction. Mr. Carden replenished his glass and then politely did the same for his host. Wine! It was the only thing that was likely to make this dismal devil talk. With his practised and professional eye, Mr. Carden thought he could detect in his host's expression certain hardly perceptible symptoms of incipient tipsiness. A spidery creature like that, thought Mr. Carden contemptuously, couldn't be expected to hold his liquor well, and he had been putting it down pretty steadily all through supper. A little more, and Mr. Carden was confident he'd be as clay in the hands of a sober interrogator. And Mr. Carden could count on being sober for at least 3 bottles longer than a poor feeble creature like this. He'd talk. The only difficulty would be to get him to stop talking. "Thanks," said Mr. Elver, and gloomily gulped down the replenished glass. That's the style, thought Mr. Carden, and in his liveliest manner he began to tell the story of the grocer's brother's statue and of his pursuit of it, ending up with an account, already more florid than the previous version, of how he lost himself. "I console myself superstitiously," he concluded, "by the reflection that fate wouldn't have put me to these little troubles and inconveniences if it weren't intending to do something handsome by me in the end. I'm paying in advance, but I trust I'm paying for something round and tidy. All the same, what a curse this hunt for money is." Mr. Elver nodded. "It's the root of all evil," he said, and emptied his glass. Unobtrusively Mr. Carden replenished it. "Quite right," he confirmed, "and it's twice cursed. If you'll allow me to play Portia for a moment, it curses him that hath. Can you think of a single really rich person of your acquaintance who wouldn't be less avaricious, less tyrannous, self-indulgent, and generally porkish if he didn't pay super tax? And it also curses him that hath not, making him do all manner of absurd, humiliating, discreditable things which he'd never think of doing if the hedgerows grew breadfruit and bananas and grapes enough to keep one in free food and liquor. It curses him that hath not the most," said Mr. Elver with a sudden savage animation. This was a subject, evidently, on which he felt deeply. He looked sharply at Mr. Carden for a moment, then turned away to dip his long nose once more into his tumbler. "Perhaps," said Mr. Carden judicially, "at any rate there are more complaints about this curse than about the other. Those that have not complain about their own fate. Those that have do not. It is only those in contact with them. And since the havers are few, these too are few who complain of the curse of having. In my time I have belonged to both categories. Once I had, and I can see that to my fellow men I must then have been intolerable. Now," Mr. Carden drew a deep breath and blew it out between trumpeting lips to indicate the way in which the money had gone. Now I have not. The curse of insolence and avarice has been removed from me, but what low shifts, what abjections this not having has, by compensation, reduced me to! Swindling peasants out of their artistic property, for example. "Ah, but that's not so bad," cried Mr. Elver excitedly, "as to what I've had to do. That's nothing at all. You've never been an advertisement canvasser." "No," Mr. Carden admitted, "I've never been an advertisement canvasser." "Then you can't know what the curse of not having really is. You can't have an idea. You've no right to talk about the curse." Mr. Elver's harsh, unsteady voice rose and fell excitedly as he talked. "No right," he repeated. "Perhaps I haven't," said Mr. Carden mollifyingly. He took the opportunity to pour out some more wine for his host. "Nobody has a right," he reflected, "to be more miserable than we are. Each one of us is the most unhappily circumstanced creature in the world. Hence it's enormously to our credit that we bear up and get on as well as we do. Look here," Mr. Elver went on confidently, and he tried to look Mr. Carden squarely in the face as he spoke, but the effort was too great, and he had to avert his eyes. "Look here, let me tell you." He leaned forward eagerly and slapped the table in front of where Mr. Carden was sitting to emphasize what he was saying and to call his guests' attention to it. "My father was a country parson," he began, talking rapidly and excitedly. "We were very poor, horribly. Not that he minded much. He used to read Dante all the time. That annoyed my mother. I don't know why. You know the smell of very plain cooking? Steamed puddings, the very thought of them makes me sick now." He shuddered. "There were 4 of us then. But my brother was killed in the war, and my elder sister died of influenza. So now there's only me and the one you saw tonight." He tapped his forehead. "She never grew up, but got stuck somehow, a moron." He laughed compassionlessly. "Though I don't know why I need to tell you that, for it's obvious enough, isn't it?" Mr. Carden said nothing. His host flinched away from his half-winking, half-supercilious gaze, and fortifying himself with another gulp of wine, which Mr. Carden a moment later unobtrusively made good from the flask, went on. "4 of us," he repeated. "You can imagine it wasn't easy for my father, and my mother died when we were still children. Still, he managed to send us to a rather shabby specimen of the right sort of school, and we'd have gone on to the university if we could have got scholarships. But we didn't." At this, Mr. Elver, on whom the wine seemed quite suddenly to be making its effect, laughed loudly, as though he had made a very good joke. "So my brother went into an engineering firm, and it was just being arranged, at goodness knows what sort of a sacrifice, that I should be turned into a solicitor, when, pop, my father falls down dead with heart failure. Well, he was all right, rambling about the Paradiso, but I had to scramble to the nearest job available. That was how I came to be an advertising canvasser. Oh, Lord!" He put his hand over his eyes as though to shut out some disgusting vision. "Talk of the curse of not having!" For a monthly magazine it was, the sort of one with masses of little ads for indigestion cures and electric belts to make you strong, and art by correspondence, and why wear a truss, and superfluous hair killers and pills to enlarge the female figure, and labor-saving washing machines on the installment system, and learn to play the piano without practicing, and 36 reproductions of nudes from the Paris salon for 5 bob, and drink cures in plain wrapper, strictly confidential, and all the rest. There were hundreds and hundreds of small advertisers. I used to spend all my days running round to shops and offices cajoling old advertisers to renew, or fishing for new ones, and God, how horrible it was! Worming one's way in to see people who didn't want to see one, and to whom one was only a nuisance, a sort of tiresome beggar on the hunt for money. How polite one had to be to insolent underlings, strong in their office, and only too delighted to have an opportunity to play the bully in their turn. And then there was that terrible, cheerful, frank, manly manner one had to keep up all the time. The "I put it to you, sir," straight-from-the-shoulder business, the persuasive honesty, the earnestness, and the frightful pretense one had to keep up so strenuously and continuously that one believed in what one was talking about, thought the old magazine a splendid proposition, and regarded the inventor of advertisements as the greatest benefactor the human race has ever known. And what a presence one had to have! I could never achieve a presence somehow. I could never even look neat. And you had to try and impress the devils as a keen, competent salesman. God, it was awful, and the way some of them would treat you as the damnedest bore in the world. That was the best you could hope. But sometimes they treated you as a robber and a swindler. It was your fault if an insufficient number of imbeciles hadn't bought the galvanic belly bands or learned to play like Busoni without practicing. It was your fault. And they'd fly in a rage and curse at you, and you had to be courteous and cheerful and tactful and always enthusiastic in the face of it. Good Lord! Is there anything more horrible than having to face an angry man? I don't know why, but it's somehow so profoundly humiliating to take part in a squabble, even when one's the aggressor. One feels afterwards that one's no better than a dog. But when one's the victim of somebody else's anger, that's awful. That's simply awful, he repeated, and brought his hand with a clap on the table to emphasize his words. I'm not built for that sort of thing. I'm not a bully or a fighter. They used to make me almost ill, those scenes. I couldn't sleep thinking of them, remembering those that were past and looking forward with terror to the ones that were coming. People talk about Dostoevsky's feelings when he was marched out into the barrack square, tied to a post with the firing party lined up in front of him, and then at the very last second, when his eyes were already bandaged, reprieved. But I tell you, I used to go through this experience half a dozen times a day, nerving myself to face some inevitable interview, the very thought of which made me sick with apprehension, and for me there was no reprieve. The execution was gone through with to the very end. Good Lord, how often I've hesitated at the door of some old bully's office, all in a bloody sweat, hesitating to cross the threshold. How often I've turned back at the last moment and turned into a pub for a nip of brandy to steady my nerves, or gone to a chemist for a pick-me-up. You can't imagine what I suffered then. He emptied his glass as though to drown the rising horror. Nobody can imagine, he repeated, and his voice quivered with the anguish of his self-pity. And then how little one got in return. One suffered daily torture for the privilege of being hardly able to live, and all the things one might have done if one had had capital. To know for an absolute certainty that given 10,000, one could turn them into 100,000 in 2 years, to have the whole plan worked out down to the smallest details, to have thought out exactly how one would live when one was rich, and meanwhile to go on living in poverty and squalor and slavery, that's the curse of not having. That's what I suffered. Overcome by wine and emotion, Mr. Elver burst into tears. Mr. Carden patted him on the shoulder. He was too tactful to offer the philosophical consolation that such suffering is the lot of 9/10 of the human race. Mr. Elver, he could see, would never have forgiven such a denial of his dolorous uniqueness. "You must have courage," said Mr. Carden, pressing the glass into Mr. Elver's hand. He added, "Drink some of this. It'll do you good." Mr. Elver drank and wiped his eyes. "But I'll make them smart for it one day," he said, banging the table with his fist. The violent self-pity of a moment ago transformed itself into an equally violent anger. "I'll make them all pay for what I suffered when I'm rich." "That's the spirit," said Mr. Carden encouragingly. 13 years of it I had," Mr. Elver went on, "and 2.5 years during the war dressed in uniform and filling up forms in a wooden hut at Leeds. But that was better than touting for the advertisements. 13 years! Penal servitude with torture, but I'll pay them. I'll pay them." He banged the table again. "Still," said Mr. Carden, "you seem to have got out of it now all right. Living here in Italy is a sign of freedom. At least I hope so." At these words Mr. Elver's anger against them suddenly dropped. His face took on a mysterious and knowing expression. He smiled to himself what was meant to be a dark, secret, and a satanic smile, a smile that should be all but imperceptible to the acutest eye. But he found in his tipsiness that the smile was growing incontrollably broader and broader. He wanted to grin, to laugh aloud. Not that what he was secretly thinking about was all that funny. It was not. At any rate, when he was sober. But now the whole world seemed to swim in a bubbly sea of hilarity. Moreover, the muscles of his face, when he started to smile satanically, had all at once got out of hand, and were insisting on expanding what should have been the expression of Lucifer's darkest and most fearful thoughts into a bumpkin's grin. Hastily Mr. Elver extinguished his face in his glass in the hope of concealing from his guest that rebellious smile. He emerged again, choking. Mr. Carden had to pat him on the back. When it was all over, Mr. Elver reassumed his mysterious expression and nodded significantly. "Perhaps," he said darkly, not so much in response to anything Mr. Carden had said as on general principles, so to speak, and to indicate that the whole situation was in the last degree dubious, dark, and contingent on a whole chain of further contingencies. Mr. Carden's curiosity was roused by the spectacle of this queer pantomime. He refilled his host's glass. "Still," he insisted, "if you hadn't freed yourself, how would you be staying here?" In this horrible marsh he had almost added, but he checked himself and said, "in Italy," instead. The other shook his head. "I can't tell you," he said darkly, and again the satanic smile threatened to enlarge itself to imbecility. Mr. Carden relapsed into silence, content to wait. From the expression on Mr. Elver's face he could see that the effort of keeping a secret would be, for his host, intolerably great. The fruit must be left to ripen of itself. He said nothing, and looked pensively into one of the dark corners of the tomb-like chamber, as though occupied with his own thoughts. Mr. Elver sat hunched up in his chair, frowning at the table in front of him. Every now and then he took a sip of wine. Tipsily mutable, his mood changed all at once from hilarious to profoundly gloomy. The silence, the darkness funereally tempered by the 4 unwavering candles, worked on his mind. What a moment since had seemed an uproarious joke now presented itself to his thoughts as appalling. He felt a great need to unburden himself, to transfer responsibilities onto other shoulders, to get advice that should confirm him in his course. Furtively, for a glimpse only, he looked at his guest. How abstractedly and regardlessly he was staring into vacancy! Not a thought, no sympathy for poor Philip Elver. Ah, if he only knew! He broke the silence at last. "Tell me," he said abruptly, and it seemed to his drunken mind that he was displaying an incredible subtlety in his method of approaching the subject, "do you believe in vivisection?" Mr. Carden was surprised by the question. "Believe in it?" he echoed. "I don't quite know how one can believe in vivisection. I think it's useful, if that's what you mean." "You don't think it's wrong?" "No," said Mr. Carden. "You don't think it doesn't matter cutting up animals?" "Not if the cutting serves some useful human purpose." "You don't think animals have got rights?" pursued Mr. Elver with a clarity and tenacity that in a drunken man surprised Mr. Carden. This was a subject, it was clear, on which Mr. Elver must long have meditated. Just like human beings. "No," said Mr. Carden, "I'm not one of those fools who think that one life is as good as another, simply because it is a life, that a grasshopper is as good as a dog and a dog is good as a man. You must recognize a hierarchy of existences." "A hierarchy!" exclaimed Mr. Elver, delighted with the word. "A hierarchy! That's it, that's exactly it, a hierarchy. And among human beings, too," he added. "Yes, of course." Mr. Carden confirmed. "The life of the soldier who killed Archimedes isn't worth the life of Archimedes. It's the fundamental fallacy of democracy and humanitarian Christianity to suppose that it is. Though, of course," Mr. Carden added pensively, "one has no justifying reason for saying so, but only one's instinctive taste. For the soldier, after all, may have been a good husband and father, may have spent the non-professional, unsoldiering portions of his life in turning the left cheek and making 2 blades of grass grow where only one grew before. If, like Tolstoy, your tastes run to good fatherhood, left cheeks, and agriculture, then you'll say that the life of the soldier is worth just as much as the life of Archimedes. Much more, indeed, for Archimedes was a mere geometrician who occupied himself with lines and angles, curves and surfaces, instead of with good and evil, husbandry and religion. But if, on the contrary, one's tastes are of a more intellectual cast, then one will think, as I think, that the life of Archimedes is worth the lives of several billion of even the most amiable soldiers. But as for saying which point of view is right," Mr. Carden shrugged his shoulders. "Partner, I leave it to you." Mr. Elver seemed rather disappointed by the inconclusive turn that his guest's discourse had taken, but still he insisted. "It is obvious that a wise man's better than a fool. There is a hierarchy." "Well, I personally should say there was," said Mr. Carden, "but I can't speak for others." He saw that he had been carried away by the pleasures of speculation into saying things his host did not want to hear. To almost all men, even when they are sober, a suspense of judgment is extraordinarily distasteful, and Mr. Elver was far from sober. Moreover, Mr. Carden began to suspect this philosophic conversation was a tortuous introduction to personal confidences. If one wanted the confidences, one must agree with the would-be confider's opinion. That was obvious. "Good," said Mr. Elver, "then you'll admit that an intelligent man is worth more than an imbecile, a moron, ha, a moron." And at this word he burst into violent and savage laughter, which, becoming more and more extravagant as it prolonged itself, turned at last into an uncontrollable screaming and sobbing. His chair turned sideways to the table, his legs crossed, the fingers of one hand playing caressingly with his wine-glass, the other manipulating his cigar. Mr. Carden looked on while his host, the tears streaming down his cheeks, his narrow face distorted almost out of recognition, laughed and sobbed, now throwing himself back in his chair, now covering his face with his hands, now bending forward over the table to rest his forehead on his arms, while his whole body shook and shook with the repeated and uncontrollable spasms. A disgusting sight, thought Mr. Carden, and a disgusting specimen, too. He began to have an inkling of what the fellow was up to. Translate intelligent man and moron into me and my sister. For the general, the philosophical in any man's conversation must always be converted into the particular and personal if you want to understand him. Interpret in personal terms what he had said about vivisection, animal rights, and the human hierarchy, and there appeared, as the plain transliteration of the cipher, what? Something that looked exceedingly villainous, thought Mr. Carden. "Then I suppose," he said in a very cool and level voice, when the other had begun to recover from his fit, "I suppose it's your sister who has the liberating cash." Mr. Elver glanced at him with an expression of surprise, almost of alarm, on his face. His eyes wavered away from Mr. Carden's steady, genial gaze. He took refuge in his tumbler. "Yes," he said when he had taken a gulp. "How did you guess?" Mr. Carden shrugged his shoulders. "Purely at random. After my father died," Mr. Elver explained, "she went to live with her godmother, who was the old lady at the big house in our parish. A nasty old woman she was, but she took to Grace. She kind of adopted her. When the old bird died at the beginning of this year, Grace found she had been left $25,000. For all comment, Mr. Carden clicked his tongue against his palate and slightly raised his eyebrows. "$25,000!" the other repeated. "A half-wit, a moron. What can she do with it?" "She can take you to Italy," Mr. Carden suggested. "Oh, of course, we can live on the interest all right," said Mr. Elver contemptuously, "but when I think how I could multiply it—" He leaned forward eagerly, looking into Mr. Carden's face for a second. Then the shifty gray eyes moved away and fixed themselves on one of the buttons of Mr. Carden's coat, from which they would occasionally dart upwards again to reconnoiter and return. "I've worked it out, you see," he began, talking so quickly that the words tumbled over one another and became almost incoherent. "The trade cycle. I can prophesy exactly what'll happen at any given moment. For instance," he rambled on in a series of complicated explanations. "Well, if you're as certain as all that," said Mr. Carden when he had finished, "why don't you get your sister to lend you the money?" "Why not?" Mr. Elver repeated gloomily, and leaned back again in his chair. "Because that blasted old hag had the capital tied up. It can't be touched." "Perhaps she lacked faith in the trade cycle," Mr. Carden suggested. "God rot her!" said the other fervently. "And when I think of what I'd do with the money when I made really a lot— Science, art, not to mention revenge on your old acquaintances," said Mr. Carden, cutting him short. "You've worked out the whole program." "Everything," said Mr. Elver. "There'd never have been anything like it. And now this damned fool of an old woman goes and gives the money to her pet moron and makes it impossible for me to touch it." He ground his teeth with rage and disgust. "But if your sister were to die unmarried," said Mr. Carden, "the money, I suppose, would be yours." The other nodded. "It's a very hierarchical question, certainly," said Mr. Carden. In the vault-like room there was a prolonged silence. Mr. Elver had reached the final stage of intoxication. Almost suddenly he began to feel weak, profoundly weary, and rather ill. Anger, hilarity, the sense of satanic power, all had left him. He desired only to go to bed as soon as possible. At the same time he doubted his capacity to get there. He shut his eyes. Mr. Carden looked at the limp and sodden figure with an expert's eye, scientifically observing it. It was clear to him that the creature would volunteer no more, that it had come to a state when it could hardly think of anything but the gradually mounting nausea within it. It was time to change tactics. He leaned forward, and tapping his host's arm, launched a direct attack. "So you brought the poor girl here to get rid of her," he said. Mr. Elver opened his eyes and flashed at his tormentor a hunted and terrified look. His face became very pale. He turned away. "No, no, not that!" His voice had sunk to an unsteady whisper. "Not that?" Mr. Carden echoed scornfully. "But it's obvious. And you've as good as been telling me so for the last half-hour." Mr. Elver could only go on whispering, "No." Mr. Carden ignored the denial. "How did you propose to do it?" he asked. "It's always risky, whatever way you choose, and I shouldn't put you down as being particularly courageous." How? How? The other shook his head. Mr. Carden insisted, ruthlessly. Ratsbane? He queried. Steal? No, you wouldn't have the guts for that. Or did you mean that she should stumble by accident into one of those convenient ditches? No, no, no. But I insist on being told, said Mr. Carden truculently. He thumped the table till the reflections of the candles in the brimming glasses quivered and rocked. Mr. Elver put his face in his hands and burst into tears. You're a bully, he sobbed, a dirty bully like all the rest. Come, come, Mr. Carden protested encouragingly. Don't take it so hardly. I'm sorry I upset you. You mustn't think, he added, that I have any of the vulgar prejudices about this affair. I'm not condemning you. Far from it. I don't want to use your answers against you. I merely ask out of curiosity, pure curiosity. Cheer up, cheer up. Try a little more wine. But Mr. Elver was feeling too deplorably sick to be able to think of wine without horror. He refused it, shuddering. I didn't mean to do anything, he whispered. I meant it just to happen. Just to happen. Yours must be a very hopeful nature, said Mr. Carden. It's in Dante, you know. My father brought us up on Dante. I loathed the stuff, he added as though it had been castor oil. But things stuck in my mind. Do you remember the woman who tells us how she died? Siena, mi fille, disfecte, Maremma. Her husband shut her up in a castle in the Maremma, and she died of fever. Do you remember? Mr. Carden nodded. That was the idea. I had the quinine. I've been taking 10 grains a day ever since I arrived for safety's sake. But there doesn't seem to be any fever here nowadays, Mr. Elver added. We've been here 9 weeks, and nothing's happened. Mr. Carden leaned back in his chair and roared with laughter. Well, the moral of that, he added, when he had breath enough to begin talking again, the moral of that is, see that your authorities are up to date. But Mr. Elver was past seeing a joke. He got up from his chair and stood unsteadily supporting himself with a hand on the table. Would you mind helping me to my room? He faintly begged. I don't feel very well. Mr. Carden helped him first into the garden. You ought to learn to carry your liquor more securely, he said when the worst was over. That's another of the evening's morals. When he had lighted his host to bed, Mr. Carden went to his appointed room and undressed. It was a long time before he fell asleep. The mosquitoes, partly, and partly his own busy thoughts, were responsible for his wakefulness. This is the end of Section 24, Chapter 7. Section 25 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 3. The Loves of the Parallels. Chapter 8. Next morning Mr. Carden was down early. The first thing he saw in the desolate garden before the house was Miss Elver. She was dressed in a frock cut on the same sack-like lines as her last night's dress, but made of a gaudy, large-patterned material that looked as though it had been designed for the upholstery of chairs and sofas, not of the human figure. Her beads were more numerous and more brilliant than before. She carried a parasol of brightly flowered silk. Emerging from the house, Mr. Carden found her in the act of tying a bunch of Michaelmas daisies to the tail of a large, white Merriman dog that stood, its mouth open, its pink tongue lolling out and its large brown eyes fixed, so it seemed meditatively, on the further horizon, waiting for Miss Elver to have finished the operation. But Miss Elver was very slow and clumsy. The fingers of her stubby little hands seemed to find the process of tying a bow in a piece of ribbon extraordinarily difficult. Once or twice the dog looked round with a mild curiosity to see what was happening at the far end of its anatomy. It did not seem in the least to resent the liberties Miss Elver was taking with its tail, but stood quite still, resigned, and waiting. Mr. Carden was reminded of that enormous tolerance displayed by dogs and cats of even the most fiendish children. Perhaps, in a flash of Burgosian intuition, the beast had realized the childish essence of Miss Elver's character and recognized the infant under the disguise of the full-grown woman. Dogs are good Burgosians, thought Mr. Carden. Men, on the other hand, are better Kantians. He approached softly. Miss Elver had at last succeeded in tying the bow to her satisfaction. The dog's white tail was tipped with a rosette of purple flowers. She straightened herself up and looked admiringly at her handiwork. "There," she said at last, addressing herself to the dog. "Now you can run away. Now you look lovely." The dog took the hint and trotted off, waving his flower-tipped tail. Mr. Carden stepped forward. "Neat, but not gaudy," he quoted. "Genteel, but not expensive, like the gardener's dog with a primrose tied to its tail. Good morning." He took off his hat. But Miss Elver did not return his salutation. Taken by surprise, she had stood, as though petrified, staring at him with stretched eyes and open mouth while he spoke. At Mr. Carden's good morning, which was the first word of his that she had understood, the enchantment of stillness seemed to be lifted from her. She burst into a nervous laugh, covered her blushing face with her hands, for a moment only, then turned and ran down the path, ungainly as an animal moving in an element not its own, to take refuge behind a clump of rank bushes at the end of the garden. Seeing her run, the big dog came bounding after her, joyously barking. One Michaelmas daisy dropped to the ground, then another. In a moment they were all gone, and the ribbon with them. Slowly, cautiously, as though he were stalking a shy bird, and with a reassuring air of being absorbed in anything rather than the pursuit of a runaway, Mr. Carden walked after Miss Elver down the path. Between the leaves of the bushes he caught glimpses of her bright frock. Sometimes, with infinite circumspection, and certain it was clear that she was escaping all notice, she peeped at Mr. Carden around the edge of the bush. Gambolling around her, the dog continued to bark. Arriving within 5 or 6 yards of Miss Elver's hiding place, Mr. Carden halted. "Come now," he said cajolingly, "what's there so frightening about me? Take a good look at me. I don't bite. I'm quite tame." The leaves of the bushes shook. From behind them came a peal of shrill laughter. "I don't even bark, like your stupid dog," Mr. Carden went on, "and if you tied a bunch of flowers on my tail, I should never have the bad manners to get rid of them in the first 2 minutes, like that rude animal." There was more laughter. "Won't you come out?" There was no answer. "Oh, very well, then," said Mr. Carden, in the tone of one who is deeply offended. "I shall go away. Good-bye." He retraced his steps for a few yards, then turned off to the right along a little path that led to the garden gate. When he was about 3/4 of the way along it, he heard the sound of hurrying footsteps coming up behind him. He walked on, pretending to notice nothing. There was a touch on his arm. "Don't go, please." Miss Elver's voice spoke imploringly. He looked round as though startled. "I won't run away again, but you mustn't look at me like that." "Like what?" asked Mr. Carden. Miss Elver put up a screening hand and turned away. "Like I don't know what," she said. Mr. Carden thought he perfectly understood. He pursued the subject no further. "Well, if you promise not to run away," he said, "I won't go." Miss Elver's face shone with pleasure and gratitude. "Thank you," she said. "Shall we go and look at the chickens? They're round at the back." They went round to the back. Mr. Carden admired the chickens. "You like animals?" he asked. "I should think so," said Miss Elver rapturously, and nodded. "Have you ever had a parrot of your own?" "No." "Or a monkey?" She shook her head. "Not even a Shetland pony?" asked Mr. Carden on a note of astonishment. Miss Elver's voice trembled as she again had to answer "No." At the thought of all these enchanting things she had never possessed, the tears came into her eyes. "In my house," said Mr. Carton, conjuring up fairy palaces as easily as Aladdin, "there are hundreds of them. I'll give you some when you come to stay with me." Miss Elver's face became bright again. "Will you?" she said. "Oh, that would be nice, that would be nice. And do you keep bears?" "One or two," said Mr. Carton modestly. "Well!" Miss Elver looked up at him, her blank, bright eyes opened to their fullest extent. She paused, drew a deep breath, and let it slowly out again. "It must be a nice house," she added at last, turning away and nodding slowly at every word. "A nice house. That's all I can say." "You'd like to come and stay?" asked Mr. Carton. "I should think I would," Miss Elver replied decidedly, looking up at him again. Then suddenly she blushed. She put up her hands. "No, no, no," she protested. "Why not?" asked Mr. Carton. She shook her head. "I don't know," and she began to laugh. "Remember the bears," said Mr. Carton. "Yes, but—" She left the sentence unfinished. The old woman came to the back door and rang the bell for breakfast. Ungainly as a diving bird on land, Miss Elver scuttled into the house. Her companion followed more slowly. In the dining-room, less tomb-like in the bright morning light, breakfast was waiting. Mr. Carton found his hostess already eating with passion, as though her life depended on it. "I'm so hungry," she explained with her mouth full. "Phil's late," she added. "Well, I'm not surprised," said Mr. Carton as he sat down and unfolded his napkin. When he came down at last, it was in the guise of a cleric, so obviously unfrocked, so deplorably seedy and broken down, that Mr. Carton felt almost sorry for him. "Nothing like good strong coffee," he said cheerfully as he filled his host's cup. Mr. Elver looked on, feeling too melancholy and too ill to speak. For a long time he sat motionless in his chair without moving, lacking the strength to stretch out his hand to his cup. "Why won't you eat, Phil?" asked his sister as she decapitated her second egg. "You generally eat such a lot." Goaded, as though by a taunt, Philip Elver reached for his coffee and swallowed down a gulp. He even took some toast and buttered it, but he could not bring himself to eat. At 10:30 Mr. Carton left the house. He told his host that he was going in search of his sculpture, and he comforted Miss Elver, who, seeing him put on his hat and take his walking-stick, began to whimper, by assuring her that he would be back to luncheon. Following the old woman's directions, Mr. Carton soon found himself on the shores of the shallow lake of Mascaccioli. A mile away, on the further shore, he could see the clustering pink and whitewashed houses of the village in which he knew the grocer's brother lived and kept his treasure. But instead of proceeding directly to the goal of his pilgrimage, Mr. Carton lighted a cigar and lay down on the grass on the side of the path. It was a bright, clear day. Over the mountains floated great clouds, hard-edged against the sky, firm and massive as though carved from marble, and seeming more solid than the marble mountains beneath. A breeze stirred the blue water of the lake into innumerable dazzling ripples. It rustled among the leaves of the poplars, and the sound was like that of the sea, heard from far off. In the midst of the landscape lay Mr. Carton, pensively smoking his cigar. The smoke of it drifted away along the wind. £25,000, Mr. Carton was thinking. If one were to invest them in the 7% Hungarian loan, they would bring in $1,750 a year. And if one lived in Italy, that went a long way. One could consider oneself rich on that. A nice house in Siena, or Perugia, or Bologna. Bologna, he decided, would be the best. There was nothing to compare with Bolognese cooking. A car. One could afford to keep something handsome. Plenty of nice books. Nice people to stay with one all the time. Jaunts in comfort through Europe. A secure old age. The horrors of decrepitude and poverty forever averted. The only disadvantage, one's wife happened to be a harmless idiot. Still, she'd obviously be most devoted. She'd do her best, and one would make her happy. One would even allow her a domesticated bear. In fact, Mr. Carden assured himself it was the poor creature's only chance of happiness. If she stayed with her brother, he'd find some substitute for the inefficient Anopheles sooner or later. If she fell into the hands of an adventurer in need of her money, the chances were that he'd be a great deal more of a scoundrel than Tom Carden. In fact, Mr. Carden saw he could easily make out a case for its being his bounden duty, for the poor girl's sake, to marry her. That would do very nicely for romantic spirits like Lily and Aldwinkle. For them he'd be a gallant rescuer, the Perseus, the chivalrous St. George. Less enthusiastic souls might look at the 25,000 and smile. But let them smile. After all, Mr. Carden asked himself, a grin more or less, what does it matter? No, the real problem, the real difficulty was himself. Could he do it? Wasn't it somehow a bit thick? An idiot. Wasn't it too Russian? Too Stavroginesque? True, his motive would be different from the Russians'. He would marry his idiot for comfort and a placid old age, not for the sake of strengthening his moral fibers by hard exercise, not in the voluptuous hope of calling new scruples and finer remorses into existence, or in the religious hope of developing the higher consciousness by leading a low life. But on the other hand, nothing could prevent the life from being, in point of fact, thoroughly low, and he couldn't guarantee his conscience against the coming of strange qualms. Would 1,750 per annum be a sufficient compensation? For more than an hour Mr. Carden lay there, smoking, looking at the bright lake, at the ethereal fantastic mountains and the marbly clouds, listening to the winds among the leaves and the occasional faraway sounds of life, and pondering all the time. In the end he decided that 1,750, or even the smaller income that would result from investment in something a little safer than 7% Hungarian loan, was a sufficient compensation. He'd do it. Mr. Carden got up, threw away the stump of his second cigar, and walked slowly back towards the house. As he approached it, through the little plantation of poplar trees, Miss Elver, who had been on the lookout for his return, came running out of the gate to meet him. The gaudy upholstery material blazed up as she passed out of the shade of the house into the sunlight. Her colored beads flashed. Uttering shrill little cries and laughing, she ran towards him. Mr. Carden watched her as she came on. He had seen frightened cormorants bobbing their heads in a ludicrous anxiety from side to side. He had seen penguins waving their little flappers, scuttling along undignified on their short legs. He had seen vultures with trailing wings hobbling and hopping ungainly over the ground. Memories of all these sights appeared before his mind's eye as he watched Miss Elver's approach. He sighed profoundly. "I'm so glad you've come back," Miss Elver cried breathlessly as she approached. "I was really afraid you were going right away." She shook his hand earnestly and looked up into his face. "You've not forgotten about the monkeys and the Shetland ponies, have you?" she added, rather anxiously. Mr. Carden smiled. "Of course not," he answered. And he added gallantly, "How could I forget anything that gives you pleasure?" He squeezed her hand and, bending down, kissed it. Miss Elver's face flushed very red, then, the moment after, became exceedingly pale. Her breath came quickly and unsteadily. She shut her eyes. A shuddering ran through her. She wavered on her feet. She seemed on the point of falling. Mr. Carden caught her by the arm and held her up. This was going to be worse, he thought, than he had imagined. More Stavroginesque. To faint when he kissed her hand, kissed it almost ironically, that was too much. But probably, he reflected, nothing of the kind had ever happened to her before. How many men had ever so much as spoken to her? It was understandable. "My good child, really now." He slightly shook her arm. "Pull yourself together. If you're going to faint like this, I shall never be able to trust you with a bear. Come, come." Still, the understanding of a thing does not alter it. It remains what it was when it was still uncomprehended. 1,750 per annum. But at this rate, it looked as though that would hardly be enough. Miss Elver opened her eyes and looked at him. Into their blankness had come that look of anxious, unhappy love with which a child looks at his mother when he thinks that she is going to leave him. Mr. Carden could not have felt more remorseful if he had committed a murder. "What every weakness, every vice, Tom Carden, all were thine." All the same, there were certain things the doing of which one felt to be an outrage. Still, one had to think of those 1,750 pounds. One had to think of old age in solitude and poverty. Leaving Miss Elver to play by herself in the garden, Mr. Carden went indoors. He found his host sitting behind closed jalousies in a greenish twilight, his head on his hand. "Feeling better?" asked Mr. Carden cheerfully. And getting no answer, he went on to tell a long, bright story of how he had searched for the grocer's brother only to find, at last, that he was away from home and would be away until tomorrow. "So I hope you won't mind," he concluded, "if I trespass on your charming hospitality for another night. Your sister has most kindly told me that I might." Mr. Elver turned on him a glance of concentrated loathing and averted his eyes. He said nothing. Mr. Carden drew up a chair and sat down. "There's a most interesting little book," he said, looking at his host with a genial, twinkling expression, "by a certain Mr. W.H.S. Jones, called Malaria, a Factor in the History of Greece and Rome, or some such title. He shows how the disease may quite suddenly obtain a footing in countries hitherto immune, and in the course of a few generations bring a whole culture, a powerful empire, to the ground. Conversely, he knows how it is got rid of. Drainage, quinine, wire netting." The other stirred uneasily in his chair, but Mr. Carden went on ruthlessly. "When the bell rang for luncheon, he was talking to Mr. Elver about the only way in which the yellow peril might be permanently averted. First, he said, laying the forefinger of his right hand against the thumb of his left, first you must introduce malaria into Japan. Japan's immune so far, and it's a crying scandal. You must start by remedying that. And secondly," he moved on to the index, "you must see that the Chinese never have a chance to stamp out the disease in their country. 400 million malarial Chinamen may be viewed with equanimity, but 400 million healthy ones? That's a very different matter. The spread of malaria among the yellow races, there's a cause," said Mr. Carden, rising from his chair, "a cause to which some good European might profitably devote himself. You, who take so much interest in the subject, Mr. Elver, you might find a much worse vocation. Shall we go to lunch?" Mr. Elver rose, totteringly. "I have a tremendous appetite," his guest went on, patting him on his bent back. "I hope you have too." Mr. Elver at last broke silence. "You're a damned bully," he whispered in a passion of misery and futile rage. "A damned, stinking bully." "Come, come," said Mr. Carden. "I protest against stinking." This is the end of Section 25, Chapter 8. Section 26 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The Loves of the Parallels, Chapter 9. Early the next morning Mr. Carden and his hostess left the house and walked rapidly away through the fields in the direction of the lake. They had told the old woman that they would be back to a late breakfast. Mr. Elver was not yet awake. Mr. Carden had left instructions that he was not to be called before 9:30. The ground was still wet with dew when they set out. The poplar trees threw shadows longer than themselves. The air was cool. It was a pleasure to walk. Mr. Carden strode along at 4 miles an hour, like a diver out of water, like a soaring bird reduced to walk the earth. Miss Elver trotted along at his side, rolling and hopping as she walked, as though she were mounted not on feet, but on a set of eccentric wheels of different diameters. Her face seemed to shine with happiness. Every now and then she looked at Mr. Carden with shy adoration, and if she happened to catch his eye she would blush, turn away her head, and laugh. Mr. Carden was almost appalled by the extent of his success and the ease with which it had been obtained. He might make a slave of the poor creature, might keep her shut up in a rabbit hutch, and provided he showed himself now and again to be worshipped, she would be perfectly happy. The thought made Mr. Carden feel strangely guilty. "When we're married," said Miss Elver suddenly, "shall we have some children?" Mr. Carden smiled rather grimly. "The trouble about children," he said, "is that the bears might eat them. You can never be quite sure of bears. Remember, Alicia's bears, and those bad children." Miss Elver's face became thoughtful. She walked on for a long time in silence. They came to the lake, lying placid and very bright under the pale early morning sky. At the sight of it Miss Elver clapped her hands with pleasure. She forgot in an instant all her troubles. The fatal incompatibility between bears and children ceased to preoccupy her. "What lovely water!" she cried, and bending down she picked up a pebble from the path and threw it into the lake. But Mr. Carden did not permit her to linger. "There's no time to lose," he said, and taking her arm he hurried her on. "Where are we going to?" asked Miss Elver. He pointed to the village on the far shore of the lake. "From there," he said, "we'll take some sort of cab or cart." The prospect of driving in a cart entirely reconciled Miss Elver to parting at such short notice with the lake. "That'll be lovely," she declared, and trotted on so fast that Mr. Carden had to quicken his pace in order to keep up with her. While the little carriage was being made ready and the horse put in and harnessed, hastelessly, as these things are always done in Italy, with dignity and at leisure, Mr. Carden went to visit the grocer's brother. Now that he had come so far, it would be foolish to miss the opportunity of seeing the treasure. The grocer's brother was himself a grocer, and so like his relative that Mr. Carden could almost fancy it was Miss Striplow's virtuous and simple friend from the hilltop to whom he was now speaking in the plain. When Mr. Carden explained his business, the man bowed, wreathed himself in smiles, laughed, and blew acetylene into his face just as his brother had done. He expatiated on the beauty and the antiquity of his treasure, and when Mr. Carden begged him to make haste and show him the sculpture, he would not suffer himself to be interrupted, but went on lyrically with his description, repeating the same phrases again and again, and gesticulating until he began to sweat. At last, when he considered Mr. Carden worked up to a due state of preliminary enthusiasm, the grocer opened the door at the back of the shop and mysteriously beckoned to his visitor to follow him. They walked down a dark passage through a kitchen full of tumbling children on whom one had to be careful not to tread, across a little yard and into a mouldering outhouse. The grocer led the way, walking all the time on tiptoe and speaking only in a whisper. For what reason Mr. Carden could not imagine, unless it was to impress him with the profound importance of the affair, and perhaps to suggest that the beauty and antiquity of the work of art were such that it was only barefoot and in silence that it should be approached. "Wait there," he whispered impressively as they entered the outhouse. Mr. Carden waited. The grocer tiptoed across to the further corner of the shed. Mysteriously draped in sacking, Something that might have been an ambushed man stood motionless in the shadow. The grocer halted in front of it, and standing a little to one side so as to give Mr. Carden an uninterrupted view of the marvel to be revealed, took hold of a corner of the sacking, and with a magnificent, dramatic gesture, whisked it off. There emerged the marble effigy of what in the imagination of a monumental mason of 1830 figured as a poet. A slenderer Byron with yet more hyacinthine hair and a profile borrowed from one of Canova's Greeks, he stood, leaning against a truncated column, his marble eyes turned upwards in pursuit of the flying muse. A cloak hung lankly from his shoulders. A vine-leaf was all the rest of his costume. On the top of the truncated column lay a half-opened marble scroll, which the poet's left hand held down for fear it should be blown clean away by the wind of inspiration. His right, it was evident, had originally poised above the virgin page a stylus, but the hand, alas, and the whole forearm, almost to the elbow, were gone. At the base of the column was a little square tablet, on which, if the figure had ever been put to its proper monumental use, should have been written the name and claims to fame of the poet upon whose tomb it was to stand. But the tablet was blank. At the time this statue was carved, there had evidently been a dearth of lyricists in the Principality of Massa Carrara. "A bellissimo!" said the grocer's brother, standing back and looking at it with a connoisseur's enthusiasm. "Davvero!" Mr. Carden agreed. He thought sadly of his recumbent Etruscan, his sarcophagus by Jacopo della Quercia, his Romanesque demon. Still, he reflected, even a bas-relief by Giotto would hardly have brought him £25,000. This is the end of section 26, chapter 9. Section 27 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 3. Loves of the Parallels. Chapter 10. Mr. Carden returned to the palace of the Cibo Malaspina to find that the number of guests had been increased during his absence by the arrival of Mrs. Shellifer. Mrs. Aldwinkle had not been particularly anxious to have Shellifer's mother in the house, but finding that Shellifer was prepared to leave as soon as his mother should arrive, she peremptorily insisted on giving the lady hospitality. It's absurd, she argued, to go down again to that horrible hotel at Marina di Viza, stay there uncomfortably for a few days, and then go to Rome by train. You must bring your mother here, and then when it's time for Mr. Fox to go to his conference, we'll all go to Rome in the car. It'll be far pleasanter. Shellifer tried to object, but Mrs. Aldwinkle would not hear of objections. When Mrs. Shellifer arrived at the station of Venezia, she found Francis waiting for her on the platform with Mrs. Aldwinkle, in yellow tussore and a floating white veil, at his side. The welcome she got from Mrs. Aldwinkle was far more effusively affectionate than that which she got from her son. A little bewildered, but preserving all her calm and gentle dignity, Mrs. Shellifer suffered herself to be led toward the Rolls-Royce. "We all admire your son so enormously," said Mrs. Aldwinkle. "He is so, how shall I say, so post-bellum, so essentially one of us." Mrs. Aldwinkle made haste to establish her position among the youngest of the younger generation. "All that one only dimly feels he expresses. Can you be surprised at our admiration?" So far, Mrs. Shellifer was rather surprised by everything. It took her some time to get used to Mrs. Aldwinkle, nor was the aspect of the palace calculated to allay her astonishment. "A superb specimen of early Baroque," Mrs. Aldwinkle assured her, pointing with her parasol. But even after she knew the dates, it all seemed to Mrs. Shellifer rather queer. Mrs. Aldwinkle remained extremely cordial to her new guest, but in secret she disliked Mrs. Shellifer extremely. There would have been small reason, in any circumstances, for Mrs. Aldwinkle to have liked her. The two women had nothing in common. Their views of life were different and irreconcilable. They had lived in separate worlds. At the best of times, Mrs. Aldwinkle would have found her guest bourgeoisie and borné. As such things actually were, she loathed her, and no wonder, for in his mother Shellifer had a permanent and unexceptionable excuse for getting away from Mrs. Aldwinkle. Mrs. Aldwinkle naturally resented the presence in her house of this cause and living justification of infidelity. At the same time, it was necessary for her to keep on good terms with Mrs. Shellifer, for if she quarrelled with the mother, it was obvious that the son would take himself off. Inwardly chafing, Mrs. Aldwinkle continued to treat her with the same gushing affection as at first. To Mrs. Aldwinkle's guests the arrival of Mrs. Shellifer was more welcome than to herself. Mr. Fox found in her a more sympathetic and comprehensible soul than he could discover in his hostess. To Lord Hovenden and Irene her arrival meant the complete cessation of Irene's duties as a spy. They liked her well enough, moreover, for her own sake. "A nice old thing," was how Lord Hovenden summed her up. Miss Thriplow affected almost to worship her. "She's so wonderfully good and simple and integral, if you understand what I mean," Miss Thriplow explained to Calame. "To be able to be so undividedly enthusiastic about folk songs and animal rights and all that sort of thing, it's really wonderful. She's a lesson to us," Miss Thriplow concluded, "a lesson." Mrs. Shellifer became endowed for her with all the qualities that the village grocer had unfortunately not possessed. The symbol of his virtues, if only he had possessed them, had been the white apron. Mrs. Shellifer's integrity was figured forth by her dateless gray dresses. "She's one of nature's Quakeresses," Miss Thriplow declared. "If only one could be born like that." There had been a time, not so long ago, when she had aspired to be one of nature's guardswomen. "I never knew that anything so good and dove-colored existed outside of Academy subject pictures of 1880. You know, a Pilgrim Mother on board the Mayflower, or something of that sort. It's absurd in the Academy, but it's lovely in real life." Calame agreed. But the person who most genuinely liked Miss Shellifer was Grace Elver. From the moment she set eyes on Mrs. Shellifer, Grace was her dog-like attendant, and Mrs. Shellifer responded by practically adopting her for the time being. When she learned the nature of her tastes and occupations, Mr. Carden explained her kindness to himself by the hypothesis that poor Grace was the nearest thing to a stray dog or cat that Mrs. Shellifer could find. Conversely, Grace's love at first sight must be due to the realization by that cat-like mind that here was a born protector and friend. In any case, he was exceedingly grateful to Mrs. Shellifer for having made her appearance when she did. Her presence in the house made easy what would otherwise have been a difficult situation. That Mrs. Aldwinkle would be impressed by the romantic story of Grace's abduction, Mr. Carden had always been certain. And when he told the story, she was impressed, though less profoundly than Mr. Carden had hoped. She was much too preoccupied with her own affairs to be able to respond with her customary enthusiasm to what at other times would have been an irresistible appeal. About her reception of the story, then, Mr. Carden had never entertained a doubt. He knew that she would find it romantic, but that was no guarantee that she would like the heroine of the story. From what he knew of her, which was a great deal, Mr. Carden felt sure that she would very quickly find poor Grace exceedingly tiresome. He knew her lack of patience and her intolerance. Grace would get on her nerves. Lillian would be unkind, and goodness only knew what scenes might follow. Mr. Carden had brought her to the palace, meaning to stay only a day or two and then take his leave, before Mrs. Aldwinkle had time to get poor Grace on her nerves. But the presence of Mrs. Shellifer made him change his mind. Her affectionate protection was a guarantee against Mrs. Aldwinkle's impatience. More important still, it had the best possible effect on Grace herself. In Mrs. Shellifer's presence she behaved quietly and sensibly, like a child doing its best to make a good impression. Mrs. Shellifer, moreover, kept a tenderly watchful eye on her appearance and her manners, kept her up to the mark about washing her hands and brushing her hair, dropped a gentle hint when she was not behaving as well as she ought to at table, and checked her propensity to eat too much of the things she liked and not enough of those she didn't. Mrs. Shellifer, it was obvious, had the best possible influence over her. When they were married, Mr. Carden decided he would frequently invite Mrs. Shellifer to stay, preferably, though she was a very nice old thing, while he was away from home. Meanwhile, secure that his residence at the palace of the Cibo Malaspina would be marked by no disagreeable incidents, he wrote to his lawyer to make the necessary arrangements about his marriage. For her part, Mrs. Shellifer was delighted to have found Grace. As Mr. Carden had divined, she missed her cats and dogs, her poor children, and traditional games. It was very reluctantly that she had at last given up the old Oxford house, very reluctantly, though the arguments that Francis had used to persuade her were unanswerable. It was too large for her, and it was full of those medieval labor-creating devices of which Mr. Ruskin and his architectural followers were so fond. It cost more to keep up than she could afford. Moreover, it was unhealthy. She was regularly ill there every winter. The doctors had been urging her for years past to get out of the Thames Valley. Yes, the arguments were quite unanswerable, but it had been a long time before she had finally made up her mind to leave the place. 40 years of her life had been passed there. She was loath to part with all those memories. And then there were the dogs and the poor children, all her old friends and her charities. In the end, however, she had allowed herself to be persuaded. The house was sold. It was arranged that she should spend the winter in Rome. "Now you're free," her son had said. But Mrs. Shellifer rather mournfully shook her head. "I don't know that I very much like being free," she answered. "I shall be without occupation in Rome. I look forward to it almost with dread." Francis reassured her. "You'll soon find something," he said. "Don't be afraid of that." "Shall I?" Mrs. Shellifer questioned doubtfully. They were walking together in the little garden at the back of the house, looking around her at the familiar grass plot and flower beds. She sighed. But Francis was right. Dogs, poor children, or their equivalents are fortunately not rare. At the end of the first stage of her journey, Mrs. Shellifer had found in Grace Elver a compensation for what she had abandoned at Oxford. Attending to poor Grace, she was happy. For the rest of the party, Miss Elver's arrival had no special or personal significance. For them she was just Mr. Carden's half-wit. That was all. Even Mary Thriplow, who might have been expected to take an interest in so genuine a specimen of the simple soul, paid little attention to her. The fact was that Grace was really too simple to be interesting. Simplicity is no virtue unless you are potentially complicated. Mrs. Shellifer, being with all her simplicity a woman of intelligence, threw light, Miss Thriplow felt, on her own case. Grace was simple only as a child, or an imbecile is simple. Her didactic value was therefore nil. Miss Thriplow remained faithful to Mrs. Shellifer. This is the end of section 27, chapter 10. Section 28 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 3. The Loves of the Parallels. Chapter 11. It was night. Half undressed, Irene was sitting on the edge of her bed, stitching away at an unfinished garment of pale pink silk. Her head was bent over her work, and her thick hair hung perpendicularly down on either side, making an angle with her tilted face. The light, hung richly to her bare arms and shoulders, was reflected by the curved and glossy surfaces of her tight-drawn stockings. Her face was extremely grave. The tip of her tongue appeared between her teeth. It was a difficult job. Round her, on the walls of the enormous room which had once been the bedchamber of the Cardinal Alderno Malaspina, fluttered an army of gesticulating shapes. Over the door sat God the Father, dressed in a blue crêpe de chine tunic and enveloped in a mantle of red velvet, which fluttered in the divine afflatus as though it had been so much bunting. His right hand was extended, and in obedience to the gesture a squadron of angels went flying down one of the side walls toward the window. At a prie-dieu in the far corner knelt Cardinal Malaspina, middle-aged, stout, with a barbiche and moustache, and looking altogether, Irene thought, like the current British idea of a French chef. The Archangel Michael, at the head of his troop of principalities and powers, was hovering in the air above him, and with an expression on his face of mingled condescension and respect. Condescension, inasmuch as he was the plenipotentiary of the Padre Eterno, and in respect, in view of the fact that His Eminence was a brother of the Prince of Massa Carrera, was poising above the prelate's head the red symbolic hat that was to make him a prince of the church. On the opposite wall the cardinal was represented doing battle with the powers of darkness. Dressed in scarlet robes, he stood undaunted on the brink of the bottomless pit. Behind him was a carefully painted view of the Malaspina Palace, with a group of retainers and handsome coaches in the middle distance, and immediately behind their uncle, whom they gallantly supported by their prayers, the cardinal's nephews. From the pit came up legions of hideous devils who filled the air with the flapping of their wings. But the cardinal was more than a match for them. Raising a crucifix above his head, he conjured them to return to the flames. And the foiled devils, gnashing their teeth and trembling with terror, were hurled back towards the pit. Head foremost, tail foremost, in every possible position, they came hurtling down towards the floor. When she lay in bed, Irene could see half a dozen devils diving down at her, and when she woke up in the morning, a pair of plunging legs waved frantically within a foot of her opening eyes. In the wall space over the windows, the cardinal's cultured leisures were allegorically celebrated. 9 muses and 3 graces, attended by a troop of hours, reclined or stood or danced in studied postures, while the cardinal himself, enthroned in the midst, listened to their conversation and proffered his own opinions, without appearing to notice the fact that all the ladies were stark naked. No one but the most polished and accomplished man of the world would have behaved in these circumstances with such perfect savoir-vivre. In the midst of the cardinal's apotheosis, and entirely oblivious of it, Irene stitched away at her pink chemise. Undressing just now, she had caught sight of it lying here in her work-basket. She hadn't been able to resist the temptation of adding a touch or two there and then. It was going to be one of her masterpieces when it was done. She held it out in her 2 hands at arm's length and looked at it, lovingly and critically. It was simply too lovely. Ever since Shellifer's arrival, she had been able to do a lot of work on her underclothes. Mrs. Aldwinkle, absorbed by her unhappy passion, had completely forgotten that she had a niece who ought to be writing lyrics and painting in watercolors. Irene was free to devote all her time to her sewing. She did not neglect the opportunity, but every now and then her conscience would suddenly prick her, and she would ask herself whether, after all, it was quite fair to take advantage of poor Aunt Lillian's mournful preoccupation to do what she did not approve of. She would wonder if she oughtn't, out of loyalty to Aunt Lillian, to stop sewing and make a sketch or write a poem. Once or twice in the first days she even acted on the advice of her conscience. But when in the evening she brought Aunt Lillian her sketch of the temple and the lyric beginning, "O moon, how calmly in the midnight sky," brought them with a certain triumph, a consciousness of virtuous actions duly performed, that distracted lady showed so little interest in these artistic tokens of niecely duty and affection that Irene felt herself excused henceforth from making any further effort to practice the higher life. She went on with her stitching. Her conscience, it is true, still troubled her at times, but she did nothing about it. This evening she felt no conscientious qualm. The garment was so lovely that even Aunt Lillian, she felt sure, would have approved of it. It was a work of art that deserved that honorable title just as richly as "O moon, how calmly in the midnight sky," perhaps even more richly. Irene folded up the unfinished masterpiece in rows, put it away, and went on with her undressing. Tonight, she decided as she brushed her hair, she would tell Aunt Lillian how right she had been about Hovenden. That ought to please her. "How grateful I am," she would say, and she would tell her how much she liked him. Almost in that way. Not quite yet, but soon. She felt somehow that it might happen soon, and it would be the real thing, real and solid, not flimsy and fizzy and imaginary like the episodes with Peter and Jacques and the rest of them. She put on her dressing gown and walked down the long corridor to Mrs. Aldwinkle's room. Cardinal Alderno was left alone with his devils and the obsequious angels, his 9 naked muses, and the eternal Father. When Irene came in, Aunt Lillian was sitting in front of her looking-glass, rubbing skin food into her face. "It appears," she said, looking at herself in the glass critically as Irene had looked at her masterpiece of fine sewing, "that there's such a wonderful electric massage machine. I forgot who told me about it." "Was it Lady Belfry?" Irene suggested. The image of Lady Belfry's face floated up before her mind's eye, smooth, pink, round, youthful-looking, but with that facetious and terribly precarious youthfulness of beauty scientifically preserved. "Perhaps it was," said Mrs. Aldwinkle. "I must certainly get one of them. Write to Harrods about it to-morrow, will you, darling?" Irene began the nightly brushing of her aunt's hair. There was a long silence. How should she begin about Hovenden? Irene was thinking. She must begin in some way that would show how really and genuinely serious it all was. She must begin in such a way that Aunt Lillian would have no possible justification for taking up a playful tone about it. At all costs, Aunt Lillian must not be allowed to talk her into that well-known and dreaded vein of bludgeoning banter. On no account must she be given an opportunity for saying, "Did she think, then, that her silly old auntie didn't notice?" or something of that kind. But to find the completely fun-proof formula was not so easy. Irene searched for it long and thoughtfully. She was not destined to find it, for Aunt Lillian, who had also been thinking, suddenly broke the silence. "I sometimes doubt," he said, "whether he takes any interest in women at all. Fundamentally, unconsciously, I believe he's a homosexualist." "Perhaps," said Irene gravely. She knew her Havelock Ellis. For the next half-hour Mrs. Aldwinkle and her niece discussed the interesting possibility. This is the end of section 28, chapter 11. Section 29 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 3, The Loves of the Parallels, Chapter 12. Miss Thriplow was writing in her secret notebook. There are people, she wrote, who seem to have no capacity for feeling deeply or passionately about anything. It is a kind of emotional impotence for which one can only pity them profoundly. Perhaps there are more of these people nowadays than there were, but that's only an impression. One has no facts to go on, no justifying documents. But if it's the case, it's due, I suppose, to our intellectualizing education. One has to have a strong emotional constitution to be able to stand it. And then one lives so artificially that many of the profounder instincts rarely get an opportunity for displaying themselves. Fear, for example, and all the desperate passions evoked by the instinct of self-preservation in face of danger or hunger. Thousands of civilized people pass through life condemned to an almost complete ignorance of these emotions. Miss Thriplow drew a line under this paragraph and began a little further down the page. To love primitively with fury, to be no more civilized but savage, no more critical but wholeheartedly passionate, no more a troubled and dubious mind but a young, healthy body certain and unwavering in its desires. The beast knows everything, says Uncle Yerochka in Tolstoy. Not everything, no. But he knows, at any rate, all the things the mind does not know. The strong, complete spirit must know what the beast knows as well as what the mind knows. She drew another line. His hands are so soft and firm, and yet touch so softly. His lips are soft where his neck joins his body in front between the two strong tendons. Where they converge towards the collarbone is a boldly marked depression in the flesh that looks as though it had been made by the thumb of an artist god. So beautiful it is. So beautiful. It occurred to Miss Thriplow that there would be an excellent article to be written around the theme of masculine beauty. In the Song of Solomon, it is described as lyrically as feminine beauty. It is rare to find modern poetesses expressing so frank an admiration. In the Paris salons, it is the female nude which prevails. The male is exceptional, and when complete, seems a little shocking. How different from the state of things in Pompeii! Miss Thriplow bit the end of her pen. Yes, decidedly it would make a capital article. His skin is white and smooth, she went on writing. How strong he is! His eyes are sleepy, but sometimes they seem to wake up, and he looks at me so piercingly and commandingly that I am frightened. But I like being frightened by him. Another line. Miss Thriplow would have written more on this subject, but she was always apprehensive that somebody might find her notebook and read it. She did not want that to happen until she was dead. Miss Thriplow made an asterisk by the side of the first of the evening notes. In the margin of the blank page opposite she scratched a similar sign to indicate that what she was going to write now was in the nature of an appendix or corollary to what she had written in the first note. Certain people, she wrote, who have no natural capacity for profound feeling, are yet convinced, intellectually, that they ought to feel profoundly. The best people, they think, have formidable instincts. They want to have them too. They are the emotional snobs. This type, I am sure, is new. In the 18th century, people tried to make out that they were rational and polished. The cult of the emotions began in the 19th. It has had a new turn given to it by Burgosianism and Romain Rolandism in the 20th century. It is fashionable now to be exactly the opposite of what it was fashionable to be in the 18th century, so that you get emotionally impotent people simulating passion with their minds. Hypocrites of instinct, they often more than half deceive themselves, and if they are intelligent, they completely deceive all but the most observant of those around them. They act the emotional part better than those who actually feel the emotions. It is Diderot's paradox of the comedian. In real life, the less you feel, the better you represent feeling. But while the comedian on the stage plays only for the audience in the theater, those in real life perform as much for an inward as an outward gallery. They ask for applause also from themselves, and what is more, they get it, though always, I suppose, with certain secret reservations. What a curious type it is! I have known many specimens of it. Miss Thriplow stopped writing and thought of the specimens she had known. There was a surprisingly large number of them. Every human being is inclined to see his own qualities and weaknesses in others, inevitably, since his own mental and moral attributes are the only ones of which he has any personal experience. The man who visualizes his multiplication table in a fantastic and definite picture imagines that all other men must do the same. The musician cannot conceive of a mind that is irresponsive to music. Similarly, the ambitious man presumes that all his fellows are actuated by his own desire to achieve distinction and power. The sensualist sees sensuality everywhere. The mean man takes it for granted that everybody else is mean. But it must not be thought that the possessor of a vice, who sees his own weakness in all his fellows, therefore condones that weakness. We rarely give our own weaknesses their specific name, and we are aware of them only in a vague and empirical fashion. The conscious and educated part of us condemns the vice to which we are congenitally subject. At the same time, our personal knowledge of the vice, a knowledge not conscious or intellectual, but obscure, practical, and instinctive, tends to direct the attention of the superficial, educated part of the mind to manifestations of this particular weakness, tends even to make it detect such manifestations when they do not exist, so that we are constantly struck by the ludicrous spectacle of the avaricious passionately condemning avarice in others much more generously than themselves, of the lascivious crying out on lasciviousness, the greedy criticizing greed. Their education has taught them that these vices are blameworthy, while their personal and empirical knowledge of them causes them to take a special interest in these weaknesses and to see signs of them everywhere. If the number of Miss Thriplow's friends who belonged to the type of the emotionally impotent was surprisingly large, the fact was due to a tendency in Miss Thriplow herself towards precisely this spiritual weakness. Being by nature a good deal more acute and self-analytic than most of the men and women who indignantly castigate their own inveterate sins, Miss Thriplow was not unaware, while she criticized others, of the similar defect in herself. She could not help suspecting, when she read Dostoevsky and Chekhov, that she was organized differently from these Russians. It seemed to her that she felt nothing so acutely, with such an intricate joy or misery, as did they. And even before she had started reading the Russians, Miss Thriplow had come to the painful conclusion that if the Bronte sisters were emotionally normal, then she must be decidedly subnormal. And even if they weren't quite normal, if they were feverish, she desired to be like them. They seemed to her entirely admirable. It was the knowledge of her subnormality, which she had come, however, to attribute to a lack of opportunities, We lead such sheltered, artificial lives for the display of her potential passions and emotions that had made Miss Thriplow so passionate an admirer of fine, spontaneous feelings. It caused her at the same time to be willing and anxious to embrace every opportunity that presented itself for the testing of her reactions. It is experience that makes us aware of what we are, and if it were not for contacts with the world outside ourselves, we should have no emotions at all. In order to get to know her latent emotional self, Miss Thriplow desired to have as much experience, to make as many contacts with external reality as possible. When the external reality was of an unusual character and offered to be particularly fruitful in emotional revelations, she sought it with a special eagerness. Thus a love affair with Calamé had seemed to her fraught with the most interesting emotional possibilities. She would have liked him well enough, even if his drowsiness had concealed no inward fires. But the conviction that there was something queer, as Mrs. Aldwinkle would say, and dangerous about the man, made her imagine at every stage of their intimacy that she liked him better than she actually did, made her anxious to advance to further stages in the hope that as he revealed himself, ampler and more interesting revelations of her own hidden soul might there be awaiting her. She had had her reward. Calamé had already genuinely frightened her, had revealed himself as exceedingly brutal. "You exasperate me so much," he had said, "that I could wring your neck." And there were moments when she half believed that he really would kill her. It was a new kind of love. She abandoned herself to it with a fervor which she found, taking its temperature, very admirable. The flood of passion carried her along. Miss Thriplow took notes of her sensations on the way, and hoped that there would be more and intenser sensations to record in the future. This is the end of Section 29, Chapter 12. Section 30 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 3. The Loves of the Parallels. Chapter 13. Calamé lay on his back, quite still, looking up into the darkness. Up there, he was thinking, so near that it's only a question of reaching out a hand to draw back the curtaining darkness that conceals it. Up there, just above me, floats the great secret, the beauty and the mystery. To look into the depths of that mystery, to fix the eyes of the spirit on that bright and enigmatic beauty, to pore over the secret until its symbols cease to be opaque and the light filters through from beyond, there is nothing else in life, for me at any rate, that matters. There is no rest or possibility of satisfaction in doing anything else. All this was obvious to him now, and it was obvious, too, that he could not do two things at once. He couldn't do at the same time lean out into the silence beyond the futile noise and bustle, into the mental silence that lies beyond the body. He couldn't at the same time do this and himself partake in the tumult. And if he wanted to look into the depths of mind, he must not interpose a preoccupation with his bodily appetites. He had known all this so well and so long, and still he went on in the same way of life. He knew that he ought to change, to do something different, and he profoundly resented this knowledge. Deliberately he acted against it. Instead of making an effort to get out of the noise and bustle, to break away from his enslavement and do what he ought to do, what he knew that really and profoundly he wanted to do, he had, more than once, when his bonds had seemed on the point of falling away of themselves, deliberately tightened them. He resented this necessity of changing, even though it was a necessity imposed on him, not from without, but by what he knew to be the most intelligent part of his own being. He was afraid, too, that if he changed, he would be making himself ridiculous. It was not that he desired to live as he had until a year ago. That dreary and fatiguing routine of pleasure had become intolerable. He had broken definitely with that. No, he pictured a sort of graceful Latin compromise, an Epicurean cultivation of mind and body, breakfast at 9, serious reading from 10 to 1, luncheon prepared by an excellent French cook, in the afternoon a walk and a talk among intelligent friends, tea with crumpets and the most graceful of female society, a frugal but exquisite supper, 3 hours' meditation about the absolute, and then bed, not unaccompanied. It sounded charming, but somehow it wouldn't do. To the liver of this perfect life of reason, the secret, the mystery, and the beauty, though they might be handled and examined, refused to give up their significance. If one really wanted to know about them, one must do more than meditate upon them of an evening between the French chef's masterpiece of maigre cooking and the night's rest, not in solitude. In these delightful Latin circumstances, the secret, the mystery, and the beauty reduced themselves to nothing. One thought of them only because they were amusing and to pass the time. They were really no more important than the tea with crumpets, the vegetarian supper, and the amorous repose. If one wanted them to be more than these, one must abandon oneself completely to the contemplation of them. There could be no compromise. Calame knew this, but all the same he had made love to Mary Thriplow, not because he had felt an overwhelming passionate necessity to do so, but because she amused him, because her prettiness, her air of unreal innocence, exasperated his senses, more than all because he felt that a love affair with Mary Thriplow would keep him thoroughly occupied and prevent him from thinking about anything else. It had not. The beauty and the mystery still hung just above him when he lay alone in the darkness. They were still there. His affair with Mary Thriplow merely prevented him from approaching them. Down in the valley, a clock struck 1. The sound reminded him that he had promised to go to her tonight. He found himself thinking of what would happen when they met, of the kisses, the caresses given and received. Angrily, he tried to turn his thoughts to other themes. He tried to think of the mystery and the beauty that floated there above him on the further side of the curtaining darkness. But however vehemently he strove to expel them, the charnel images kept returning again and again to his mind. "I won't go," he said to himself, but he knew while he was saying it that he would. With an extraordinary vividness he imagined her lying in the crook of his arms, extenuated, limp, and shuddering like one who has been tormented on the rack. Yes, he knew that he would go. The notion of torture continued to haunt his mind. He thought of those poor wretches who, accused of sorcery, admitted, after the 3rd day's torment, that they had indeed flown along the wind, passed through keyholes, taken the form of wolves, and conjoined themselves with incubi, who would admit not only these things, but also after another hour on the rack that they had accomplices, that this man, that woman, that young child were also sorcerers and servants of the devil. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Weak in pain, but weaker still, he thought, more inexcusably weak in pleasure. For under the torments of pleasure, what cowardices, what betrayals of self and of others will it not commit? How lightly will it lie and perjure itself? How glibly, with a word, condemn others to suffer? How abjectly it will surrender happiness and almost life itself for a moment, prolongation of the delicious torture. The shame that follows is the spirit's resentment, its sad indignation at its bondage and humiliation. Under the torment of pleasure, he thought women are weaker than men. Their weakness flatters their lover's consciousness of strength, gratifies his desire for power. On one of his own sex, a man will vent his love of power by making him suffer, but on a woman by making her enjoy. It is more the pleasurable torment he inflicts than what is inflicted upon him that delights the lover. And since man is less weak, Calame went on thinking, since pleasure with him is never so annihilating that he cannot take greater pleasure in the torment of his tormentor, is he not therefore the less excusable for breaking faith with himself or others under the delicious torture or the desire and anticipation of it? Man has less physical justification for his weakness and his enslavement. Woman is made by nature to be enslaved by love, by children. But every now and then a man is born who ought to be free. For such a man it is disgraceful to succumb under the torture. If I could free myself, he thought, I could surely do something. Nothing useful, no doubt, in the ordinary sense, nothing that would particularly profit other people, but something that for me would be of the last importance. The mystery floats just above me. If I were free, if I had time, if I could think and slowly learn to plumb the silences of the spirit. The image of Mary Thriplow presented itself again to his mind's eye. Limply she lay in the crook of his arm, trembling as though after torment. He shut his eyes. Angrily he shook his head. The image would not leave him. If I were free, he said to himself, if I were free. In the end, he got out of bed and opened the door. The corridor was brightly illumined. An electric light was left burning all night. Calame was just about to step out when another door, a little further down the passage, was violently thrown open, and Mr. Fox, his legs showing thin and hairy below the hem of a nightshirt, impetuously emerged. Calame retired to the shadowed embrasure of his door, with the anxious, harrowed expression on his face of one who suffers from colic. Mr. Fox hurried past, looking neither to the left hand nor to the right. He turned down another passage which entered the main corridor a few yards away and disappeared. A door slammed. When he was out of sight, Calame walked softly and rapidly down the corridor, opened the fourth door on the left, and disappeared into the darkness. A little while later, Mr. Fox returned, at leisure, to his room. This is the end of Section 30, The Loves of the Parallels, Chapter 13. Section 31 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 4. The Journey. Chapter 1. Lord Hovenden, detached from his motor car, was an entirely different being from the Lord Hovenden who lounged with such a deceptive air of languor behind the steering wheel of a Vauxhall Velox. Half an hour spent in the roaring wind of his own speed transformed him from a shy and diffident boy into a cool-headed hero, daring not merely in the affairs of the road, but in the affairs of life as well. The fierce wind blew away his diffidence. The speed intoxicated him out of his self-consciousness. All his victories had been won while he was in the car. It was in the car, 18 months ago, before he came of age, that he had ventured to ask his guardian to increase his allowance, and he had driven faster and faster until in sheer terror his guardian had agreed to do whatever he wished. It was on board the Velox that he had ventured to tell Mrs. Terebinth, who was 17 years older than he, had 4 children, and adored her husband, that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. He had bawled it at her while they were doing 75 on the Great North Road. At 60, at 65, at 70, his courage had still been inadequate to the achievement, but at 75 it reached the sticking point. He had told her. And when she laughed and told him that he was an impudent young shrimp, he felt not a whit abashed, but laughed back, pressed the accelerator down a little further, and when the needle of the speedometer touched 80, shouted through the wind and the noise of the engine, "But I love you." Unfortunately, however, the drive came to an end soon after. All drives must come to an end sooner or later. The affaire Terebinth went no further. If only, Lord Hovenden regretfully sighed, if only one could spend all one's life in the Velox. But the Velox had its disadvantages. There were occasions when the heroic, speed-intoxicated self had got the timorous pedestrian into awkward scrapes. There was that time, for example, when rolling along at 60 he had airily promised one of his advanced political friends to make a speech at a meeting. The prospect, while one was doing 60, had seemed not merely unalarming, but positively attractive. But what agonies he suffered when he was standing on the solid earth again at his journey's end! How impossibly formidable the undertaking seemed! How bitterly he cursed himself for his folly in having accepted the invitation! In the end he was reduced to telegraphing that his doctor had ordered him peremptorily to the south of France. He fled ignominiously. Today the Velox had its usual effect on him. At Wetzlar, when they started, he was all shyness and submission. He assented meekly to all the arrangements that Mrs. Aldwinkle made and remade every 5 minutes, however contradictory and impossible. He did not venture to suggest that Irene should come in his car. It was through no good management of his own, but by the mere luck of Mrs. Aldwinkle's final caprice before the actual moment of starting that he did in fact find her sitting next to him when at last they moved off from before the palace doors. At the back sat Mr. Fox, in solitude, surrounded by suitcases. To him Lord Hovenden had even dutifully promised that he would never go more than 25 miles an hour. Pedestrian slavishness could hardly go further. Heavily loaded Mrs. Aldwinkle's limousine started first. Miss Elver, who had begged to be granted this special favor, sat in front next the chauffeur. An expression of perfect and absolute bliss irradiated her face. Whenever the car passed anyone by the roadside, she made a shrill hooting noise and waved her handkerchief. Luckily she was unaware of the feelings of disgust and indignation which her conduct aroused in the chauffeur. He was English, and enormously genteel. He had the reputation of his country and his impeccable car to keep up. And this person waved handkerchiefs and shouted as though she were on a char-a-banc. Miss Elver even waved at the cows and horses. She shouted even to the cats and the chickens. In the body of the car sat Mrs. Aldwinkle, Mrs. Shellifer, and Mr. Carden. Calame and Miss Thriplow had decided that they had no time to go to Rome, and had been left, without a word of objection on Mrs. Aldwinkle's part, at the palace. The landscape slid placidly past the windows. Mr. Carden and Mrs. Shellifer talked about traditional games. Meanwhile, a couple of 100 yards behind, Lord Hovenden disgustedly sniffed the dusty air. "How intolerably slowly old Ernest drives," he said to his companion. "Aunt Lillian doesn't allow him to do more than 30 miles an hour," Irene explained. Hovenden snorted derisively. "30? But must we eat their filthy dust all the way?" "Perhaps you might drop back a bit," Irene suggested. "Or perhaps we might pass them." "Well," said Irene doubtfully, "I don't think we ought to make Aunt Lillian eat our dust." "She wouldn't eat it for long if old Ernest is only allowed to do 30. "Well, in that case," said Irene, feeling that her duty toward Aunt Lillian had been done, "in that case—" Lord Hovenden accelerated. The road was broad, flat, and straight. There was no traffic. In 2 minutes Mrs. Aldwinkle had eaten her brief, unavoidable meal of dust. The air was clear again. Far off along the white road, a rapidly diminishing cloud was all that could be seen of Lord Hovenden's Velox. "Well, thank God," Lord Hovenden was saying in a cheerful voice. "Now we can get along at a reasonable rate." He grinned. A young, ecstatic giant. Irene also found the speed exhilarating. Under her gray silk mask, with its goggling windows for the eyes, her short lip was lifted in a joyful smile from the white, small teeth. "It's lovely," she said. "I'm glad you like it," said Hovenden. "That's splendid." But a tap on the shoulder reminded him that there was somebody else in the car besides Irene and himself. Mr. Fox was far from finding the present state of affairs splendid. Blown by the wind, his white beard shook and fluttered like a living thing in a state of mortal agitation. Behind the goggles his dark eyes had an anxious look in them. "Aren't you going rather fast?" he shouted, leaning forward so as to make himself heard. "Not a bit," Hovenden shouted back. "Just the usual speed, perfectly safe." His ordinary pedestrian self would never have dreamed of doing anything contrary to the wishes of the venerated master, but the young giant who sat at the wheel of the Velox cared for nobody. He went his own way. They passed through the sordid outskirts of Via Reggio, through the pine woods beyond, solemn with dark green shadow and aromatic, islanded in their grassy meadow within the battlemented walls. The white church, the white arcaded tower, miraculously poised on the verge of falling, the round, white baptistry seemed to meditate in solitude of ancient glories. Peace and domination, peace in arts and thoughts, of the mysteries of religion, of inscrutable fate and unfathomed Godhead, of the insignificance and the grandeur of man. "Why the deuce it shouldn't fall," said Hovenden, as the leaning tower came in sight, "I can't imagine." They drove past the house on the water where Byron had bored himself through an eternity of months out of the town. After Pointe Terra the road became more desolate, through a wilderness of bare, unfertile hills, between whose yellowing grasses showed a white and ghastly soil. They mounted toward Volterra. The landscape took on something of an infernal aspect, a prospect of parched hills and waterless gullies, like the undulations of a petrified ocean, expanded interminably round them. And on the crest of the highest wave, the capital of this strange hell, stood Volterra. 3 towers against the sky, a dome, a line of impregnable walls, and outside the walls, still outside, but advancing ineluctably year by year towards them, the ravining gulf that eats its way into the flank of the hill, devouring the works of civilization after civilization, the tombs of the Etruscans, Roman villas, abbeys, and medieval fortresses, Renaissance churches, and the houses of yesterday. "Must be a bit slow, life in a town like this," said Hovenden, racing around the hairpin turns with an easy virtuosity that appalled Mr. Fox. "Think if one had been born there," said Irene. "Well, if we'd both been born there," replied Lord Hovenden, flushed with insolence and speed, "it wouldn't have been so bad." They left Volterra behind them. The hellish landscape was gradually tempered with mundane greenness and amenity. They descended the headlong street of Colle. The landscape became once more completely earthly. The soil of the hills was red, like that from which God made Adam. In the steep hills grew rows of little pollard trees. From those twisted black arms hung the festooned vines. Here and there between the trees shuffled a pair of white oxen, dragging a plough. "Excellent roads for a change," said Lord Hovenden. On one straight stretch he managed to touch 88. Mr. Fox's beard writhed and fluttered with the agonized motions of some captive animal. He was enormously thankful when they drew up in front of the hotel at Siena. "Wonderful machine, don't you think?" Lord Hovenden asked him when they had come to a standstill. "You go much too fast," said Mr. Fox severely. Lord Hovenden's face fell. "I'm awfully sorry," he apologized. The young giant in him was already giving place to the meek pedestrian. He looked at his watch. "The others won't be here for another 3/4 of an hour, I should think," he added, in the hope that Mr. Fox would be mollified by the information. Mr. Fox was not mollified, and when the time came, after lunch, for setting out on the Perugia road, he expressed a decided preference for a seat in Miss Aldwinkle's limousine. It was decided that he should change places with Miss Elver. Miss Elver had no objection to speed. Indeed, it excited her. The faster they went, the more piercing became her cries of greeting and farewell, the more wildly she waved her handkerchief at the passing dogs and children. The only trouble about going so fast was that the mighty wind was always tearing the handkerchiefs from between her fingers and whirling them irretrievably into receding space. When all the 4 handkerchiefs in her reticule had been blown away, Miss Elver burst into tears. Lord Hovenden had to stop and lend her his coloured silk bandana. Miss Elver was enchanted by its gaudy beauty. To secure it against the assaults of the thievish wind, she made Irene tie one corner of it round her wrist. "Now it'll be all right," she said triumphantly. Lifting her goggles, she wiped away the last traces of her recent grief. Lord Hovenden set off again. On the skyline, lifted high above the rolling tableland over which they were travelling, the solitary blue shape of Monte Amiata beckoned from far away. With every mile to southward the horns of the white oxen that dragged the carts became longer and longer. A sneeze. One ran the risk of a puncture. A sideways toss of the head. One might have been impaled on the hard and polished points. They passed through San Quirico. From that secret and melancholy garden within the walls of the ruined citadel came a whiff of sun-warmed box. In Pianitsa they found the Platonic idea of a city, the town with a capital T, walls with a gate in them, a short street, a piazza with a cathedral and palaces round the other 3 sides. Another short street, another gate, and then the fields, rich with corn, wine, and oil, and the tall blue peak of Mount Amiata looking down across the fertile land. At Monte Pulciano there were more palaces and more churches, but the intellectual beauty of symmetry was replaced by a picturesque and precipitous confusion. "Gosh," said Lord Hovenden expressively as they slid with locked wheels down a high street that had been planned for pack-asses and mules. From pedimented windows between the pilasters of the palace, curious faces peered out at them. They tobogganed down through the high Renaissance, out of an arch of the Middle Ages into the dateless and eternal fields. From Montepulciano they descended onto Lake Trasimene. "Wasn't there a battle here or something?" asked Irene when she saw the name on the map. Lord Hovenden seemed to remember that there had indeed been something of the kind in this neighbourhood. "But it doesn't make much difference, does it?" Irene nodded. It certainly didn't seem to make much difference. "Nothing makes any difference," said Lord Hovenden, making himself heard with difficulty in the teeth of a wind which his speedometer registered at blowing at 45 miles an hour. "Except," the wind made him bold, "except you." And he added hastily, in case Irene might try to be severe, "Such a bore going downhill on a twiddly road like this. One can't risk the slightest speed." But when they turned onto the flat highway along the western shore of the lake, his face brightened. "This is more like it," he said. The wind in their faces increased from a capful to a half a gale, from half a gale to a full gale, from a full gale, very nearly to a hurricane. Lord Hovenden's spirits rose with the mounting speed. His lips curved themselves into a smile of fixed and permanent rapture. Behind the glass of his goggles his eyes were very bright. "Pretty good going," he said. "Pretty good," echoed Irene. Under her mask she too was smiling. Between her ears and the flaps of her leather cap the wind made a glorious roaring. She was happy. The road swung round to the left, following the southern shore of the lake. "We shall soon be at Perugia," said Hovenden regretfully. What a bore. And Irene, though she said nothing, inwardly agreed with him. They rushed on. The gale blew steadily in their faces. The road forked. Lord Hovenden turned the nose of his machine along the leftward branch. They lost sight of the blue water. "Good-bye, Trasimene," said Irene regretfully. It was a lovely lake. She wished she could remember what had happened there. The road began to climb and twist. The wind abated to a mere half-gale. From the top of the hill Irene was surprised to see the blue waters, which she had just taken leave of forever, sparkling at 200 or 300 feet below on the left. At the joyous sight Miss Elver clapped her hands and shouted. "Hullo," Irene said, surprised. "That's odd, isn't it?" "Taken the wrong road," Hovenden explained. "We're going north again up the east side of the lake. We'll go right round. It's too much bore to stop and turn." They rushed on. For a long time neither of them spoke. Behind them Miss Elver hooted her greetings to every living creature on the road. They were filled with happiness and joy. They would have liked to go on like this forever. They rushed on. On the north shore of the lake the road straightened itself out and became flat again. The wind freshened. Far off on their respective hills, Cortona and Montepulciano moved slowly as they rushed along like fixed stars. And now they were on the west shore once more. Perched on its jutting peninsula, Castiglione del Lago reflected itself complacently in the water. "Pretty good," shouted Lord Hovenden in the teeth of the hurricane. "By the way," he added, "wasn't it Hannibal or someone who had a battle here? With elephants or something?" Perhaps it was. "Not that it matters in the least." "Not in the least." She laughed under her mask. Hovenden laughed too. He was happy, he was joyful, he was daring. "Would you marry me if I asked you?" he said. The question followed naturally, and by a kind of logic from what they had been saying about Hannibal and his elephants. He did not look at her as he asked the question. When one is doing 67, one must keep one's eye on the road. "Don't talk nonsense," said Irene. "I'm not talking nonsense," Lord Hovenden protested. "I'm asking a straightforward question. Would you marry me?" "No." "Why not?" "I don't know," said Irene. They had passed Castiglione. The fixed stars of Montepulciano and Cortona had set behind them. "Don't you like me?" shouted Lord Hovenden. The wind had swelled into a hurricane. "You know I do." "Then why not?" Because, oh, I don't know. I wish you'd stop talking about it." The machine rushed on. Once more they were running along the southern shore. 100 yards before the forking of the roads, Lord Hovenden broke the silence. "Will you marry me?" he asked. "No," said Irene. Lord Hovenden turned the nose of his machine to the left. The road climbed and twisted. The wind of their speed abated. "Stop," said Irene. "You've taken the wrong turn again." But Hovenden did not stop. Instead, he pressed down the accelerator. If the car got round the corners, it was more by a miracle than in obedience to the laws of Newton or nature. "Stop," cried Irene again, but the car went on. From the hilltop they looked down once more upon the lake. "Will you marry me?" Lord Hovenden asked again. His eyes were fixed on the road in front of him. Rapturously, triumphantly he smiled. He had never felt happier, never more daring, more overflowing with strength and power. "Will you marry me?" "No," said Irene. She felt annoyed. How stupidly he was behaving. They were silent for several minutes. At Castiglione del Largo he asked again. Irene repeated her answer. "You're not going to do this clown's trick again, are you?" she asked as they approached the bifurcation of the roads. "It depends if you're going to marry me," he answered. This time he laughed aloud, so infectiously that Irene, whose irritation was something laid on superficially over her happiness, could not help laughing too. "Are you going to?" he asked. "No." Lord Hovenden turned to the left. "It'll be late before we get to Perugia," he said. "Ooh!" cried Miss Elver as they topped the long hill. "How lovely!" She clapped her hands. Then, leaning forward, she touched Irene's shoulder. "What a lot of lakes there are here!" she said. On the north shore, Lord Hovenden asked again. Cortona and Montepulciano presided at the asking. "I don't see why I should be bullied," said Irene. Lord Hovenden found the answer more promising than those which had gone before. "But you're not being bullied." "I am," she insisted. "You're trying to force me to answer all at once without thinking." "Now, really," said Hovenden, "I call that a bit thick, forcing you to answer all at once, but that's exactly what I'm not doing. I'm giving you time. We'll go round V Lake all night, if you like." A quarter of a mile from the forking of the road, he put the question yet once more. "You're a beast," said Irene. "That's not an answer." "I don't want to answer." "You needn't answer definitely if you don't want to," he conceded. "I only want you to say that you'll think of it. Just say perhaps." "I don't want to," Irene insisted. They were very close now to the dividing of the ways. "Just perhaps, just say you'll think of it." "Well, I think," said Irene, "but mind, it doesn't commit." She did not finish her sentence, for the car, which had been heading towards the left, swerved suddenly to the right with such violence that Irene had to clutch at the arm of her seat to prevent herself from being thrown sideways, bodily, out of the machine. "Goodness!" "It's all right," said Lord Hovenden. They were running smoothly now along the right-hand road. 10 minutes later, from the crest of a little pass, they saw Perugia on its mountain, glittering in the sunlight. They found, when they reached the hotel, that the rest of the party had long since arrived. "We took the wrong turning," Lord Hovenden explained. "By the way," he added, turning to Mr. Carden, "about that lake we passed, wasn't it Hannibal or someone?" "Such a lot of lakes," Miss Elver was telling Mrs. Shellifer. "Such a lot." "Only one, surely, my dear," Mrs. Shellifer mildly insisted. But Miss Elver wouldn't hear of it. "Lots and lots." Mrs. Shellifer sighed compassionately. Before dinner, Irene and Lord Hovenden went down for a stroll in the town. The huge stone palaces lowered down at them as they passed. The sun was so low that only their highest windows, their roofs and cornices took the light. The world's grey shadow was creeping up their flanks, but their crests were tipped with coral and ruddy gold. "I like this place," said Lord Hovenden. In these circumstances he would have liked Wigan or Pittsburgh. "So do I," said Irene. Through the window in her thick hair her face looked smiling out, merry in its childishness. Leaving this stately part of the town, they plunged into the labyrinth of steep alleys of winding passageways and staircases behind the cathedral. Built confusedly on the hillside, the tall houses seemed to grow into one another, as though they were the component parts of one immense and fantastical building in which the alleys served as corridors. The road would burrow through the houses in a long, dark tunnel to widen out into a little well-like courtyard, open to the sky. Through open doors at the head of an outside staircase, one saw in the bright electric light a family sitting around the soup tureen. The road turned into a flight of stairs, dipped into another tunnel, made cheerful by the lights of a subterranean wine shop opening into it. From the mouth of the bright cavern came up the smell of liquor, the sound of loud voices, and reverberated laughter. And then, suddenly emerging from under the high houses, they found themselves standing on the edge of an escarped slope looking out onto a huge expanse of pale evening sky, scalloped at his fringes by the blue shapes of mountains, with the round moon, already bright, hanging serene and solemn in the midst. Leaning over the parapet, they looked down at the roofs of another quarter of the city, 100 feet below. The colors of the world still struggled against the encroaching darkness, but a lavish municipality had already beaded the streets with yellow lights. A faint smell of wood smoke and frying came up through the thin, pure air. The silence of the sky was so capacious, so high and wide, that the noises of the town, like so many small, distinctly seen objects in the midst of an immense blank prairie, served but to intensify the quiet, to make the listener more conscious of its immensity in comparison with the trivial clatter at its heart. "I like this place," Lord Hovenden repeated. They stood for a long time, leaning their elbows on the parapet, saying nothing. "I say," said Hovenden suddenly, turning towards his companion a face which all the shyness, pedestrian's self-deprecation had reappeared, "I'm most awfully sorry about that silly business of going round that beastly lake." The young giant who had sat at the wheel of the Vauxhall Velux had retired with the machine into the garage, leaving a much less formidable Hovenden to prosecute the campaign which he had so masterfully begun. The moon, the enchanting beauty of the face that looked out so pensively through its tress-framed window, the enormous silence with the little irrelevant noises at its heart, the smell of the wood smoke and fried veal cutlets, all these influences had conspired to mollify Lord Hovenden's joyous elation into a soft and sugary melancholy. His actions of this afternoon seemed to him now, in his changed mood, reprehensibly violent. He was afraid that his brutality might have ruined his cause. Could she ever forgive him for such behavior? He was overwhelmed by self-reproach. To beg forgiveness seemed to be his only hope. "I'm awfully sorry." "Are you?" Irene turned and smiled at him. Her small white teeth showed beneath the lifted lip. In the wide-set, childish eyes there was a shining happiness. "I'm not. I didn't mind a bit." Lord Hovenden took her hand. "You didn't mind? Not at all?" She shook her head. "You remember that day under the olive trees?" "I was a beast," he whispered remorsefully. "I was a goose," said Irene. "But I feel different now." "You don't mean—" She nodded. They walked back to their hotel hand in hand. Hovenden never stopped talking and laughing all the way. Irene was silent. The kiss had made her happy too, but in a different way. This is the end of Section 31, Chapter 1. Section 32 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 4. The Journey. Chapter 2. Time and space, matter and mind, subject, object, how inextricably they got mixed next day on the road to Rome. The simple-minded traveler who imagines himself to be driving quietly through Umbria and Latium finds himself at the same time dizzily switchbacking up and down the periods of history, rolling on top gear through systems of political economy, scaling heights of philosophy and religion, whizzing from aesthetic to aesthetic. Dimensions are bewilderingly multiplied, and the machine, which seems to be rolling so smoothly over the roads, is traveling, in reality, as fast as 40 horses, and the human minds on board can take it down a score of other roads simultaneously in all directions. The morning was bright when they left Perugia. In the blue sky above Subasio floated a few large white clouds. Silently they rolled away down the winding hill. At the foot of the mountain, secure from the sunlight in the delicious cool of their family vault, the obese volumini reclined along the lids of their marble ash-bins, as though on couches round the dinner-table. In an eternal anticipation of the next succulent course, they smiled, and forever went on smiling. We enjoyed life, they seemed to say, and considered death without horror. The thought of death was the seasoning which made our 25,000 dinners upon this earth yet more appetizing. A few miles further on, at Assisi, the mummy of a she-saint lies in a glass case, brilliantly illumined by concealed electric lights. Think of death, says the she-saint. Ponder incessantly on the decay of all things, the transience of this sublunary life. Think, and in the end, life itself will lose all its savor. Death will corrupt it. The flesh will seem a shame and a disgustfulness. Think of death hard enough, and you will come to deny the beauty and the holiness of life. And in point of fact, the mummy was once a nun. When Goethe came to Assisi, said Mr. Carden, as they emerged from the vaults of St. Clare, the only thing he looked at was the portico of a second-rate Roman temple. Perhaps he wasn't such a fool as we think him. An admirable place for playing Halma, said Shellifer as they entered the Teatro Metastasio. Upon that rococo stage, art was intended to worship itself. Everywhere now, for the last 200 years and more, it has been worshipping itself. But in the upper and the lower churches of St. Francis, Giotto and Cimabue showed that art had once worshipped something other than itself. Art there is the handmaid of religion, or as the psychoanalysts would say, more scientifically, anal eroticism is a frequent concomitant of incestuous homosexuality. I wonder, said Mr. Carden pensively, if St. Francis really managed to make poverty seem so dignified, charming, and attractive as they make out. I know very few poor people nowadays who cut a particularly graceful figure. He looked at Miss Elver, who was waddling along the road like a water-bird on land a few yards ahead. The end of one of Lord Hovenden's bright bandanas trailed behind her in the dust. It was tied by one corner to her wrist, and she had forgotten its existence. 25,000 pounds, thought Mr. Carden, and sighed. St. Francis, Gautama Buddha, they managed their affairs rather differently, but it was difficult nowadays to beg with any degree of dignity. They got into the cars once more. Waving the red bandana, Miss Elver said good-bye to the saints who thought so much of death that they were forced to mortify their lives. In their cool summer house, the obese volumini smiled contemptuously. We thought not of death. We begat children, multiplied our flocks, add acre to acre, glorified life. Lord Hovenden accelerated. The two wisdoms, the new and the ancient law, receded into the distance. Spello came tumbling down the hill to look at them. In Fogliano it was market day. There were so many people that Miss Elver exhausted herself in continuous wavings and greetings. Trevi on its conical mountain was like the picture of a city in an illuminated book. By the side of the road, in the rich plain, stood factories. Their tall chimneys were the slender repetitions of the castle towers, perched high on the slopes of the hills above. In these secure and civilized times, the robbers come down from their mountain fastnesses and build their watchtowers in the valleys. They were driving through progress at a mile a minute, and suddenly the cool and sparkling miracle of Clytumnus was at their right hand. The sacred spring came rushing out of the flank of the hill into a brimming pool. The banks were green with an almost English grass. There were green islands in the midst, and the weeping willow trees drooping over the water. The little bridges transformed the Roman site into the original landscape from which a Chinese artist first drew a willow pattern. "More lakes!" cried Miss Elver. At Spoleto they stopped for lunch and the frescoes of Filippo Lippi, a painter Mrs. Aldwinkle particularly admired for having had the strength of mind, though a friar, to run off with a young girl at a convent school. The shadowy apse was melodious with pious and elegant shapes and clear, pure colors. Anal eroticism was still the handmaid of incestuous homosexuality, but not exclusively. There was more than a hint in these bright forms of anal eroticism for anal eroticism's sake. But the designer of that more than Roman cinquecento narthex at the west end of the church, he surely was a pure and unmixed coprofilite. How charming is divine philosophy, astrology, alchemy, phrenology, and animal magnetism, the N-rays, ectoplasm, and the calculating horses of Elberfield. These have had their turn and passed. We need not regret them, for we can boast of a science as richly popular, as easily and as all-explanatory as ever were phrenology or magic. Gale and Mesmer have given place to Freud. Filippo Lippi once had a bump of art. He is now an incestuous homosexualist with a bent toward anal eroticism. Can we doubt any longer that human intelligence progresses and grows greater? 50 years hence, what will be the current explanation of Filippo Lippi? Something profounder, something more fundamental even than the feces and infantile insensuousness of that we may be certain. But what precisely? What God alone knows. How charming is divine philosophy. "I like these paintings," Lord Hovenden whispered to Irene. They set out again over the pass of the Somma, down the long, winding gorge to Cherny, on across the plain, the mountains bristling jaggedly all around, and up the hill to Narni that hangs precariously on the brink of its deep, precipitous valley, on into the Sabine hills. Sabine. How wildly the mere word deviated the machine from its course. Eheu fugaces. How the days drew in. Was not that first elegantly and compellingly said in a Sabine farm, and the Sabine women? Only Rubens knew what they looked like and how they ought to be raped. How large and blonde they were, what glossy satin dresses they had on, what pearls. And their Roman ravishers were tanned as brown as Indians. Their muscles bulged, their eyes, their polished armor flashed. From the backs of their prancing horses they fairly dived into the foaming sea of female flesh that splashed and wildly undulated around them. The very architecture became tumultuous and orgiastic. Those were the high old times. Climbing from Narni, they drove into the heart of them. But other artists than Peter Paul had passed this way. He painted only the Sabine name, they the scene. An ancient shepherd, strayed from one of Piranesi's ruins, watched them from a rock above the road, leaning on his staff. A flock of goats, kneeling ruminatively in the shade of an oak tree, sharply outlined against the bright blue sky, grouped themselves professionally. Good beasts! They had studied the art of pictorial composition under the best masters, in momentary expectation of Rosa da Tivoli's arrival. And the same Italianizing Dutchman was surely responsible for that flock of dusty sheep, those dogs, those lads with staves, and that burly master shepherd, dressed like a capripede in goat-skin breeches and mounted on the back of a little donkey, whose smallness contributed by contrast to the portly dignity of its rider. Nor were the Dutchmen and Flemings the only foreign painters in this Italian scene. There were trees. There were glades in the woods. There were rocks that belonged by right of conquest to Nicholas Poussin. Half close the eyes, and that grey stone becomes a ruined sepulchre. A ego in Arcadia. The village there on the hilltop, across the valley, flowers into a little city of colonnades and cupolas and triumphal arches, and the peasants working in the fields are the people of a transcendental Arcadia, gravely and soberly engaged in pursuing the true, the rationally good and beautiful. So much for the foreground and the middle distance, but suddenly from the crest of a long descent, the remote, wide background of Poussin's ideal world revealed itself, the vale of the Tiber, the broken plain of the Campagna, and in the midst, fantastic, improbable, the solitary cone of Mount Soracte, dim and blue against the blue of the sky. This is the end of Section 32, Chapter 2. Section 33 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 4. The Journey. Chapter 3. From the heights of the Pincio, Mr. Fox denounced the city that lay spread out below him. "Marvelous, isn't it?" Mrs. Aldwinkle had said. Rome was one of her private properties. "But every stone of it," said Mr. Fox, "raised by slave labor. Every stone. Millions of wretches have sweated and toiled and died." Mr. Fox's voice rose. His language became richer and richer. He gesticulated as though he were addressing a public meeting. "In order that these palaces, these stately churches, these forums, amphitheaters, cloaca maximus, and what-nots might be here today to gratify your idle eyes. Is it worth it, I ask you? Is the momentary gratification of a few idlers a sufficient reason for the secular oppression of millions of human beings, their brothers, their equals in the eyes of God? Is it, I ask again? No. 1,000 times no." With his right fist Mr. Fox thumped the open palm of his left hand. "No." "But you forget," said Mr. Carden, "there's such a thing as a natural hierarchy." The words seemed to remind him of something. He looked round. At one of the little tea tables grouped round the bandstand at the other side of the road, Miss Elver, dressed in her sack of flowered upholstery, was eating chocolate éclairs and meringues, messily, with an expression of rapture on her cream-smeared face. Mr. Carden turned back and continued, "There are a few choice Britons who never, never will be slaves, and a great many who not only will be slaves, but would be utterly lost if they were made free. Isn't it so?" "Specious," said Mr. Fox severely, "but does the argument justify you in grinding the life out of 1,000,000 human beings for the sake of a few works of art? How many thousand workmen and their wives and children lived degraded lives in order that St. Peter's might be what it is? "Well, as a matter of fact, St. Peter's isn't much of a work of art," said Mrs. Aldwinkle scornfully, feeling that she had scored a decided point in the argument. "If it's a question of degraded lives," put in Shellifer, "let me make a claim for the middle classes rather than the workers. Materially, perhaps, they may live a little better, but morally and spiritually, I assure you, they stand at the very heart of reality. Intellectually, of course, they are indistinguishable from the workers. All but a negligible, freakish minority in both classes belong to the three lowest Galtonian categories, but morally and spiritually they are worse off. They suffer from a greater reverence for public opinion, they are tortured by snobbery, they lived perpetually on the midst of fear and hate. For if the workers are afraid of losing their jobs, so too are the burgesses, and with almost better reason, for they have more to lose, have further to fall. They fall from a precarious heaven of gentility into the abysses of unrelieved poverty, into the workhouse and the glutted labor exchanges. Can you wonder that they live in fear? And as for hate, you can talk about the hate of the proletariat for the bourgeoisie, but it's nothing, I assure you, to the hate that the bourgeoisie feel for the proletariat. Your Burgess loathes the worker because he is afraid of him. He is terrified of the revolution that may pull him down from his genteel heaven into hell. How enviously, with what bitter resentment, your Burgess regards the slightest amelioration of the worker's existence. To him it always seems an amelioration made at his expense. Do you remember during the war and in the prosperous time immediately following, when the workers for the first time in history were paid a wage that enabled them to live in something like comfort? Do you remember how furiously, with what a black atrabilious overflow of hatred, the middle classes denounced the riotous excesses of the idle poor? Why, the monsters even bought pianos! Pianos. The pianos have all been sold again, long since. The spare furniture has gone the way of all superfluities. Even the winter overcoat is pawned. The Burgess, for all that the times are hard for him too, feels happier. He is revenged. He can live in a comparative tranquillity, and what a life! He lives according to his lusts, but timorously and in a conventional way. His diversions are provided for him by joint stock companies. He has no religion, but a great respect for genteel conventions which have not even the justification of a divine origin. He has heard of art and thought, and respects them because the best people respect them, but his mental capacities and his lack of education do not allow him to get any real satisfaction out of them. He is thus poorer than the savage, who, if he has never heard of art or science, is yet rich in religion and traditional lore. The life of a wild animal has a certain dignity and beauty. It is only the life of a domesticated animal that can be called degraded. The Burgess is the perfectly domesticated human animal. That is why, added Shellifer, that is why anyone who wants to live really at the heart of human reality must live in the midst of Burgessdom. In a little while, however, it won't be necessary to make any invidious distinctions between the classes. Everyone will soon be bourgeois. The charm of the lower classes in the past consisted in the fact that they were composed of human animals in a state of relative wildness. They had a traditional wisdom and a traditional superstition. They had ancient and symbolic diversions of their own. My mother can tell you all about those, he put in parenthetically. That Tolstoy should have preferred the Russian peasants to his rich and literary friends is very comprehensible. The peasants were wild. The others, just as brutish at the bottom, were disgustingly tame. Moreover, they were lapdogs of a perfectly useless breed, the peasants, at any rate did something to justify their existence. But in the other countries of Europe and in the New World, the wild breed is rapidly dying out. Million-sale newspapers and radios are domesticating them at a prodigious rate. You can go a long way in England nowadays before you find a genuine wild human animal. Still, they do exist in the country, and even in the more fetid and savage parts of towns. That's why I repeat one must live among the suburban bourgeoisie. The degraded and domesticated are the typical human animals of the present time. It's they who will inherit the earth in the next generation. They're the characteristic modern reality. The wild ones are no longer typical. It would be ludicrous to be a Tolstoyan now in Western Europe. And as for the genuine men and women as opposed to the human animals, whether wild or tame, they're so fabulously exceptional that one has no right to think of them at all. That cupola, he pointed to the silhouette of St. Peter's rising high above the houses on the other side of the city, was designed by Michelangelo, and very nice too. But what has it or he to do with us? Blasphemy! Cried Mrs. Aldwinkle, flying to the defense of Buonarroti. Mr. Fox harked back to an earlier grievance. You malign human nature, he said. All very true, and indeed obvious, was Mr. Carden's comment, but I can't see why you shouldn't allow us to amuse ourselves with Michelangelo if we want to. God knows it's hard enough for a man to adapt himself to circumstances. Why should you deprive him of his little assistance in the difficult task? Wine, for example, learning, cigars and conversation, art, cooking, religion, for those that like it, sport, love, humanitarianism, hashish, and all the rest. Every man has his own recipe for facilitating the process of adaptation. Why shouldn't he be allowed to indulge in his dope in peace? You young men are all so damned intolerant. How often have I had occasion to say it? You're nothing but a set of prohibitionists, the whole lot of you. Still, said Mrs. Shellifer in her gentle and musical voice, you can't deny that prohibition has done a great deal of good in America. They strolled back to the tea-table, which they had left a few minutes before to look at the view. Miss Elver was just finishing an éclair. 2 empty dishes stood in front of her. Had a good tea? Asked Mr. Carden. Miss Elver nodded. Her mouth was too full to speak. Perhaps you'd like some more cakes, he suggested. Miss Elver looked at the 2 empty dishes, then at Mr. Carden. She seemed on the point of saying yes, but Mrs. Shellifer, who had taken the chair next to hers, laid a hand on her arm. I don't think Grace really wants any more, she said. Grace turned towards her. A look of disappointment and melancholy came into her eyes, but it gave place after a moment to a happier expression. She smiled. She took Mrs. Shellifer's hand and kissed it. I like you, she said. On the back of Mrs. Shellifer's hand her lips had left a brown print of melted chocolate. I think you'd better just give your face a little wipe with your napkin, Mrs. Shellifer suggested. Perhaps if you dipped the corner of it first into the hot water. There was a silence. From the open-air dancing floor, 100 yards away beneath the tree, came the sound, a little dimmed by the intervening distance and the pervading Roman noise of the jazz band. Monotonously, unceasingly, the banjos throbbed out the dance rhythms. An occasional squeak indicated the presence of a violin. The trumpet could be heard tooting away with a dreary persistence at the tonic and dominant, and clear above all the rest, the saxophone voluptuously caterwauled. At this distance every tune sounded exactly the same. Suddenly, from the bandstand of the tea garden, a pianist 2 fiddlers, and a cellist began to play the Pilgrim's Chorus out of Tannhäuser. Irene and Lord Hovenden, locked in one another's arms, were stepping lightly and accurately over the concrete dance floor. Obedient to the music of the jazz band, 40 other couples stepped lightly round them. Percolating insidiously through the palisade that separated the dance floor from the rest of the world, thin wafts of the Pilgrim's Chorus intruded faintly upon the jazz. "Listen," said Hovenden. Dancing, they listened. "Funny it sounds when you hear both at the same time." But the music from beyond the palisade was not strong enough to spoil their rhythm. They listened for a little, smiling at the absurdity of this other music from outside, but they danced on, uninterruptedly. After a time they did not even take the trouble to listen. This is the end of section 33, chapter 3. Section 34 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The Journey, Chapter 4. Mr. Fox had expected to find no difficulty, once they were arrived in Rome, in recalling his pupil to what he considered a better and more serious frame of mind. In the bracing atmosphere of an international labor conference, Lord Hovenden, he hoped, would recover his moral and intellectual tone. Listening to speeches, meeting foreign comrades, he would forget the corrupting charms of life under Mrs. Aldwinkle's roof and turn to nobler and more important things. Moreover, on a young and generous spirit like his, the prospect of possible persecution at the hands of the fascists might be expected to act as a stimulant. The fact of being in opposition ought to make him feel the more ardently for the unpopular cause. So Mr. Fox calculated. But it turned out in the event that he had calculated badly. Arrived in Rome, Lord Hovenden seemed to take even less interest in advanced politics than he had during the last 2 or 3 weeks at Vezza. He suffered himself, but with a reluctance that was only too obvious to Mr. Fox, to be taken to a few of the meetings of the conference. Their bracing intellectual atmosphere had no tonic effect upon him whatsoever, and he spent his time at the meetings yawning and looking with an extraordinary frequency at his watch. In the evenings, when Mr. Fox wanted to take him to see some distinguished comrade, Lord Hovenden either made some vague excuse or, more frequently, was simply undiscoverable. The next day Mr. Fox learned with distress that he had passed half the night at a dancing club with Irene Aldwinkle. He could only look forward hopefully to the date of Mrs. Aldwinkle's return journey. Lord Hovenden, it had been arranged before they left England, would stay on with him in Rome till the end of the conference. With the removal of all temptations to frivolity, he might be relied upon to re-become his better self. Lord Hovenden's conscience, meanwhile, occasionally troubled him. "I sometimes fear I've rather left old Mr. Fox in the lurch," he confided uneasily to Irene on the evening of their second day in Rome. "But still, he can't really expect me to spend all the day with him, can he?" Irene agreed that he really couldn't. "Besides," Lord Hovenden went on, reassuring himself, "I'd really rather be out of it with his friends. And it's not as if he were lonely. There's such a lot of people he wants to talk to. And you know, I think I'd really be in the way more than anything." Irene nodded. The band struck up again. Simultaneously the 2 young people got up and, united, stepped off onto the floor. It was a sordid and flashy cabaret frequented by the worst sort of international and Italian public. The women were mostly prostitutes. A party of loud and tipsy young Englishmen and Americans were sitting in one corner with a pair of swarthy young natives who looked altogether too sober. The couples who took the floor danced with an excessive intimacy. Irene and Lord Hovenden were discussing the date of their wedding. They thought the cabaret delightful. In the daytime, when Hovenden could get off going to the conferences, they wandered about the town, buying what they imagined to be antiques for their future home. The process was a little superfluous, for absorbed in the delights of shopping, they forgot that their future home was also a highly ancestral home. "That looks like an awfully nice dinner service," Lord Hovenden would say, and darting into the shop they would buy it out of hand. "A bit chipped," he shook his head, "but never mind." Among the 23 valuable dinner services with which their future home was already supplied was one of solid gold and one of silver gilt for less important occasions. Still, it was such fun buying, such fun to poke about in the shops. Under the pale blue sky of autumn the city was golden and black, golden where the sunlight fell on the walls of stucco or travertine, black in the shadows, deeply black under the archways within the doors of churches, glossily black where the sculptured stone of fountains shone wet with the unceasing gush of water. In the open places the sun was hot, but a little wind from the sea blew freshly, and from the mouth of narrow alleys, sun-proof these 1,000 years, there breathed forth wafts of a delicious vault-like coolness. They walked for hours without feeling tired. Mrs. Aldwinkle, meanwhile, went the round of the sights with Shellifer. She had hopes that the Sistine Chapel, the Appian Way at sunset, the Colosseum by moonlight, the gardens of the Villa d'Este might arouse in Shellifer's mind emotions which should in their turn predispose him to feel romantically towards herself. The various emotions, she knew by experience, were not boxed off from one another in separate pigeonholes, and when one is stimulated, it is likely that its neighbors will also be aroused. More proposals are made in the taxi, on the way home from a Wagner opera, in the face of an impressive view within the labyrinth of a ruined palace, than in drab parlours, or the streets of West Kensington. But the Appian Way, even when the solitary pine trees were black against the sunset and the ghosts were playing oboes, not for the sensual ear, in the ruined sepulchres. The Colosseum, even under the moon, the cypresses, the cascades, and the jade-green pools of Tivoli, all were ineffective. Shellifer never committed himself. His behavior remained perfectly courteous. Seated on a fallen column in the ruins of Hadrian's villa, Mrs. Aldwinkle even went so far as to tell him about certain amorous passages in her past life. She told him, with various little modifications of the facts, modifications in which she herself had long ago become implicitly to believe. The story of the affair with Elzevir, the pianist, such an artist to his fingertips, with Lord Trunnion, such a grand seigneur of the old school, but concerning Mr. Carden she was silent. It was not that Mrs. Aldwinkle's mythopic faculties were not equal to making something very extraordinary and romantic out of Mr. Carden. No, she had often described the man to those who did not know him. He was sort of a village Hampden, a mute, inglorious what's-his-name, who might have done anything, but anything, if he had chosen to give himself the trouble. He was a great Don Juan, actual in this case, not merely potential. He was a mocking devil's advocate. He was even a devil. But that was because he was misunderstood. Misunderstood by everybody but Mrs. Aldwinkle herself. Secretly, he was so sensitive and kind-hearted, but one had to be gifted with intuition to find it. And so on. She had made a capital, mythical creature out of him. But an instinct of caution restrained her from showing off her myths too freely before people who were well acquainted with the originals. Shallifer had never met Lord Trunnion or the immortal Elzevir. He had met Mr. Carden. But the effect of these confidences was as small as that of the romantic scenery and the stupendous works of art. Shallifer was not encouraged by them either to confide in return or to follow the example of Elzevir and Lord Trunnion. He listened attentively, gave vent, when she had finished, to a few well-chosen expressions of sympathy, such as one writes to acquaintances on the death of their aged grandmothers, and after a considerable silence, looking at his watch, said he thought it was time to be getting back. He had promised to meet his mother for tea, and after tea, he added, he was going to take her to look at pensions. Seeing that she was going to stay in Rome the whole winter, it was worth taking some trouble about finding a nice room, wasn't it? Mrs. Aldwinkle was forced to agree. They set off through the parched Campagna toward the city. Mrs. Aldwinkle preserved a melancholy silence all the way. On their way from the hotel to the tea-shop in the Piazza Venezia, Mrs. Shallifer, Miss Elver, and Mr. Carden passed through the Forum of Trajan. The two little churches lifted their twin domes of gold against the sky. From the floor of the Forum, deep sunk beneath the level of the road, a foot for every 100 years, rose the huge column, with tumbled pillars and blocks of masonry lying confused around its base. They paused to look round. "I've always been a Protestant," said Mrs. Shallifer after a moment's silence, "but all the same I've always felt whenever I came here that Rome was somehow a special place, that God had marked it out in some peculiar way from among other cities as a place where the greatest things should happen. It's a significant place, a portentous place, though I couldn't tell you exactly why. One just feels that it is portentous, that's all. Look at this piazza, for example. Two florid little counter-Reformation churches, all trumpery pretentiousness and no piety, a mixed lot of ordinary houses all round, and in the whole, in the middle, a huge heathen memorial of slaughter. And yet, for some reason, it all seems to me to have a significance, a spiritual meaning. It's important. And the same applies to everything in this extraordinary place. You can't regard it with indifference as you can an ordinary town." "And yet," said Mr. Carden, "a great many tourists and all the inhabitants contrive to do so with complete success." "That's only because they've never looked at the place," said Mrs. Shallifer. "Once you've really looked—" She was interrupted by a loud whoop from Miss Elver, who had wandered away from her companions and was looking over the railing into the sunken Forum. "What is it?" called Mr. Carden. They hurried across the street towards her. "Look!" cried Miss Elver, pointing down. "Look! All the cats!" And there they were. On the sun-warmed marble of a fallen column basked a large tabby. A family of ginger kittens were playing on the ground below. Small tigers stalked between the blocks of masonry. A miniature black panther was standing up on its hind legs to sharpen its claws on the bark of a little tree. At the foot of the column lay an emaciated corpse. "Puss, puss!" Miss Elver shrilly yelled. "No good," said Mr. Carden. "They only understand Italian." Miss Elver looked at him. "Perhaps I'd better learn a little," she said. "Cat's Italian." Mrs. Shallifer, meanwhile, was looking down very earnestly into the Forum. "Why, there are at least 20," she said. "How do they get there?" "People who want to get rid of their cats just come and drop them over the railing into the Forum," Mr. Carden explained. "And they can't get out?" "So it seems." An expression of distress appeared on Mrs. Shellifer's gentle face. She made a little clicking with her tongue against her teeth, and sadly shook her head. "Dear, dear," she said. "Dear, dear. And how do they get fed?" "I have no idea," said Mr. Carden. "Perhaps they feed on one another. People throw things down from time to time, no doubt." "There's a dead one there in the middle," said Mrs. Shellifer, and a note of something like reproach came into her voice, as though she found that Mr. Carden was to blame for the deadness of the little corpse at the foot of the triumphal column. "Very dead," said Mr. Carden. They walked on. Mrs. Shellifer did not speak. She seemed preoccupied. This is the end of Section 34, Chapter 4. Section 35 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 4. The Journey. Chapter 5. On Pries Karund Flachtocht. Mr. Carden beckoned to the guide. "Bring the lamp a little nearer," he said in Italian, and when the light had been approached he went on slowly, reading out the primitive Greek writing on the wall of the tomb. "Flachtocht nun titethicol Hughes cathacht annuls mulu visal ziz rin pion ascari flupter pris anti ar vus ta ius Montheri Flachtocht." He straightened himself up. "Charming language," he said. "Charming. Ever since I learned that the Etruscans used to call the god of wine Pfufflins, I have taken the keenest interest in their language. Pfufflins! How incomparably more appropriate that is than Bacchus or Liber or Dionysus. Pfufflins! Pfufflins!" he repeated with delighted emphasis. "It couldn't be better. What poets they must have produced! When Pfufflins, Flachtochts, the Ziz, one can imagine the odes in praise of wine which began like that. You couldn't bring together 8 such juicy, boozy syllables as that in English, could you?" "What about ale in a Saxon rumkin, then?" suggested Shellifer. Mr. Carden shook his head. "It doesn't compare with the Etruscan," he said. "There aren't enough consonants. It's too light, too fizzy and trivial. Why, you might be talking about soda water." "But for all you know," said Shellifer, "Flachtocht in Etruscan may mean soda water. Pfufflins, I grant you, is apposite. But perhaps it was just a fluke. You have no evidence to show that they fitted sound to sense so aptly in other words. When Pfufflins, Flachtochts, the Ziz may be the translation of when Bacchus drowns the hawk with soda. You don't know." "You're quite right," Mr. Carden agreed. "I don't. Nor does anyone else. My enthusiasm for Pfufflins carried me away. Flachtocht may not have the fruity connotation that a word with a sound like that ought to have. It may, as you say, mean soda water. Still, I continue to hope for the best. I believe in my Etruscans. One day, when they find the key to this fossilized language, I believe I shall be justified. Flachtocht will turn out to be just as appropriate as Pfufflins. You mark my words. It is a great language, I insist, a great language. Who knows, a couple of generations hence, some new Busby or Keat may be drumming Etruscan syntax and Etruscan prosody into the backsides of British boyhood. Nothing would give me greater satisfaction. Latin and Greek have a certain infinitesimal practical value, but Etruscan is totally and absolutely useless. What better basis for a gentleman's education could possibly be discovered? It's the great dead language of the future. If Etruscan didn't exist, it would be necessary to invent it." Which is precisely what the pedagogues will have to do, said Shellifer, there being no Etruscan literature beyond the inscriptions and the rigmarole on the mummy wrappings at Agron. So much the better, replied Mr. Carden. If we wrote it ourselves, we might find Etruscan literature interesting. Etruscan literature composed by Etruscans would be as boring as any other ancient literature. But if the epics were written by you, the Socratic dialogues by me, the history by some master of fiction like Miss Thriplow, then we'd possess a corpus in which the rare schoolboys who can derive some profit from their education could take a real interest. And when, a generation hence, we have become as much out of date in our ideas as Tully or Horace, the literature of Etruria will be rewritten by our descendants. Each generation will use the dead language to express its own ideas, and expressed in so rich an idiom as I take Etruscan to be, the ideas will seem the more significant and memorable. For I have often noticed that an idea which expressed in one's native language would seem dull, commonplace, and opaque, becomes transparent to the mind's eye, takes on a new significance when given a foreign and unfamiliar embodiment. A cracker motto in Latin sounds much weightier and truer than the same motto in English. Indeed, if the study of dead languages has any use at all, which I should be sorry to admit, it consists in teaching us the importance of the verbal medium in which thoughts are expressed. To know the same thing in several languages is to know it, if you have any sense at all, more profoundly, more richly than if it were known only in one. The youth who learns that the god of wine is called in Etruscan Fafluns has a profounder knowledge of the attributes of that divine personality than the youth who only knows him under the name of Bacchus. If I desire that archaeologists should discover the key to the Etruscan language, it is merely in order that I may have a deeper insight into the thing or idea connoted by such sumptuous words as Flachtocht or Chathe. For the rest, I care nothing. That they should discover the meaning of these inscriptions is a matter to me of the most complete indifference. For, after all, what would they discover? Nothing that we don't already know. They would discover that before the Romans conquered Italy, men ate and drank, made love, piled up wealth, oppressed their weaker neighbors, diverted themselves with sports, made laws, and so on. One could have divined as much by walking down Piccadilly any day of the week. And besides, we have their pictures. He threw out his hand. The guide, who had been listening patiently to the incomprehensible discourse, responded to the gesture by raising his acetylene lamp. Called magically into existence by the bright white light, a crowd of gaily colored forms appeared on the walls of the vault in which they were standing. Set in a frame of conventionalized trees, a pair of red-brown wrestlers, with Egyptian eyes and the profiles of the Greeks who disported themselves round the flanks of the earliest vases, were feeling for a hold. On either side of them, beyond the trees, stood two couples of long-legged black horses. Above them, in the segment of a circle between the upper line of this band of paintings and the vaulted roof, a great leopard lay couchant, white-skinned with a pattern of black spots arranged like those on the china dogs and cats of a later age. On the wall to the left they were feasting. Red-brown Etruscans reclined on couches, porcelain-white women, contrasting as voluptuously with their tanned companions as the pale, plump nymphs of Boucher with their brown pastoral lovers sat by their sides. With hieratic gestures of mutual love, they pledged one another in bowls of wine. On the opposite wall the fowlers were busy, here with slings, there with nets. The sky was alive with birds. In the blue sea below they were spearing fish. A long inscription ran from right to left across the wall. The vaulted roof was painted with checkers, red, black, and white. Over the low, narrow door that led from the tomb to the antechamber there knelt a benevolent white bull. 2,500 years ago, they had wept here over the newly dead. You see them, continued Mr. Carden, hunting, drinking, playing, making love. What else would you expect them to do? This writing will tell us no more than we know already. True, I want to know what it means, but only because I hope that the brown man may be saying to the white lady, "Flachtocht to me only with thine eyes," or words to that effect, and I will flachtocht with mine. If that was what they really were saying, it would throw an entirely new light on the notion of drinking. An entirely new light. It would throw no new light on love, if lovers they are, said Mrs. Aldwinkle mournfully. Wouldn't it? Mr. Carden queried. But imagine if flachtocht turns out to be not drink but love. I assure you that the feelings denoted by such a word would be quite different from those we sum up by love. You can make a good guess from the sound of the word in any language what the people who speak it mean when they talk of love. Amour, for example, that long oo sound with the rolled r at the end of it, how significant it is. Ooh, you have to push your lips into a snout-like formation as though you were going to kiss. Then briskly, arr, you growl like a dog. Could anything be more perfectly expressive of the matter-of-fact lasciviousness which passes for love in 9/10 of French fiction and drama? And Liebe, what a languishing, moonlit, sentimental sound that long IE has, and how apt, too, is the bleeding labial by which it is followed. B, B, it is a sheep whose voice is choked by emotion. All German romanticism is implied in the sound of the word, and German romanticism, a little détraqué, turns quite logically into expressionismus and the wild, erotic extravagance of contemporary German fiction. As for our love, that's characteristically noncommittal and diffident. That dim little monosyllable illustrates our English reluctance to call a spade a spade. It's the symbol of our national repressions. All our hypocrisy and all the beautiful platonism of our poetry is there. Love. Mr. Carden whispered the word, and holding up his finger for silence, cocked his ear to catch the faint echoes of his voice reverberating from wall to wall under the sepulchral vault. Love. How utterly different is our English emotion from that connoted by amour. Amour. You fairly sing the second syllable in a baritone voice from the chest with a little throaty tremolo on the surface to make it sound more palpitating. Amour. It's the name of the quality that Stendhal so much admired in the Italians, and the absence of which in his own countrymen, and more especially countrywomen, made him rank Paris below Milan or Rome. It's the apt and perfectly expressive name of passion. How true, said Mrs. Aldwinkle, brightening for a moment through her gloom. This compliment to her Italian language and Italian character touched and pleased her. The very sound of amour is passionate. If the English knew what passion meant, they'd have found a more expressive word than love. That's certain, but they don't know, she sighed. Quite so, said Mr. Carden. Amour, we see, can mean nothing else than southern passion. But now, suppose that flachtocht should turn out to be the Etruscan for love. What then? Amour connotes lasciviousness, Liebe, sentiment, amour, passion. To what aspect of the complex phenomenon of love can flachtocht refer? The microbe Staphylococcus pyogenes produces in some patients boils, in others styes in the eyes. In certain cases it is even responsible for cheritis punctata. It's the same with love. The symptoms vary in different individuals. But owing to the boundless suggestibility and imitativeness of man, the commonest symptoms at any given period tend to become universal in any one society. Whole peoples take the disease in the same way. One suffers from amour, another from Liebe, and so on. But now, imagine a people to whom love was Vluchtacht. What can have been the particular symptoms of the general amorous disease to which such a name was given? One cannot guess, but at least it is fascinating to speculate. One after the other the party filed out through the narrow door into the anteroom of the sepulchre and up the steep flight of steps leading to the surface of the ground. Blinking in the bright afternoon light, they stepped out onto the bare and windy down. It was a solitary place. The arches of a ruined aqueduct went striding along the ridge, and following their long recession, the eye came at last to rest on the walls and tall towers of Cornetto. To the left, the hog-backed down sloped seawards. On the further side of the narrow plain, at its foot stretched the Mediterranean. On the right lay a deep valley, shut in on the further side by a great round hill. Its grassy flanks were furrowed and pitted with what had once been the works of man. Once on that hill had stood the sacred city, Tarquini, of the Etruscans. The long, bare down on which they were standing had been, through how many centuries, its necropolis. In little houses, hollowed out of the chalky stone, slept the innumerable dead. Here and there the top of a vault was broken through. From the hollow darkness within came up, even at high summer, an immemorial coolness. Here and there the surface of the down swelled up into round, grass-grown barrows. It was from the heart of one of these tumuli that they had now emerged. The guide put out his lamp and shut the door upon the Etruscan ghosts. They walked for a few hundred yards through geological time between the sea and the hills, under the floating clouds on the skyline. The Middle Ages pricked up their towers. The smudged and flattened relics of Etruria undulated almost imperceptibly under the grass. From the Roman road in the plain below came up the distant hooting of a motor car. The sound of the motor horn aroused Irene from the thoughtful trance in which, sad-faced and childish, this time pathetically she was walking. She had been silent and melancholy ever since yesterday morning they had left Rome. Lord Hovenden had stayed behind with Mr. Fox. The long-drawn hooting of the electric horn seemed to remind her of something. She looked down toward the seaboard plain. A cloud of white dust was advancing along the Merriman road from the direction of Civita Vecchia. It hung opaque over half a mile of road, fading slowly into transparency toward the tail. At the head, where the dust was thicker, a small black object moved like a rapidly crawling insect across the map-like expanse of plain, drawing the cloud after it. From the opposite direction came another black-headed comet of dust. Like two white serpents they approached one another as though rushing to battle. Nearer, nearer they came. Irene stopped still to look at them. She was filled with a horrible apprehension. It seemed impossible that they should not crash together. Nearer, nearer, the heads of the two serpents seemed almost to be touching one another. Suppose, just suppose, that one of the cars was his. Inevitably they must collide, crash and smash. Oh, the horror of it! Irene shut her eyes. A few seconds later she opened them. The two white snakes had merged together into one very thick, opaque snake. It was impossible to see the little black heads at all. For one horrible moment she thought that they must have destroyed one another. But they reappeared after a little, receding now one from the other, no more approaching. The two serpents were still one serpent, but two-headed, a long amphispina. Then, gradually, the middle of the amphispina began to grow thin, to fade. A little clump of trees showed through it, dimly at first, mistily, then clearly. The amphispina had fallen in half, and the two white snakes crawled on, one northwards, the other toward the south, and between their fading tails was a wide and ever wider gap. Irene heaved a deep sigh of relief and ran on after the others. It seemed to her that she had been the witness of a catastrophe miraculously averted. She felt much happier than she had felt all day. On a wide road, 2 automobiles had passed one another. That was all. The guide was unlocking the door that gave entrance to another excavated barrow. He relit his lamp and led the way down the steep steps into the tomb. On one wall they were horse racing and wrestling, hieratically, all in profile. A goddess, or perhaps it was merely the lady mayoress of the city, wearing that high bonnet-shaped coiffure which the Roman matrons were afterwards to borrow from their neighbors, was distributing the prizes. On the other walls they were feasting. The red-brown men, the white-skinned ladies reclined along their couches. A musician stood by, playing on his double flute, and a female dancer, dressed in what looked rather like a Persian costume, was dancing a shawl dance for the diversion of the diners. "They seem to have had simple tastes," said Mr. Carden. "There is nothing very sophisticated or fin de siècle here. No bull-baiting by naked female acrobats, as at Knossos, no gladiatorial fights, no wholesale butchery of animals, no boxing matches with brass knuckle-dusters, as in the Roman arenas. A nice, schoolboyish sort of people, it looks to me, not quite civilized enough to be exigent about their pleasures." "And yet not quite civilized enough," added Shuttleworth, "to be really vulgar. In that respect they fall a long way behind the later Romans. Do you know that huge mosaic in the Lateran Museum? It comes from one of the imperial baths, I forget which, and consists of portraits of the principal sporting heroes of the epoch, boxers and wrestlers with their trainers and backers. These last were treated very respectfully by the mosaic maker, who represents them wearing togas and standing in the noblest attitudes. One sees at a glance that they are the jeunes bien, the sportsmen, the amateurs, in a word, the moneyed interest. The athletes are portrayed in a state of nature, and are indeed so excessively natural that one could easily mistake the heavyweight boxers for gorillas peeled of their superfluous hair. Under each portrait is a caption with the name of the hero represented. The whole thing reminds one very much of the sporting page in a picture paper, only that it is a page that is 40 feet long by 30 wide, and made not of wood pulp, but of the most durable materials ever devised by the ingenuity of man for the embodiment and visible eternization of his thoughts. And it is, I think, precisely the size and everlastingness of the frightful thing that makes it so much worse than the similar page from our picture papers. To make ephemeral heroes of professional sportsmen and prize fighters is bad enough, but that a people should desire to immortalize their fame is surely indicative of a profounder vulgarity and abjection. Like the Roman mob, the mobs of our modern capitals delight in sports and exercises which they themselves do not practice. But at any rate, the fame of our professionals lasts only a day after their triumph. We do not print their effigies on marble pavements made to live down 100 generations of men. We print them on wood pulp, which is much the same as printing them on water. It is comforting to think that by the year 2100, the whole of contemporary journalism, literature, and thought will have crumbled to dust. The mosaic, however, will still be in its present state of perfect preservation. Nothing short of dynamite or an earthquake will ever totally destroy the effigies of those imperial boxers. And a very good thing, too, for the future historians of Rome, for no man can claim that he has really understood the Roman Empire until he has studied that mosaic. That pavement is a vessel filled with the quintessence of Roman reality. A drop of that reality is enough to shrivel up all the retrospective utopias that historians have ever made or ever can make out of the chronicles of ancient Rome. After looking at that mosaic, a man can have no more generous illusions about the people who admired it or the age in which it was made. He will realize that Roman civilization was not merely just as sordid as ours, but if anything, more sordid. But in these Etruscan vaults, Shellifer added, looking round at the frescoed walls, one gets no such impression of organized and efficient beastliness as one gets from the Roman mosaic. There's a freshness, as you say, Mr. Carden, a certain jolly schoolboyishness about all the fun they represent. But I have no doubt, of course, that the impression is entirely fallacious. Their art has a certain archaic charm, but the artists were probably quite as sophisticated and quite as repulsive as their Roman successors. Come, come, said Mr. Carden, you forget that they called Bacchus Fufflins. Give them at least the credit that is due to them. But the Romans, too, had a fine language, Shellifer objected, and yet they laid down immense enlargements of the sporting page of the Daily Sketch in marble, tesserae, on a foundation of cement. They climbed again towards the light. The steps were so high, and her legs so short, that Miss Elver had to be helped up. The tomb resounded with her laughter and shrill whooping. They emerged at last out of the ground. On the top of a high burrow, some 200 or 300 yards away, stood the figure of a man, distinct against the sky. He was shading his eyes with his hand and seemed to be looking for something. Irene suddenly became very red. "Why, I believe it's Hovenden," she said in a voice that was as casual as she could make it. Almost simultaneously the man turned his face in their direction. The shading hand went up in a gesture of greeting. A glad "Hullo!" sounded across the tubes. The man skipped down from his barrow and came running across the down toward them. And Hovenden it was. Irene had been aright. "Been looking for you all over the place," he explained breathlessly as he came up. With the greatest heartiness he shook the hands of all present, except, diplomatically, Irene's. "They told me in the town that a party of foreigners was out here looking at the cemetery or something, so I buzzed after you until I saw old Ernest with the car at the side of the road. Been underground, have you?" He looked into the dark entrance of the tomb. "No wonder I couldn't." Mrs. Aldwinkle cut him short. "But why aren't you in Rome with Mr. Fox?" she asked. Lord Hovenden's boyish, freckled face became all at once exceedingly red. "The fact is," he said, looking at the ground, "that I didn't feel very well. The doctor said I should get away from Rome at once. Country air, you know. So I just left a note for Mr. Fox, and here I am." He looked up again, smiling. This is the end of Section 35, Chapter 5. Section 36 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 4. The Journey. Chapter 6. "But at Montefiascone," said Mr. Carden, concluding the history of the German bishop who gave the famous wine of Montefiascone its curious name, "at Montefiascone, Bishop de Fox, servant, found good wine at every shop and tavern, so that when his master arrived he found the prearranged symbol chalked up on 100 doors. Est, est, est. The town was full of them. And the bishop was so much enraptured with the drink that he decided to settle in Montefiascone for life. For life. But he drank so much that in a very short time it turned out that he had settled here for death. They buried him in the lower church down there. On his tombstone his servant engraved the bishop's portrait with his brief epitaph. Est, Joe de Foc. Propter minimum hic est, Dominus meos mortis est. Since when the wine has always been called est. We'll have a flask of it dry for serious drinking, and for the frivolous and the feminine, and to sip with dessert, we'll have a bottle of the sweet Moscato. Now, let's see what there is to eat. He picked up the menu and, holding it out at arm's length, for he had the long sight of old age, read out slowly, with comments, the various items. It was always Mr. Carden who ordered the dinner, although it was generally Lord Hovenden or Mrs. Aldwinkle who paid. Always Mr. Carden, for it was tacitly admitted by everyone that Mr. Carden was the expert on food and wine, the professional eater, the learned and scholarly drinker. Seeing Mr. Carden busy with the bill of fare, the landlord approached, rubbing his hands and cordially smiling, as well he might, on a Rolls-Royce full of foreigners, to take orders and give advice. "The fish," he confided to Mr. Carden, "the fish is something special." He put his fingers to his lips and kissed them. "It comes from Bolsena, from the lake down there." He pointed out of the window at the black night. Somewhere, far down through the darkness, lay the lake of Bolsena. Mr. Carden held up his hand. No, he objected with decision and shook his head. "Don't talk to me of fish. Never safe in these little places," he explained to his companions, "particularly in such hot weather. And then imagine eating fish from Bolsena, a place where they have miracles, where holy wafers bleed for the edification of the pious, and as a proof of the fact of transubstantiation." No, Mr. Carden repeated. "Fishes from Bolsena are altogether too fishy. Let's stick with fried eggs, with fillet of veal to follow, or a little roast capon." "I want fish," said Miss Elver. The passionate earnestness of her tone contrasted strikingly with the airiness of Mr. Carden's banter. "I really wouldn't, you know," said Mr. Carden, "but I like fish." "But it may be unwholesome. You never can tell." "But I want it," Miss Elver insisted. "I love fish." Her large lower lip began to tremble. Her eyes filled with tears. "I want it." "Well, then, of course, you shall have it," said Mr. Carden, making haste to console her. "Of course, if you really like it. I was only afraid that it mightn't perhaps be good, but it probably will be." Miss Elver took comfort, blew her long nose and smiled. "Thank you, Tommy," she said, and blushed as she pronounced the name. After dinner they went out to the piazza for coffee and liquors. The street was crowded and bright with lights. In the middle the band of the local Philharmonic Society was giving its Sunday evening concert. Planted on the rising ground above the piazza, Samicelli's great church solemnly impended. The lights struck up, illuminating its pilastered walls. The cupola stood out blackly against the sky. "The choice," said Mr. Carden, looking round the piazza, "seems to lie between the Café Moderno and the Bar Ideal. Personally, I should be all for the ideal rather than the real if it wasn't for the disagreeable fact that in a bar one has to stand, whereas in a café, however crassly materialistic, one can sit down. I'm afraid the Moderno forces itself upon us." He led the way in the direction of the café. "Talking of bars," said Shellifer as they sat down at a little table in front of the café, "has it ever occurred to you to enumerate the English words that have come to have an international currency? It's a somewhat curious selection, and one which seems to me to throw a certain light on the nature and significance of our Anglo-Saxon civilization. The three words from Shakespeare's language that have completely universal currency are bar, sport, and WC. They are all just as good Finnish now as they are good English. Each of these words possesses what I may call a family. Round the idea bar group themselves various other international words such as bitter, cocktail, whiskey, and the like. Sport boasts a large family. Match, for example, touring club, the verb to box, cycle car, performance in the sporting sense, and various others. The idea of hydraulic sanitation has only the one child I can think of, namely tub. tub. It is a strangely old-world sound in English nowadays, but in Yugoslavia, on the other hand, it is exceedingly up-to-date. Which leads us on to that very odd class of international English words that have never been good English at all. A smoking, for example. A dancing. A 5 o'clock. These have never existed except on the continent of Europe. As for high life, so popular a word in Athens, where it is spelled iota, gamma, lambda, iota, phi, that dates from a remote mid-Victorian epoch in the history of our national culture. And spleen, said Mr. Carden, you forgot spleen. That comes from much further back. A fine, aristocratic word that we were fools to allow it to become extinct. One has to go to France to hear it uttered now. The word may be dead, said Shellifer, but the emotion, I fancy, has never flourished more luxuriantly than now. The more material progress, the more wealth and leisure, the more standardized amusements, the more boredom. It's inevitable. It's the law of nature. The people who have always suffered from spleen and who are still the principal victims are the prosperous, leisured, and educated. At present, they form a relatively small minority, but in the utopian state where everybody is well off, educated, and leisured, everybody will be bored. Unless for some obscure reason the same causes fail to produce the same effects. Only 200 or 300 people out of every million could survive a lifetime in a really efficient utopian state. The rest would simply die of spleen. In this way, it may be, natural selection will work towards the evolution of the Superman. Only the intelligent will be able to bear the most intolerable burden of leisure and prosperity. The rest will simply wither away, or cut their throats, or perhaps, more probably, return in desperation to the delights of barbarism and cut one another's throats, not to mention the throats of the intelligent. That certainly sounds the most likely and natural ending, said Mr. Carden. If of two possible alternatives one is in harmony with our highest aspirations and the other is, humanly speaking, absolutely pointless and completely wasteful, then you may be sure nature will choose the second. At 10:30, Miss Elver complained that she did not feel very well. Mr. Carden sighed and shook his head. These miraculous fishes, he said. They went back to the hotel. Luckily, said Mrs. Aldwinkle that evening while Irene was brushing her hair, luckily I never had any babies. They spoil the figure so frightfully. Still, Irene ventured to object. Still, they must be rather fun, all the same. Mrs. Aldwinkle pretexted a headache and sent her to bed almost at once. At 2:30 in the morning, Irene was startled out of her sleep by a most melancholy groaning and crying from the room next to hers. "Ooh, ooh, ow!" It was Grace Elver's voice. Irene jumped out of bed and ran to see what was the matter. She found Miss Elver lying in a tumbled bed, writhing with pain. "What is it?" she asked. Miss Elver made no articulate answer. "Ooh, ooh," she kept repeating, turning her head from side to side as though in hope of escaping from the obsessing pain. Irene ran to her aunt's bedroom, knocked at the door, and getting no answer, walked in. "Aunt Lillian," she called in the darkness, and louder, "Aunt Lillian." There was still no sound. Irene felt for the switch and turned on the light. Mrs. Aldwinkle's bed was empty. Irene stood there for a moment, looking dubiously at the bed, wondering, speculating. From down the corridor came the repeated "ooh, ooh" of Grace Elver's inarticulate pain. Roused by the sound from her momentary inaction, Irene turned, stepped across the passage, and began knocking at Mr. Carden's door. This is the end of Section 36, Chapter 6. Section 37 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 4, The Journey, Chapter 7. Selections from Francis Shellifer. In the sporting calendar, the most interesting events are booked for the autumnal months. There is no hunting in the spring. And even in Italy there is a brief, close season for songbirds that lasts from the coming of the nightingales to the departure of the last swallow. The fun, the real fun, starts only in the autumn. Grouse shooting, partridge shooting, these are the gay preliminaries. But the great day is the 1st of October, when the massacre of the gaudy pheasant begins. Crack, crack, the double barrels make music in the fading woods. And a little while later the harmonious dogs join in, and the hoof, as the Italian poet so aptly puts it, the hoof shakes the putrid field with the quadrupedal sound. Winter is made gay with the noise of hunting. It is the same in the greater year of certain feminine lives. Pop, pop. On the 1st of October they go out to shoot the pheasant. A few weeks later, tally-ho, they hunt the fox, and on Guy Fawkes Day the man-eating season begins. My hostess, when she picked me up on the beach of Marina di Vezza, had reached a point in her years somewhere between pheasant shooting and man-eating. They say that foxes enjoy being hunted, but I venture to doubt the truth of this comforting hypothesis. Experientia does it, as Mrs. Macabre's papa, ha-ha from Mr. Toft, etc. If loving, without being loved in return, may be ranked as one of the most painful of experiences, being loved without loving is certainly one of the most boring. Perhaps no experience is better calculated to make one realize the senselessness of the passion. The spectacle of someone making a fool of himself arouses only laughter. When one is playing the fool oneself, one weeps. But when one is neither the active imbecile nor the disinterested spectator, but the unwilling cause of someone else's folly, then it is that one comes to feel that weariness and that disgust which are the proper, the human reaction to any display of the deep animal stupidity that is the root of all evil. Twice in my life I have experienced these salutary horrors of boredom. Once by my own fault, because I had asked to be loved without loving, and once because I had the misfortune to be picked up on the beach, limp as seaweed, between the 1st of October and Guy Fawkes Day. The experiences were disagreeable while they lasted, but on the other hand, they were highly didactic. The first of them rounded off, so to speak, the lesson I had learned from Barbara. The second episode was staged by Providence some few years later to remind me of the first and to print what the Americans would call its message still more indelibly upon my mind. Providence has been remarkably persistent in its efforts to sober me. To what end, I cannot imagine. Poor Miss Masson. She was a very good secretary. By the end of 1917, she knew all that was possible to know about rubber tubing and castor oil. It was unfortunate for everyone concerned that Providence should have destined her to instruct me yet more deeply in the fearful mysteries of love. True, I brought it on myself. Providence, on that occasion, elected to act indirectly and threw the blame on me. I accept it all the more willingly since my act shows in the most illuminating manner what are the consequences, the frightful consequences of stupidity. There is a certain satisfaction to be derived from having personally proved the truth of one's own wisdom by acting in defiance of its precepts. Yes, I brought it on myself. For it was I who made the first advances. It was I who, out of pure wantonness, provoked the sleeping, or at least well-disciplined tiger that lay hidden in Dorothy Mason's heart, put my walking stick between the bars and against the rules, poked it rudely in the ribs. I got what I asked for. I was like that wanton blackamoor in one of old Bush's misanthropically comic picture books. Ein Moor aus Boschheit und Plaisir scheißt auf das Elephantite hier. With his little arrow, he punctures the placid pachyderm, and the pachyderm takes his revenge elaborately through 14 subsequent woodcuts. My only excuse, the recentness of that ludicrous catastrophe with which the tragedy of Barbara had concluded, was an excuse that might equally have served as an additional reason against doing what I did. I ought, after having once been bitten, to have shown myself twice shy, but in the state of misery in which I found myself, I hoped that a second bite might distract my attention from the anguish of the first, and even this is not precisely accurate, for I never anticipated that the second would really be a bite at all. I looked forward merely to a kind of playful diversion, not to anything painful. True, when I found how serious the affair threatened to become for Dorothy Mason, I might have guessed that it would soon be serious also for myself and have drawn back. But, inspired by that high-spirited irresponsibility which I have come since then so highly to admire in the natural, brutish human specimen, I refused to consider possible consequences, and went on in the course I had begun. I was not in the least in love with the woman, nor did her person inspire me with any specific desire. My motive forces were misery, mingled with a kind of exasperation, and the vague itch of recurrent appetite. More than half of the world's affairs have no more definite reasons for occurring. Ennui and itch are their first causes. Subsequently, imagination may come into play, and love will be born. Or experience may beget specific desires, and in doing so may render one party necessary to the happiness of the other, or each to each. Or perhaps there will be no development at all, and the affair will end placidly as it began, in itch and ennui. But there are cases, of which mine was one, where one party may be inspired by the mere indefinite wantonness I have been describing, while the other is already imagination-ridden and in love. Poor Dorothy! There came into her eyes, when I kissed her, a look such as I have never seen in any other human eyes before or since. It was the look one sees in the eyes of a dog when its master is angry and raises his whip, a look of absolute self-abasement mingled with terror. There was something positively appalling in seeing those eyes staring at me out of a woman's face. To see a human being reduced in one's arms to the condition of a frightened and adoring dog is a shocking thing, and the more so in this case, since it was completely indifferent to me whether she was in my arms or not. But when she raised her face and looked at me for a moment with those abject and terrified eyes of hers, it was not merely indifferent to me, it was even positively distasteful. The sight of those large pupilled eyes, in which there was no glimmer of a human rational soul, but only an animal's terror and abasement, made me feel at once guilty and complimentary, angry, resentful, and hostile. "Why do you look at me like that?" I asked her once, "as though you were frightened of me?" She did not answer, but only hid her face against my shoulder and pressed me more closely in her arms. Her body shook with involuntary startings and tremblings. Casually, from force of habit, I caressed her. The trembling became more violent. "Don't," she implored me in a faint, hoarse whisper. "Don't." But she pressed me still closer. She was frightened, it seemed, not of me, but of herself, of that which lay sleeping in the depths of her being, and whose awakening threatened to overwhelm, to blot for a moment out of existence that well-ordered, reasonable soul which was the ruler at ordinary times of her life. She was afraid of the power within her that could make her something other than her familiar self. She was fearful of losing her self-mastery, and at the same time there was nothing else that she desired. The sleeping power within her had begun to stir, and there was no resisting it. Vainly, hopelessly, she continued to attempt the impossible. She went on trying to resist, and her resistance quickened her desire to yield. She was afraid, and yet invited my awakening kisses. And while she whispered to me imploringly, like one who begs for mercy, she pressed me in her arms. I, meanwhile, had begun to realize all the potentialities for boredom implicit in the situation, and how boring it did, in fact, turn out to be. To be pursued by restless warmth, when all that one desires is cool peace, to be perpetually, and quite justly, accused of remissness in love, and to have to deny the accusation, feebly, for the sake of politeness, to be compelled to pass hours in tedious company, what an affliction, what a martyrdom it is! I came to feel extremely sorry for those pretty women who are perpetually being courted by a swarm of men, but the pretty women, I reflected, had this advantage over me, that they were by nature a good deal more interested in love than I. Love is their natural business, the reason of their existence, however distasteful their suitors may personally be to them. They cannot find them as completely boring and insufferable as I would, placed in similar circumstances. A person to whom love, as such, is fundamentally rather uninteresting. The most tedious lover atones a little, in the eyes of the courted lady, for his personal insupportableness by the generic fact of being a lover. Lacking a native enthusiasm for love, I found it more difficult to support the martyrdom of being loved by Miss Masson. But such an affair, you will object, is a typical piece of reality. True, but at that time I was not quite such a believer in the real and earnest side of life as I am now. And even now I should regard it as something of a work of supererogation to associate with realities of so exceptionally penetrative a nature. A sober man, if he is logical and courageous, is bound to pass his life between Gog's Court and Miss Carruthers. But he is not bound to make love to Miss Carruthers or to provoke the clinging affections of Fluffy. That would be too much. So it seems to me, at any rate at present, though perhaps the time may come when I shall feel strong enough to take my reality in these stiff doses. There is an electric machine used by masseurs for driving iodine into stiffened joints. Love acts like this machine. It serves to drive the lover's personality into the mind of the beloved. I am strong enough at present to be able to bathe in the personalities of ordinary human animals, but I should be suffocated, I should faint away, if the muddy swill were to be pumped into my spiritual system by the penetrating electricity of love. Miss Masson stood one Galtonian class higher than Miss Carruthers or Fluffy. 1 out of every 4 people is a Fluffy. Only 1 out of every 6 is a Dorothy Masson. It makes a slight but perceptible difference. None the less how much I suffered when I brought her a few orchids as a present, remarking as I gave them to her that they looked so delightfully like artificial flowers, she would thank me and say that she adored orchids. adding after a moment's pause for thought that she liked them because they looked so much like artificial flowers. And she laughed softly to herself. She looked up at me for confirmatory applause. For that little habit alone I sometimes felt that I should have murdered her, but her solicitude, her reproaches expressed or more often mute, for she rarely made scenes, but only looked at me with those sad brown eyes, her incessant desire to be close to me, to touch me, to kiss and be kissed. These were almost enough to drive me to suicide. It lasted for more than a year, an eternity, and technically it still lasts, for I never broke with her, never dramatically quitted her, but only quietly and gradually faded out of her life like the Cheshire cat. Sometimes even we still meet, and still, as though nothing had happened, I take her in my arms and kiss her, till that strange expression of abject terror comes again into her eyes, till she implores me in a voice made faint with excessive desire to spare her well-disciplined everyday soul, and not deliver it into the power of the fearful thing that is waking darkly within her. And still she speaks as she presses me closer. She offers her stretched throat to my kisses. And before and after we talk about politics and common friends. And still, as of old, she echoes the last phrase I have spoken, still softly laughs, and still expects me to admire her original thoughts. Finally, I take my leave. "You'll come again soon?" she asks, looking up into my face with eyes that are full of sadness and apprehension, of questions unuttered, of unexpressed reproaches. I kiss her hand. "Of course," I say, and I go away, taking pains as I walk down the street not to speculate on the subject of her thoughts. But Providence seems to have thought my connection with Dorothy inadequately instructive. Dorothy, after all, was only 26 when the episode began. Hers was that vernal and flowery season during which, even in Italy, warblers are not shot. It would be another 20 years before she reached her 1st of October, 30 perhaps before the man-eating season should begin. And it was I who had made the first advances. But for my exhibition of Bullshit und Placer, the boring history would never have unrolled itself. But Providence, anxious for some inscrutable reason to teach me a yet more memorable lesson, went so far as almost to drown me. So determined it was that I should fall into the hands of the suitable schoolmistress. I was to learn how ludicrously dreadful, as well as how boring, love can be. I made no advances on this occasion. From the first I did nothing but retreat. Mrs. Aldwinkle's blue danger signals bore down on me like an agile pedestrian in the London traffic. I stepped aside. When she asked what women had inspired me, I answered that nothing inspired me but the London slums and the vulgarity of Lady Gibbet. When she said that one could see by my face that I had been unhappy, I said that was odd. I had always been perfectly happy. When she talked about experience, meaning, as women generally do when they use that word, merely love, I replied with a discussion of experience in relation to the theory of knowledge. When she accused me of wearing a mask, I protested that I paraded my naked soul for everyone to see. When she asked if I had ever been in love, I shrugged my shoulders and smiled. Not to speak of. And when she asked, at very close range, if I had ever been loved, I answered quite truthfully that I had, but that it bored me. But still, indomitably, she renewed the attack. There might have been something grand about her unwavering determination, something grand if it had not been grotesque. Providence was teaching me yet once more that the unsapient life is a dreary and hopeless business, and that it is, for all practical purposes, the only life lived everywhere by all but a negligibly few exceptions. At least I presume that that is what Providence was trying to impress on me. But in the process it was using Mrs. Aldwinkle, I thought, rather hardly. I felt sorry for the poor lady. Some hidden, irrational force within herself was compelling her to cut these capers, throw herself into these ludicrous postures, say these stupid words, and contort her face into these grimaces. She was helpless. She just obeyed orders and did her best, but her best was ludicrous. And not merely ludicrous, but appalling. She was like a buffoon carrying a skull. Unflaggingly she played the deplorable part assigned to her. Every day she brought me flowers. "I want them to blossom in your verses," she said. I assured her that the only scent which provoked me to write was that of the butcher's shop on a winter's evening along the Harrow Road. She smiled at me. "Don't think I can't understand you," she said. "I do. I do." She leaned forward. Her eyes shone. Her perfume enveloped me. She breathed heliotrope into my face. I could see with extraordinary distinctness the little wrinkles around her eyes, the careless smear of rouge at the corners of the mouth. "I do understand you," she repeated. She did understand me. One night. It was at Montefiascone, on our way back from Rome, when I was reading in bed. I heard a sound. I looked up and saw Mrs. Aldwinkle carefully closing the door behind her. She was wearing a dressing gown of sea-green silk. Her hair hung in two thick plaits over her shoulders. When she turned around, I saw that her face had been colored and powdered with more than extraordinary care. In silence she advanced across the room. She sat down on the edge of my bed. An aura of ambergris and heliotrope surrounded her. I smiled, politely closed my book, keeping a finger, however, between the pages to mark my place, and slightly raised my eyebrows in interrogation. "To what," I made my face inquire, "do I owe the honor?" I owed it seemed, to my hostess's urgently felt need to tell me once more that she understood me. "I couldn't bear," she said breathlessly, "couldn't bear to think of you here alone with your secret misery." And when I made as though to protest, she held up her hand. "Oh, don't think I haven't seen through your mask. Alone with your secret misery." "No, really," I managed to put in. But Mrs. Aldwinkle would not suffer herself to be interrupted. "I couldn't bear to think of your terrible loneliness," she went on. "I wanted you to know there was at least one person who understood." She leaned towards me, smiling, but with lips that trembled. All at once her eyes filled with tears, her face contorted itself into the terrible grimace of misery. She made a little moaning noise, and letting herself fall forward, she hid her face against my knees. "I love you, I love you," she repeated in a muffled voice. Her body was shaken by recurrent spasms of sobbing. I was left wondering what to do. This was not in the program. When one goes out man-eating or pheasant-shooting, one has no business to weep over the victim. But the trouble is, of course, that the man-eater sees herself as the victim. Hinc ille lacrimae. It is impossible for two human beings to agree completely about anything. Quot homines. For now that the dictionary of familiar quotations has been opened, I may as well continue to make use of it. Quot homines tot disputandum est. There is no agreement even about the truths of science. One man is a geometrician, The other can only understand analysis. One is incapable of believing in anything of which he cannot make a working model. The other wants his truth as abstract as it is possible to make it. But when it comes to deciding which of two people is the victim and which the man-eater, there is nothing to be done but abandon the attempt. Let each party stick to his own opinion. The most successful men are those who never admit the validity of other people's opinions, who even deny their existence. "My dear Lillian," I said. She had insisted on my calling her Lillian within a day or two of my arrival. "My dear Lillian." I could find nothing more to say. A successful man, I suppose, would have said something frankly brutal, something that would have made it clear to Mrs. Aldwinkle which of the two, in his opinion, was the victim and which the carnivore. I lacked the force. Mrs. Aldwinkle went on sobbing. "I love you. Couldn't you love me a little only? I would be your slave, I'd be your slave," she kept repeating. What things she said! I listened to her, feeling pity. Yes, pity, no doubt, but still more a profound embarrassment, and with it anger against the person who had thrust me into this untenable position. "It's no good," I protested. "It's impossible." She only began again, desperately. How much further the scene might have prolonged itself, and what might have happened if it had been protracted, I do not know. Luckily, however, an extraordinary commotion suddenly broke loose in the hotel. Doors slammed, voices were raised, there was the noise of feet along the corridors and on the stairs. Startled and alarmed, Mrs. Aldwinkle got up, went to the door, opened it a crack, and looked into the passage. Someone hurried past. Hastily she closed it again. When the coast was clear, she slipped out into the passage and tiptoed away, leaving me alone. The commotion was caused by the beginning of Miss Elver's death agony. Providence, having decided that my education had gone far enough, had broken off the lesson. The means it employed were, I must say, rather violent. A vain man might have been gratified by the reflection that one woman had been made miserable in order that he might be taught a lesson, while another had died, like King John, of a surfeit of lampreys, in order that the lesson might be interrupted before it was carried too disagreeably far. But, as it happens, I am not particularly vain. This is the end of Section 37, Chapter 7. Section 38 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 4. The Journey. Chapter 8. From the first, nobody put very much faith in the local doctor. The mere look of him was enough to inspire mistrust. But when across the patient's prostrate and comatose body he chattily confided that he had taken his degree at the University of Siena, Mr. Carden decided that it was time to send for somebody else. "Siena's notorious," he whispered. "It's the place where the imbeciles who can't get their degrees at Bologna or Rome or Pisa go and have themselves made doctors." Mrs. Aldwinkle, who in the middle of the tumult had suddenly reappeared, Irene did not know from where, expressed her horror. Doctors were one of her specialties. She was very particular about doctors. Mrs. Aldwinkle had had a number of interesting maladies in the course of her life. 3 nervous breakdowns, an appendicitis, gout, and various influenzas, pneumonias, and the like, but all of them aristocratic and avowable diseases, for Mrs. Aldwinkle distinguished sharply between complaints that are vulgar and complaints of a gentlemanly sort. chronic constipation, hernia, varicose veins, bad legs, as the poor so gruesomely call them. These, obviously, were vulgar diseases which no decent person could suffer from, or at any rate, suffering, talk about. Her illnesses had all been extremely refined and correspondingly expensive. What she did not know about doctors, English, French, Swiss, German, Swedish, and even Japanese, was not worth knowing. Mr. Carden's remarks about the University of Siena impressed her profoundly. "The only thing to do," she said decisively, "is for Hovenden to drive straight back to Rome and bring back a specialist. At once." She spoke peremptorily. It was a comfort to her, in her present distress of mind, to be able to do something, to make arrangements, to order people around, even herself to carry and fetch. The Principessa gave me the name of a wonderful man. I've got it written down somewhere. Come." She darted off to her room. Obediently, Lord Hovenden followed her, wrote down the talismanic name, and took himself off. Shellifer was waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs. "I may as well come with you, if you don't mind," he said. "I think I should only be in the way here." It was nearly 5:30 when they started. The sun had not yet risen, but it was already light. The sky was pale gray, with dark clouds low down on the horizon. There were mists in the valleys, and the lake of Bolsena was hidden from view under what seemed the waters of a milky sea. The air was cold. Driving out of the town, they met a train of pack mules climbing slowly, in the midst of a jingle of bells, up the steep street toward the marketplace. Viterbo was still asleep when they drove through. From the crest of the Ciminian mountains they first saw the sun. By 7 o'clock they were in Rome. The sun-tipped obelisks, the gilded roofs and cupolas reached up out of shadows into the pale blue sky. They drove up the Corso. In the Piazza di Venezia they stopped at a cafe, ordered some coffee, and while it was being brought looked up in a directory the address of Mrs. Aldwinkle's doctor. He lived, they found, in the New Quarter, near the station. "I leave all the talking to you," said Hovenden as they sipped their coffee. "I'm no good at the language." "How did you manage the other day when you had to see the doctor yourself?" Shellifer inquired. Lord Hovenden blushed. "Well," he said, "as a matter of fact, the doctor I saw was English. But he's gone away now," he added hastily, for fear that Shellifer might suggest their bringing the English doctor along too. "Gone to Naples," he further specified, hoping by the accumulation of circumstantial details to give greater verisimilitude to his story. "For an operation." "He was a surgeon, then?" Shellifer raised his eyebrows. Hovenden nodded. "A surgeon," he echoed, and buried his face in his coffee cup. They drove on. As they turned out of the piazza into Trajan's Forum, Shellifer noticed a little crowd, mostly of street boys, pressing against the railings on the farther side of the Forum. At its center stood a pale, thin woman in dove-gray clothes, whom even at this distance one could not fail to recognize as English, or at any rate definitely not Italian. The lady in gray was leaning over the railings, lowering very carefully at the end of a string to which it was ingeniously attached by 4 subsidiary strings, passed, through holes bored in the rim, a large aluminum pannikin filled with milk. Slowly revolving as it went down, the pannikin was lowered to the floor of the sunken Forum. Hardly had it touched the ground when, with simultaneous mewings and purrings, 6 thirsty cats came running up to it and began to lap at the white milk. Others followed. Every cranny gave up its cat. Lean toms jumped down from their marble pedestals and trotted across the open with the undulating, bounding gait of a running leopard. Month-old kittens staggered up on tottering legs. In a few seconds the pannikin was besieged by a horde of cats. The street boys whooped with delight. "Well, I'm blowed," said Lord Hovenden, who had slowed up to watch the curious scene. "I believe it's your mother." "I think it is," said Shellifer, who had recognized her long ago. "Would you like me to stop?" asked Hovenden. Shellifer shook his head. "I think we'd better get to the doctor as quickly as possible." Looking back as they drove out of the farm, Shellifer saw that his mother, faithful to her vegetarian principles, was throwing down into the den of cats bread and cold potatoes. In the evening he imagined she would come again. She had not taken long to find her Roman occupation. This is the end of section 38, chapter 8. Section 39 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 4. The Journey. Chapter 9. The funeral was not due to take place before sunset. The bearers, the choristers, the sexton, the priest himself, most likely were all in the fields, picking the grapes. They had something more important to do, while the light lasted, than to bury people. Let the dead bury their dead. The living were there to make wine. Mr. Carden sat alone in the empty church. Alone. What had once been Grace Elver lay, coffined, on a bier in the middle of the aisle. That did not count as company. It was just so much stuff in a box. His red, knobbly face was as though frozen into stillness. All its gaiety, its twinkling mobility, were gone. It might have been the face of a dead man, if one of the dead whose business it is to bury the dead. He sat there, grim and stony, leaning forward, his chin in his hand, his elbow on his knee. 3,650 days more, he was thinking. That is, if I live another 10 years. 3,650. And then the end of everything, the tunneling worms. There are such horrible ways of dying, he thought. Once, years ago, he had a beautiful gray Angora cat. She ate too many black beetles in the kitchen and died vomiting the shreds of her shard torn stomach. He often thought of that cat. One might die like that oneself, coughing up one's vitals. Not that one eats many black beetles, of course, but there is always putrid fish. The effects are not so very different. Wretched moron, he thought, looking at the coffin. It had been a disgusting sort of death. Pains, vomiting, collapse, coma, then the coffin, and now the busy ferments of putrefaction and the worms. Not a very dignified or inspiring conclusion. No speeches, no consoling serenities, no little Nells or Paul Domboys. The nearest approach to the Dickensian had been when, in a brief spell of lucidity, she asked him about the bears he was going to give her after they were married. "Will they be grown up?" she asked, "or puppies?" "Puppies," he answered, and she had smiled with pleasure. Those had been almost the only articulate words she had uttered. Through that long death agony they were the only witnesses to the existence of her soul. For the rest of the time she had been no more than a sick body, mindlessly crying and muttering. The tragedy of bodily suffering and extinction has no catharsis. Punctually it runs its dull, degrading course act by act to the conclusion. It ennobles neither the sufferer nor the contemplator. Only the tragedy of the spirit can liberate and uplift. But the greatest tragedy of the spirit is that sooner or later it succumbs to the flesh. Sooner or later every soul is stifled by the sick body. Sooner or later there are no more thoughts, but only pain and vomiting and stupor. The tragedies of the spirit are mere struttings and posturings on the margin of life, and the spirit itself is only an accidental exuberance, the products of spare vital energy, like the feathers on the head of a hoopoe, or the innumerable populations of useless and foredoomed spermatozoa. The spirit has no significance. There is only the body. When it is young, the body is beautiful and strong. It grows old. Its joints creak. It becomes dry and smelly. It breaks down. The life goes out of it, and it rots away. However lovely the feathers on a bird's head, they perish with it, and the spirit, which is a lovelier ornament than any, perishes too. The farce is hideous, thought Mr. Carden, and in the worst of bad taste. Fools do not perceive that the farce is a farce. They are the more blessed. Wise men perceive it and take pains not to think about it. Therein lies their wisdom. They indulge themselves in all the pleasures of the spirit as of the body, and especially in those of the spirit, since they are far more varied, charming, and delightful. And when the time comes, they resign themselves with the best grace they can muster to the decay of the body and the extinction of its spiritual part. Meanwhile, however, they do not think too much of death. It is an unexhilarating theme. They do not insist too much upon the farcical nature of the drama in which they are playing, for fear that they should become too much disgusted with their parts to get any amusement out of the piece at all. The most ludicrous comedies are the comedies about people who preach one thing and practice another, who make imposing claims and lamentably fail to fulfill them. We preach immortality and we practice death. Tartuffe and Volpone are not in it. The wise man does not think of death, lest it should spoil his pleasures. But there are times when the worms intrude too insistently to be ignored. Death forces itself sometimes upon the mind, and then it is hard to take much pleasure in anything. This coffin, for instance. How can a man take pleasure in the beauty of the church in which this box full of decaying stuff is lying? What can be more delightful than to look up the aisle of a great church and see at the end of a long, dark vista of round-headed arches a brightly illumined segment of the drum of the cupola, the horizontal circle contrasting harmoniously with the perpendicular half-circles of the arches? There is nothing lovelier among all the works of man. But the coffin lies here under the arches, reminding the connoisseur of beauty that there is nothing but the body, and that the body suffers degradingly, dies, and is eaten by maggots. Mr. Carden wondered how he would die, slowly or suddenly, after long pain, intelligent, still human, or an idiot, a moaning animal. He would die poor now in any case. Friends would club together and send him a few pounds every now and then. Poor old Carden. Can't let him die in the workhouse. Must send him £5. What a bore. Extraordinary how he manages to last so long. But he always was a tough old devil. Poor old Carden. A door banged. In the hollow, echoing church there was a sound of footsteps. It was the sacristan. He came to tell Mr. Carden that they would soon be ready to begin. They had hurried back from the fields on purpose. The grapes were not so plentiful, nor of quite such good quality as they had been last year. But still one thanked God for his mercies, such as they were. Blessed are the fools, thought Mr. Carden, for they shall see nothing. Or perhaps they do see, and seeing nevertheless comfortingly believe in future compensation and the justice of eternity. In either case, not seeing or seeing but believing, they are fools. Still, believing is probably the best solution of all, Mr. Carden went on to reflect, for it allows one to see and not to ignore. It permits one to accept the facts and yet justify them. For a believer, the presence of a coffin or two would not interfere with the appreciation of Semicelli's architecture. The bearers filed in, bringing with them from the fields a healthy smell of sweat. They were dressed for the occasion in garments that ought, no doubt, to have been surplices, but which were, in point of fact, rather dirty and crumpled white dustcoats. They looked like a cricket 11, entirely composed of umpires. After the bearers came to the priest, followed by a miniature umpire in a dustcoat so short that it did not hide his bare knees, the service began. The priest reeled off his Latin formulas as though for a wager. The bearers, in ragged and tuneless unison, bawled back at him the incomprehensible responses. During the longer prayers they talked to one another about the vintage. The boy scratched first his head, then his posterior, and finally picked his nose. The priest prayed so fast that all the words fused together and became one word. Mr. Carden wondered why the Catholic Church did not authorize prayer wheels. A simple electric motor, doing 600 or 800 revolutions a minute, would get through a quite astonishing amount of pious work in a day and cost much less than a priest. Ba 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 boo ba ba, bleated the priest. Boo ba came back from the bawling flock. Not ceasing for a moment to pick his nose, the diminutive umpire, who seemed to know his part as perfectly as a trained dog in a music hall, handed the priest a censer. Waving it as he went, rattling off his pious Latin, he walked round and round the bier. Symbolic and religious perfume. It had smoked in the stable of Bethlehem in the midst of the ammionic smell of the beast, the sign and symbol of the Spirit. The blue smoke floated up and was lost along the wind. On the surface of the earth the beasts unremittingly propagate their kind. The whole earth is a morass of living flesh. The smell of it hangs warm and heavy over all. Here and there the incense burns. Its smoke soon vanishes. The smell of the beasts remains. Ba, 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 went the priest. Ba, the choristers retorted a fifth lower down the scale. The boy produced water and a kind of whisk. Once more the priest walked around the bier, sprinkling the water from the end of the whetted whisk. The little umpire followed in his train, holding up the tail of his outer garment. The bearers, meanwhile, talked to one another in serious whispers about the grapes. Sometimes, Mr. Carden thought, the Spirit plays its part so solemnly and well that one cannot help believing in its reality and ultimate significance. A ritual gravely performed is overwhelmingly convincing, for the moment at any rate. But let it be performed casually and carelessly by people who are not thinking of what the rite is meant to symbolize, one perceives that there is nothing behind the symbols, that it is only the acting that matters, the judicious acting of the body, and that the body, the doomed, decaying body, is the one appalling fact. The service was over. The bearers picked up the coffin and carried it to the hearse that stood at the church door. The priest beckoned to Mr. Carden to follow him into the sacristy. There, while the little umpire put away his censer and the whisk, he presented his bill. Mr. Carden paid. This is the end of Section 39, The Journey, Chapter 9. Section 40 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 5. Conclusions. Chapter 1. What are you thinking of? Nothing, said Calamy. Yes, you were. You must have been thinking about something. Nothing in particular, he repeated. Tell me, Mary insisted. I want to know. Well, if you really want to know, Calamy began slowly, but she interrupted him. And why did you hold up your hand like that and spread out the fingers? I could see it, against the window. Pitch dark it was in the room, but beyond the unshuttered windows was a starlit night. Calamy laughed, a rather embarrassed laugh. Oh, you saw it, did you? The hand. Well, as a matter of fact, it was precisely about my hand that I was thinking. "About your hand?" said Mary incredulously. "That seems a queer thing to be thinking about, but interesting if you think about it hard enough." "Your hands," she said softly in another voice. "Your hands. When they touch me," with a feminine movement of gratitude, of thanks for a benefit received, she pressed herself more closely against him in the darkness. She kissed him. "I love you too much," she whispered, "too much." And at the moment it was almost true. The strong, complete spirit she had written in her notebook must be able to love with fury, savagely, mindlessly. Not without pride. She had found herself complete and strong. Once at a dinner party she had been taken down by a large black and lemon-colored Argentine. Unfolding his napkin, he had opened the evening's conversation in that fantastic Trans-Pyrenean French which was his only substitute for the Castilian, by saying, with a roll of his black eyes and a flashing ivory smile, "Je vous sais que vous avez tempéranique." "Oh, a revendre," she had answered gaily, throwing herself into the light Parisian part. How marvellously amusing! But that was life. Life all over. She had brought the incident into a short story long ago. But the Argentine had looked with an expert's eye. He was right. "I love you too much," she whispered in the darkness. Yes, it was true. It was nearly true at the moment in the circumstances. She took his hand and kissed it. "That's all I think about your hand," she said. Calamy allowed his hand to be kissed, and as soon as it was decently possible gently withdrew it. Invisibly in the darkness he made a little grimace of impatience. He was no longer interested in kisses at the moment. "Yes," he said meditatively, "that's one way of thinking of my hand. That's one way in which it exists and is real, certainly." And that was what I was thinking about, all the different ways in which these 5 fingers, he held them up again, splayed out against the window's oblong of paler darkness, have reality and exist. All the different ways, he repeated slowly. If you think of that, even for 5 minutes, you find yourself plunged up to the eyes in the most portentous mysteries. He was silent for a moment, and then added in a very serious voice, "And I believe that if one could stand the strain of thinking really hard about one thing, this hand, for example, really hard for several days or weeks or months, one might be able to burrow one's way right through the mystery and really get at something, some kind of truth, some explanation." He paused, frowning. Down and down, through the obscurity he was thinking, slowly, painfully, like Milton's devil pushing his way through chaos. In the end one might emerge into the light to see the universe, sphere within sphere, hanging from the floor of heaven. But it would be a slow, laborious process. One would need time. One would need freedom. Above everything, freedom. "Why don't you think about me?" Mary Triplow asked. She propped herself up on one elbow and leaned over him. With her other hand she ruffled his hair. "Don't I bear thinking about?" she asked. She had a fistful of his thick hair in her hand. Softly she tugged at it, testingly, as though she were preparing for something worse, were assuring her grip for a more violent pull. She felt a desire to hurt him. Even in her arms, she was thinking, he escaped her. He simply wasn't there. "Don't I bear thinking about?" she repeated, tugging a little harder at his hair. Calamy said nothing. The truth was, he was reflecting, that she didn't bear thinking about, like a good many other things. All one's daily life was a skating over thin ice, was a scampering of water beetles across the invisible skin of depths. Stamp a little too hard. lean a shade too heavily, and you were through. You were floundering in a dangerous and unfamiliar element. This love business, for example, it simply couldn't be thought of. It could only support one on condition that one never stopped to think. But it was necessary to think, necessary to break through and sink into the depths. And yet, insanely and desperately, one still went skating on. "Do you love me?" asked Mary. "Of course," he said, but the tone of his voice did not carry much conviction. Menacingly she tugged at the tuft of hair she held twined around her fingers. It angered her that he should escape her, that he should not give himself up completely to her. And this resentful feeling that he did not love her enough produced in her a complementary conviction that she loved him too much. Her anger combined with her physical gratitude to make her feel, for the moment, particularly passionate. She found herself all at once playing the part of the grande amoureuse, an impassioned de l'espinasse, playing it spontaneously and without the least difficulty. "I could hate you," she said resentfully, "for making me love you so much." "And what about me?" said Calamy, thinking of his freedom. "Haven't I a right to hate too?" "No, because you don't love so much." "But that's not the question," said Calamy, neglecting to record his protest against his damning impeachment. "One doesn't resent love for its own sake, but for the sake of what it interferes with." "Oh, I see," said Mary bitterly. She was too deeply wounded even to desire to pull his hair. She turned her back on him. "I'm sorry I should have got in the way of your important occupations," she said in her most sarcastic voice. "Such as thinking about your hand." She laughed derisively. There was a long silence. Calamy made no attempt to break it. He was piqued by this derisive treatment of a subject which for him was serious and was in some sort sacred. It was Mary who first spoke. "Will you tell me, then, what you were thinking?" she asked, submissively turning back towards him. "When one loves, one swallows one's pride and surrenders. Will you tell me?" she repeated, leaning over him. She took one of his hands and began to kiss it, then suddenly bit one of his fingers so hard that Calamy cried out in pain. "Why do you make me so unhappy?" she asked between clenched teeth. She saw herself, as she spoke the words, lying face downward on her bed, desperately sobbing. It needs a great spirit to be greatly unhappy. "Make you unhappy?" echoed Calamy in a voice of irritation. He was still smarting with the pain of that bite. "But I don't. I make you uncommonly happy." "You make me miserable," she answered. "Well, in that case," said Calamy, "I'd better go away and leave you in peace." He slipped his arm from under her shoulders, as though he were really preparing to go. But Mary enfolded him in her arms. "No, no," she implored, "don't go. You mustn't be cross with me. I'm sorry I behaved abominably. Tell me, please, what you were thinking about your hand. I really am interested. Really, really." She spoke eagerly, childishly, like the little girl at the Royal Institution lecture. Calamy couldn't help laughing. "You've succeeded in rather damping my enthusiasm for that subject," he said. "I find it difficult to begin now in cold blood." "Please, please," Mary insisted. Wronged, it was she who asked pardon, she who cajoled. When one loves... "You've made it almost impossible to talk about anything but nonsense," Calamy objected, but in the end he allowed himself to be persuaded. Embarrassed, rather awkwardly, for the spiritual atmosphere in which these ideas had been ruminated was dissipated, and it was in the void, so to speak, in the empty cold, that his thoughts now gasped for breath. He began his exposition. But gradually, as he spoke, the mood returned. He became at home once more with what he was saying. Mary listened with a fixed attention, of which, even in the darkness, he was somehow conscious. "Well, you see," he started hesitatingly, "it's like this. I was thinking of all the different ways a thing can exist. My hand, for example." "I see," said Mary Thriplow sympathetically and intelligently. She was almost too anxious to prove that she was listening, that she was understanding everything. She saw before there was anything to see. "It's extraordinary," Calamy went on, "what a lot of different modes of existence a thing has when you come to think about it. And the more you think, the more obscure and mysterious everything becomes. What seems solid vanishes. What was obvious and comprehensible becomes utterly mysterious. Gulfs begin opening all around you, more and more abysses, as though the ground were splitting in an earthquake. It gives one a strange sense of insecurity, of being in the dark. But I still believe that if one went on thinking long enough and hard enough, one might somehow come through, get out on the other side of the obscurity. But into what? Precisely into what? That's the question." He was silent for a moment. If one were free, he thought, one could go exploring into that darkness. But the flesh was weak under the threat of that delicious torture. It turned coward and traitor. "Well," said Mary at last. She moved closer to him lightly. Her lips brushed across his cheek. She ran her hand softly over his shoulder and along his arm. "Go on." "Very well," he said in a businesslike voice, moving a little away from her as he spoke. He held up his hand once more against the window. "Look," he said, "it's just a shape that interrupts the light. To a child who has not yet learned to interpret what he sees, that's all it would be, just a shaped blotch of color, no more significant than one of those colored targets representing a man's head and shoulders that one learns shooting on. But now, suppose I try to consider the thing as a physicist." "Quite," said Mary Thriplow, and from the movement of a floating tress of her hair, which brushed against his shoulder, he knew that she was nodding her head. "Well, then," Calamy went on, "I have to imagine an almost inconceivable number of atoms, each consisting of a greater or lesser number of units of negative electricity, whirling several million times a minute around a nucleus of positive electricity. The vibrations of the atoms lying near the surface sift out, so to speak, the electromagnetic radiations which fall upon them, permitting only those waves to reach our eyes which give us the sensation of a brownish-pink color. In passing, it may be remarked that the behavior of light is satisfactorily explained according to one theory of electrodynamics, while the behavior of the electrons in the atom can only be explained on a theory that is entirely inconsistent with it. Inside the atom, they tell us now, electrons move from one orbit to another without taking any time to accomplish their journey and without covering any space. Indeed, within the atom there is neither space nor time, and so on and so on. I have to take most of this on trust, I'm afraid, for I understand next to nothing about these things. Only enough to make me feel rather dizzy when I begin to think about them." "Yes, dizzy," said Mary. "That's the word. Dizzy." She made a prolonged buzzing over the Z's. "Well, then, here are two ways already in which my hand exists," Calamy went on. "Then there's the chemical way. These atoms, consisting of more or fewer electrons whizzing around a nucleus of greater or lesser charge, are atoms of different elements that build themselves up in certain architectural patterns into complicated molecules." Sympathetic and intelligent, Mary echoed, "Molecules." "Now, if, like Cranmer, I were to put my right hand into the fire to punish it for having done something evil or unworthy," words, by the way, which haven't much in common with chemistry, "if I were to put my hand in the fire, these molecules would uncombine themselves into their constituent atoms, which would then proceed to build themselves up again into other molecules. But this leads me on at once to a set of entirely different realities. For if I were to put my hand in the fire, I should feel pain. and unless, like Cranmer, I made an enormous effort of will to keep it there, I should withdraw it, or rather, it would withdraw itself almost without my knowledge and before I was aware. For I am alive, and this hand is part of a living being, the first law of whose existence is to preserve its life. Being alive, this hand of mine, if it were burnt, would set about trying to repair itself. Seen by a biologist, it reveals itself as a collection of cells, each having its appointed function and existing harmoniously together, never trespassing upon one another, never proliferating into wild adventures of growth, but living, dying, and growing to one end, that the whole which they compose may fulfill its purpose, and as though in accordance with a preordained plan. Say that the hand is burnt. From all around the burn, the healthy cells would breed out of themselves new cells to fill in and cover the damaged places. "How wonderful life is," said Mary Thriplow. Life. Cranmer's hand, Calamy went on, had done an ignoble thing. The hand is part, not merely of a living being, but of a living being that knows good and evil. This hand of mine can do good things and bad things. It has killed a man, for example. It has written all manner of words. It has helped a man who was hurt. It has touched your body. He laid his hand on her breast. She started. She trembled involuntarily under his caress. He ought to think that rather flattering, oughtn't he? It was a symbol of his power over her, of her power, alas, over him. "And when it touches your body," he went on, "it touches also your mind. My hand moves like this, and it moves through your consciousness, as well as here across your skin. And it's my mind that orders it to move. It brings your body into my mind. It exists in mind. It has reality as a part of my soul and a part of yours." Miss Thriplow couldn't help reflecting that there was, in all of this, the stuff of a very deep digression in one of her novels. This thoughtful young writer would be quoted from the reviewers on the dust cover of her next book. "Go on," she said. Calamy went on. "And so these," he said, "are some of the ways, and there are plenty more, of course, besides. These are some of the ways in which my hand exists and is real. This shape which interrupts the light, it is enough to think of it for 5 minutes to perceive that it exists simultaneously in a dozen parallel worlds. It exists as electrical charges, as chemical molecules, as living cells, as part of a moral being, the instrument of good and evil, in the physical world and in mind. And from this one goes on to ask, inevitably, what relationship exists between these different modes of being? What is there in common between life and chemistry, between good and evil and electrical charges, between a collection of cells and the consciousness of a caress? It's here that the gulfs begin to open, for there isn't any connection, that one can see at any rate. Universe lies on top of universe, layer after layer, distinct and separate. Like a Neapolitan ice. Mary's mind flew at once to the fantastic and unexpected comparison, this witty young writer, that was already on her dust covers. Calamy laughed. "All right," he agreed, "like a Neapolitan ice, if you like. What's true in the chocolate layer at the bottom of the ice doesn't hold in the vanilla at the top, and a lemon truth is different from a strawberry truth, and each one has just enough right to exist and to call itself real as every other, and you can't explain one in terms of the others. Certainly you can't explain the vanilla in terms of any of the lower layers. You can't explain mind as mere life, as chemistry, as physics. That, at least, is one thing that's perfectly obvious and self-evident." "Obvious," Mary agreed. "And what's the result of it all? I really don't see." "Neither do I," said Calamy, speaking through an explosion of melancholy laughter. "The only hope," he went on slowly, "is that perhaps, if you went on thinking long enough and hard enough, you might arrive at an explanation of the chocolate and the lemon by the vanilla. Perhaps it's really all vanilla, all mind, all spirit. The rest is only apparent, an illusion. But one has no right to say so until one has thought a long time in freedom. In freedom. The mind must be open, unperturbed, empty of irrelevant things, quiet. There's no room for thoughts in a half-shut, cluttered mind, and thoughts won't enter a noisy mind. They're shy. They remain in their obscure hiding places below the surface, where they can't be got at so long as the mind is full and noisy. Most of us pass through life without knowing that they're there at all. If one wants to lure them out, one must clear a space for them. One must open the mind wide and wait, and there must be no irrelevant preoccupations prowling around the doors. One must free oneself of those. I suppose I'm one of the irrelevant preoccupations, said Mary Thriplow after a little pause. Calamy laughed, but did not deny it. If that's so, said Mary, why did you make love to me? Calamy did not reply. Why, indeed? He had often asked that question himself. I think it would be best, she said after a silence, if we were to make an end. She would go away. She would grieve in solitude. Make an end, Calamy repeated. He desired it, of course, above everything, to make an end, to be free. But he found himself adding, with a kind of submarine laughter below the surface of his voice, Do you think you can make an end? Why not? Suppose I don't allow you to. Did she imagine then that she wasn't in his power, that he couldn't make her obey his will whenever he desired? I don't allow you, he said, and his voice quivered with the rising mirth. He bent over her and began to kiss her on the mouth with his hands. He held and caressed her. What an insanity, he said to himself. No. Mary struggled a little, but in the end she allowed herself to be overcome. She lay still, trembling, like one who has been tortured on the rack. This is the end of Section 40, Chapter 1. Section 41 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 5. Conclusions. Chapter 2. On their return, somewhat low-spirited from Montefiascone, Mrs. Aldwinkle and her party found Mary Thriplow alone in the palace. "And Calame?" Mrs. Aldwinkle inquired. "He's gone into the mountains," said Miss Thriplow in a serious, matter-of-fact voice. "Why?" "He felt like that," Mary answered. "He wanted to be alone, to think." "I understand it so well. The prospect of your return filled him almost with terror. He went off 2 or 3 days ago." "Into the mountains," echoed Mrs. Aldwinkle. "Is he sleeping in the woods, or in a cave, or something of that kind?" "He's taken a room in a peasant's cottage on the road up to the marble quarries. It's a lovely place." "This sounds most interesting," said Mr. Carden. "I must really climb up and have a look at him." "I'm sure he'd rather you didn't," said Miss Thriplow. "He wants to be left alone." "I understand it so well," she repeated. Mr. Carden looked at her curiously. Her face expressed a bright and serious serenity. "I'm surprised that you, too, don't retire from the world," he said, twinkling. He had not felt as cheerful as this since before the dismal day of poor Grace's funeral. Miss Thriplow smiled a Christian smile. "You think it's a joke," she said, shaking her head. "But it isn't really, you know." "I'm sure it isn't," Mr. Carden made haste to protest, "and believe me, I never meant to imply that it was. Never, on my word. I merely said, quite seriously, I will assure you that I was surprised that you, too. Well, you see, it doesn't seem to me necessary to go away bodily, Miss Striplow explained. It's always seemed to me that one can live the hermit's life, if one wants to, in the heart of London, anywhere. Quite, said Mr. Carden. You're perfectly right. I think he might have waited till I came back, said Mrs. Aldwinkle, rather resentfully. The least he could have done was to leave a note. She looked at Miss Striplow angrily, as though it were she who were to blame for Calamé's impoliteness. Well, I must go and get out of my dusty clothes, she added crossly, and walked away to her room. Her irritation was the disguise and public manifestation of a profound depression. They're all going, she was thinking. They're all slipping away. First Shellifer, now Calamé, like all the rest. Mournfully she looked back over her life. Everybody, everything had always slipped away from her. She had always missed all the really important, exciting things. They had invariably happened, somehow, just round the corner, out of her sight. The days were so short, so few now. Death approached. Why had Carden brought that horrible, imbecile creature to die in front of her like that? She didn't want to be reminded of death. Mrs. Aldwinkle shuddered. I'm getting old, she thought, and the little clock on the mantelpiece ticking away in the silence of her huge room took up the refrain. Getting old, getting old, getting old. It repeated again and again, endlessly. Getting old. Mrs. Aldwinkle looked at herself in the glass, and that electric massage machine hadn't arrived. True, it was on its way, but it would be weeks before it got here. The posts were so slow. Everything conspired against her. If she had had it before, if she looked younger, who knew? Getting old, repeated the little clock. In a couple of days from now Shellifer would be going back to England. He'd go away. He'd live apart from her. Live such a wonderful, beautiful life. She'd miss it all. And Calamé had already gone. What was he doing, sitting there in the mountains? He was thinking wonderful thoughts, thoughts that might hold the secret she had always been seeking and had never found, thoughts that might bring the consolation and tranquillity of which she always so sorely stood in need. She was missing them. She'd never know them. Getting old, getting old. She took off her hat and tossed it on the bed. It seemed to her that she was the unhappiest woman in the world. That evening, while she was brushing Mrs. Aldwinkle's hair, Irene, braving the dangers of Aunt Lilian's terrifying fun, screwed up her courage to say, I can never be grateful enough to you, Auntie, for having talked to me about Hovenden. What about him? Asked Mrs. Aldwinkle, from whose mind the painful events of the last few weeks had quite obliterated such trivial memories. Irene blushed with embarrassment. This was a question she had not anticipated. Was it really possible that Aunt Lilian could have forgotten those momentous and epic-making words of hers? Why, she began, stammering, what you said about... I mean, when you said that he looked as though... well, as though he liked me. Oh, yes, said Mrs. Aldwinkle without interest. Don't you remember? Yes, Mrs. Aldwinkle nodded. What about it? Well, Irene went on, still painfully embarrassed, you see, that made me pay attention, if you understand. Said Mrs. Aldwinkle. There was a silence. Getting old, repeated the little clock remorselessly. Irene leaned forward and suddenly boiled over with confidences. I love him so much, Aunt Lilian, she said, speaking very rapidly. So much. It's the real thing this time, and he loves me too, and we're going to get married at the New Year. Quite quietly. No fuss, no crowds shoving in on what isn't their business. Quietly and sensibly in a registry office. And after that we're going in the Velox to... What are you talking about? Said Mrs. Aldwinkle in a furious voice, and she turned round on her niece a face expressive of such passionate anger that Irene drew back, not merely astonished, but positively afraid. "You don't mean to tell me," Mrs. Aldwinkle began, but she could not find the words to continue. "What have you two young fools been thinking about?" she got out at last. Old, getting old. The remorseless ticking made itself heard in every silence. From being merry and excited in its childishness, Irene's face had become astonished and miserable. She was pale. Her lips trembled a little as she spoke. "But I thought you'd be glad, Aunt Lillian," she said. "I thought you'd be glad." "Glad because you're making fools of yourselves?" asked Mrs. Aldwinkle, savagely snorting. "But it was you who first suggested," Irene began. Mrs. Aldwinkle cut her short before she could say any more, with a brusqueness that might have revealed to a more practised psychologist than Irene her consciousness of being in the wrong. "Absurd," she said. "I suppose you're going to tell me," she went on sarcastically, "that it was I who told you to marry him." "I know you didn't," said Irene. "There!" Mrs. Aldwinkle's tone was triumphant. "But you did say you wondered why I wasn't in love." "Bah!" said Aunt Lillian. "I was just making fun. Calf loves." "But why shouldn't I marry him?" asked Irene. "If I love him and he loves me, why shouldn't I?" Why shouldn't she? Yes, that was an awkward question. Getting old," muttered the clock in the brief ensuing silence. Perhaps that was half the answer. Getting old, they were all going. First Shellifer, then Calomay, now Irene. Getting old. Soon she'd be quite alone. And it wasn't only that. It was also her pride that was hurt, her love of dominion that suffered. Irene had been her slave, had worshipped her, had taken her word as law, her opinions as gospel truth. Now she was transferring her allegiance. Mrs. Aldwinkle was losing a subject, losing her to a more powerful rival. It was intolerable. "Why shouldn't you marry him?" Miss Aldwinkle repeated the phrase ironically 2 or 3 times, while she hunted for the answer. "Why shouldn't you marry him?" "Why shouldn't I?" Irene asked again. There were tears in her eyes, but however unhappy she might look, there was something determined and indomitable in her attitude, something obstinate in her expression and her tone of voice. Mrs. Aldwinkle had reason to fear her rival. "Because you're too young," she said at last. It was a very feeble answer, but she had been unable to think of a better one. "But, Aunt Lillian, don't you remember? You always said that people ought to marry young. I remember so well one time when we talked about Juliet being only 14 when she first saw Romeo, that you said—" "That has nothing to do with it," said Mrs. Aldwinkle, cutting short her niece's mnemonic display. Irene's memory, Mrs. Aldwinkle had often had reason to complain, was really too good. "But if you said," Irene began again. "Romeo and Juliet have nothing to do with you and Hovenden," retorted Mrs. Aldwinkle. "I repeat, you're too young." "I'm 19. 18. Practically 19, Irene insisted. "My birthday's in December." "Marry in haste and repent at leisure," said Mrs. Aldwinkle, making use of any missive, even a proverb, that came readily to hand. "At the end of 6 months you'll come back howling and complaining and asking me to get you out of this mess." "But why should I?" asked Irene. "We love one another." "They all say that." "You don't know your own minds." "But we do." Mrs. Aldwinkle suddenly changed her tactics. "And what makes you so anxious all at once to run away from me?" she asked. "Can't you bear to stay with me a moment longer? Am I so intolerable and odious and brutal and—" she clawed at the air. "Do you hate me so much that—" "Aunt Lillian!" protested Irene, who had begun to cry in earnest. Mrs. Aldwinkle, with that tactlessness, that lack of measure that were characteristic of her, went on piling question upon rhetorical question until the end. She completely spoiled the effect she had meant to achieve, exaggerating into ludicrousness what might otherwise have been touching. "Can't you bear me? Have I ill-treated you? Tell me, have I bullied you or scolded you or not given you enough to eat? Tell me." "How can you talk like that, Aunt Lillian?" Irene dabbed her eyes with a corner of her dressing gown. "How can you say that I don't love you? And you were always telling me that I ought to get married," she added, breaking out into fresh tears. "How can I say that you don't love me?" echoed Mrs. Aldwinkle. "But is it true that you're longing to leave me as soon as possible? Is that true or not?" "I merely ask what the reason is, that's all." "But the reason is that we want to get married. We love each other." "Or that you hate me," Mrs. Aldwinkle persisted. "But I don't hate you, Aunt Lilian. How can you say such a thing? You know I love you." "And yet you're anxious to run away from me as fast as you possibly can," said Mrs. Aldwinkle. "And I shall be left all alone, all alone." Her voice trembled. She shut her eyes. She contorted her face in an effort to keep it closed and rigid. Between her eyelids the tears came welling out. "All alone," she repeated brokenly. "Getting old," said the little clock on the mantelpiece. "Getting old, getting old." Irene knelt down beside her, took her hands between her own and kissed them, pressed them against her tear-wet face. "Aunt Lilian," she begged, "Aunt Lilian." Mrs. Aldwinkle went on sobbing. "Don't cry," said Irene, crying herself. She imagined that she alone was the cause of Aunt Lilian's unhappiness. In reality, she was only the pretext. Mrs. Aldwinkle was weeping over her whole life, weeping at the approach of death. In that first moment of agonized sympathy and self-reproach, Irene was on the point of declaring that she would give up Hovenden, that she would spend all her life with her Aunt Lilian. But something held her back. Obscurely she was certain that it wouldn't do, that it was impossible, that it would even be wrong. She loved Aunt Lilian, and she loved Hovenden. In a way, she loved Aunt Lilian more than Hovenden now. But something in her that looked prophetically forward, something that had come through innumerable lives out of the obscure depths of time to dwell within her, held her back. The conscious and individual part of her spirit inclined towards Aunt Lilian, but consciousness and individuality, how precariously, how irrelevantly almost they flowered out of that ancient root of life, planted in the darkness of her being. The flower was for Aunt Lilian, the root for Hovenden. "But you won't be all alone," she protested. "We shall constantly be with you. You'll come and stay with us." The assurance did not seem to bring much consolation to Mrs. Aldwinkle. She went on crying. The clock ticked away as busily as ever. This is the end of Section 41, Chapter 2. Section 42 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 4. Conclusions. Chapter 3. In the course of the last few days, the entries in Miss Thriplow's notebook had changed their character. From being amorous, they had turned mystical. Savage and mindless passion was replaced by quiet contemplation. De Lespinasse had yielded to de Guion. "Do you remember, darling Jim," she wrote, "how when we were 10 we used to discuss what was the sin against the Holy Ghost? I remember we agreed that using the altar as a WC was probably the unforgivable sin. It is a great pity that it isn't, for then it would be so extremely easy to avoid committing it. No, I'm afraid it's not quite so straightforward as that, the sin against the Holy Ghost. And it's most perilously easy to fall into it, stifling the voices inside you, filling the mind with so much earthy rubbish that God has no room to enter it, not giving the Spirit its fair chance. That's the sin against the Holy Ghost, and it's unforgivable because it's irremediable. Last-minute repentances are no good. The sin and the corresponding virtue are affairs of a lifetime. And almost everybody commits the sin. They die unforgiven, and at once they begin again another life. Only when they have lived in the virtue of the Holy Ghost are they forgiven, let off the pains of life, and allowed to sink into unity with all. Isn't that the meaning of the text? It's terribly difficult not to commit the sin. Whenever I stop to think, I am appalled by the badness of my own life. Oh, Jim, Jim, how easily one forgets, how unthinkingly one allows oneself to be buried under a mountain of little earthly interests. The voices are muffled, the mind is blocked up, there is no place for the Spirit of God. When I'm working, I feel it's all right. I'm living in the virtue of the Holy Ghost, for then I'm doing the best I can. But the rest of the time, that's when I go wrong. One can't be doing all the time. One can't always give out. One must also be passive, must receive. That's what I fail to do. I flutter about. I fill my mind with lumber. I make it impossible for myself to receive. One can't go on like this. One can't go on sinning against the Holy Ghost, not if one once realizes it. There was a line. The next note began to think steadily and intensely of one thing is a wonderful mental exercise. It serves to open up the mysteries that lie below the commonplace surface of existence, and perhaps, if one went on thinking long enough and hard enough, one might get through the mystery to its explanation. When I think, for example, of my hand. The note was a long one. It covered, in Miss Thriplow's clear, cultured writing, more than 2 pages of the book. Recently, she had written after that, I have been saying my prayers again, as I used to when I was a child. Our Father, which art in heaven. The words help clear out one's mind, to rid it of the lumber and leave it free for the coming of the Spirit. The next 3 notes had got there by mistake. Their place was not in the secret personal book, but in the other volume, wherein she recorded little snippets that might come in useful for her novels. Not, of course, that the entries in the secret book didn't also come in useful for her fiction sometimes, but they were not recorded expressly for that purpose. A man in riding breeches, the first note ran. He makes a little creaking noise as he walks along, whipcord rubbing against whipcord. That is like the creaking noise that swans make, flying when they move their big white wings. Then followed 2 lines of comic dialogue. Me, I find the fall of the House of Usher a most blood-curdling story. Frenchman, yes, yes, she bloods my curdle also. The third note recorded that moss after a shower on a sultry day is like a sponge still damp from the hot bath. There followed a corollary to the note on prayer. There's no doubt, she had written, that the actual technique of prayer, the kneeling, the hiding the face in the hands, the uttering of words in an audible voice, the words being addressed into empty space, helps, by its mere dissimilarity from the ordinary actions of everyday life, to put one into a devout frame of mind. Tonight, she sat for some time in front of the open book, pen in hand, without writing anything. She frowned pensively and bit the end of her pen. In the end, she put it on record that St. Augustine, St. Francis, and St. Ignatius Loyola lived dissolute lives before their conversions. Then, opening her unsecret notebook, she wrote, X and Y are old friends from childhood. X dashing, Y timid. Y admires X. Y marries while X is at the war. A passionate creature who takes Y more out of pity, he is wounded, than from love. There is a child. X returns, falls in love with Y's wife. A. Great passion, amid growing anguish of mind on her part, because she is deceiving Y, whom she likes and respects, and daren't undeceive him for fear of losing the child. On his part, because he feels that he ought to give up all this sort of thing and devote himself to God, etc. In fact, he feels the premonitions of conversion. One night they decide that the time has come to part. It can't go on. She because of the deception, he because of the mysticism, etc. It is a most touching scene, lasting all a chaste night. Unfortunately, Y finds out for some reason, baby ill or something of the kind, that A is not staying at her mother's as she said, but is elsewhere. Early in the morning, Y comes to X's flat to ask him to help in the search for A, sees A's coat and hat lying on the drawing-room sofa, understands all. In a fury, flies at X, who, defending himself, kills him. The end. Question, however, doesn't it end with too much of a click? Too epigrammatically, so to speak? I wonder whether in this 20th century one can permit oneself the luxury of such effective dramatic devices. Oughtn't one to do it more flatly, somehow, more terre-terrishly, more real-life-ishly? I feel that a conclusion like that is almost an unfair advantage taken at the reader's expense. One ought to arrange it differently. But the question is, how? Can one let them separate and show them living, she en bonne mère de famille, he as a coenobite? It would drag out terribly, wouldn't it? Must think of this carefully. She shut the book, put the cap on her fountain pen, feeling that she had done a good evening's work. Calumny was now safely laid down in pickle, waiting to be consumed whenever she should be short of fictional provisions. After having undressed, washed, brushed her hair, polished her nails, greased her face, and cleaned her teeth, Miss Thriplow turned out the light, and kneeling down by the side of her bed, said several prayers aloud. She then got into bed, and lying on her back, with all her muscles relaxed, she began to think about God. God is a spirit, she said to herself. A spirit, a spirit. She tried to picture something huge and empty but alive. A huge flat expanse of sand, for example, and over it a huge blank dome of sky, and above the sand everything should be tremulous and shimmering with heat, and emptiness that was yet alive. A spirit, an all-pervading spirit. God is a spirit. 3 camels appeared on the horizon of the sandy plain and went lolloping along in an absurd, ungainly fashion from left to right. Miss Thriplow made an effort and dismissed them. God is a spirit, she said aloud. But of all animals, camels are really almost the queerest, when one thinks of their frightfully supercilious faces, with their protruding underlips like the last Habsburg kings of Spain. No, God is a spirit, all-pervading everywhere. All the universes are made one in him. Layer upon layer, a Neapolitan ice floated up out of the darkness. She had never liked Neapolitan ices since that time at the Franco-British exhibition, when she had eaten one and then taken a ride on Sir Hiram Maxim's captive flying machines. Round and round and round. Lord, how she had been sick! Afterwards in the Blue Grotto of Capri. 6 pence each, ladies and gentlemen, only 6 pence each for a trip to the celebrated Blue Grotto of Capri. The celebrated Blue Grotto, ladies and gentlemen. How sick! It must have been most awkward for the grown-ups, but God is a spirit. All the universes are one in the spirit, mind, and matter, in all their manifestations, all one in the spirit, all one. She and the stars and the mountains and the trees and the animals and the blank spaces between the stars and the fish. And the fish at the aquarium at Monaco. And what fish! What extravagant fantasies, but no more extravagant or fantastic really than the painted and jeweled old women outside. It might make a very good episode in a book, a couple of those old women looking through the glass at the fishes. Very beautifully and discreetly described, and the fundamental similarity between the creatures on either side of the glass would just be delicately implied, not stated. Oh, not stated, that would be too coarse, that would spoil everything, but just implied by the description, so that the intelligent reader could take the hint. And then in the casino, Miss Thriplow brusquely interrupted herself. God is a spirit? Yes. Where was she? All things are one. Ah, yes, yes, all, she repeated. But to arrive at the realization of their oneness, one must climb up into the spirit. The body separates, the spirit unites. One must give up the body, the self. One must lose one's life to gain it. Lose one's life. Empty oneself of the separating me. She clasped her hands tightly together, tighter, tighter, as though she were squeezing out her individual life between them. If she could squeeze it all out, make herself quite empty, then the other life would come rushing in to take its place. Miss Thriplow lay quite still, hardly breathing. Empty, she said to herself every now and then, quite empty. She felt wonderfully tranquil. God was surely very near. The silence grew more profound. Her spirit became calmer and emptier. Yes, God was very near. Perhaps it was the distant roaring of a train in the valley far below that reminded her of the noise of the whirling drill, or perhaps the thin, bright line of light that came in through a chink in the top of the rickety old door from the illuminated corridor to reach half across the ceiling above her. Perhaps it was this long, sharp probe of brightness that reminded her of a surgical instrument. Whatever may have been the cause, Miss Thriplow suddenly found herself thinking of her dentist. Such a charming man. He had a china bulldog on the mantelpiece of his consulting room and a photograph of his wife and twins. His hair wouldn't lie down. He had such kind, gray eyes. And he was an enthusiast. "This is an instrument of which I am particularly fond, Miss Thriplow," he used to say, picking out a little curved harpoon from his armory. "A little wider, please, if you don't mind. What about a story of a dentist who falls in love with one of his patients? He shows her all the instruments, enthusiastically, wants her to like his favorites as much as he does. He pretends that there's more wrong with her teeth than there really is, in order to see her more often." The dentist grew dim. He began the same gesture again and again, very slowly, but could never finish it, having forgotten, halfway through the act, what he meant to do. At last he disappeared altogether. Miss Thriplow had fallen into a profound and tranquil sleep. This is the end of section 42, chapter 3. Section 43 of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Part 5. Conclusions. Chapter 4. It had been raining stormily, but now the wind had fallen, and between the heavy clouds the sun was brightly shining. The yellowing chestnut trees stood motionless in the still, bright air, glittering with moisture. A noise of rapidly running water filled the ear. The grass of the steep meadows shone in the sunlight. Callamy stepped out from the dark and frosty living room of the cottage and walked up the steep path onto the road. He halted here and looked about him. The road at this point was terraced out of one of the sides of a deep valley. The ground rose steeply, in places almost precipitously, above it. Below it the green mountain meadows, brilliant in the sunshine and dotted here and there with clumps of chestnut trees, fell away into the depths of the valley, which the afternoon sun had left already in a vaporous, smoky shadow. Profoundly shadowed, too, were the hills on the further side of the narrow cleft, huge black masses, smoky, with the same vapor as that which floated at the bottom of the valley. They rose up almost in silhouette against the bright light beyond. The sun looked down over their clouded summits across the intervening gulf touching the green hillside, on the slope of which Calamy was standing, with a radiance that, in contrast to the dark hills opposite, seemed almost unearthly. To the right, at the head of the valley, a great pinnacle of naked rock, pale brown and streaked here and there with snow-white veins of marble, reached up into the clouds and above them, so that the summit shone like a precious stone in the sunlight against the blue of the sky. A band of white vapor hung round the shoulders of the mountain. Beneath it appeared the lower buttresses of rock and the long slopes of hanging wood and meadowland falling away into the valley, all shadowy under the clouds, shadowy and dead, save where here and there a great golden beam broke through, touching some chosen tract of grass or woodland or rock with an intense and precarious life. Calamy stood for a long time looking out at the scene. How beautiful it was! How beautiful! Glittering in the light, the withering trees seemed to have prepared themselves as though for a feast. For a feast, and yet it was winter and death that awaited them. Beautiful the mountains were, but menacing and terrible. Terrible the deep gulf below him with its smoky, vaporous shadows far down below the shining green, and the shadows mounted second after second as the sun declined. Beautiful, terrible, and mysterious, pregnant with what enormous secret, symbolic of what formidable reality. From the direction of the cottage below the road came a tinkle of bells and the shrill shouting of a child's voice. Half a dozen tall black and white goats with long black beards, long twisted horns, and yellow eyes slitted with narrow pupils came trotting up the slope, shaking their flat bells. A little boy scrambled after them, brandishing a stick and shouting words of command. To Calamy he touched his cap. They exchanged a few words in Italian about the rain, the goats, the best pasture, and then, waving his stick and peremptorily shouting at his little flock, the child moved on up the road. The goats trotted on in front, their hoofs clicking on the stones. Every now and then they paused to pull a mouthful of grass from the bank at the side of the road. But the little boy would not let them pause. "Via!" he shouted, and banged them with his stick. They bounded forward. Soon herdsman and flock were out of sight. If he had been born that little boy, Calamy wondered, would he still be working unquestioningly among these hills, tending the beasts, cutting wood, every now and then carting his faggots and his cheeses down the long road to Wetzlar? Would he still, unquestioningly? Would he see that the mountains were beautiful, beautiful and terrible, or would he find them merely ungrateful land, demanding great labor, giving little in return? Would he believe in heaven and hell, and fitfully, when anything went wrong, would he still earnestly invoke the aid of the infant Jesus, of the Blessed Virgin and Saint Joseph, that patriarchal family trinity, father, mother, and baby of the Italian peasant? Would he have married? By this time, very likely, his eldest children would be 10 or 12 years old, driving the goats afield with shrill yellings and brandished sticks. Would he be living quietly and cheerfully the life of a young patriarch, happy in his children, his wife, his flocks and herds? Would he be happy to live thus, close to the earth, earthily, an ancient, instinctive, animally sagacious life? It seemed hardly imaginable, and yet, after all, it was likely enough. It needs a very strong, a passionately ardent spirit to disengage itself from childish tradition, from the life which circumstances impose upon it. Was his such a spirit? He was startled out of his speculations by the sound of his own name, loudly called from a little distance. He turned around and saw Mr. Carden and Shellifer striding up the road towards him. Calamy waved his hand and went to meet them. Was he pleased to see them or not? He hardly knew. "Well," said Mr. Carden, twinkling jovially as he approached, "how goes life in the Thebaid?" Do you object to receiving a couple of impious visitors from Alexandria?" Calamy laughed and shook their hands without answering. "Did you get wet?" he asked, to change the conversation. "We hid in a cave," said Mr. Carden. He looked round at the view. "Pretty good," he said encouragingly, as though it were Calamy who had made the landscape. "Pretty good, I must say." "Agreeably Wordsworthian," said Shellifer in his precise voice. "And where do you live?" asked Mr. Carden. Calamy pointed to the cottage. Mr. Carden nodded comprehendingly. "Hearts of gold, but a little niffy, eh?" he asked, lifting his raised white eyebrow still higher. "Not to speak of," said Calamy. "Charming girls," Mr. Carden went on, "or goiters?" "Neither," said Calamy. "And how long do you propose to stay?" "I haven't the faintest idea." "Till you've got to the bottom of the cosmos, eh?" Calamy smiled. "That's about it." "Splendid," said Mr. Carden, patting him on the arm. "Splendid. I envy you. God, what wouldn't I give to be your age? What wouldn't I give?" He shook his head sadly. "And alas," he added, "what could I give, in point of actual fact? I put it at about 1,200 quid at the present time, my total fortune. Shouldn't we sit down?" he added on another note. Calamy led the way down the little path. Along the front of the cottage, under the windows, ran a long bench. The three men sat down. The sun shone full upon them. It was pleasantly warm. Beneath them was the narrow valley, with its smoky shadows. Opposite, the black hills, cloud-capped and silhouetted against the brightness of the sky about the sun. "And the trip to Rome?" Calamy inquired. "Was that agreeable?" "Tolerably," said Shellifer with precision. "And Miss Elver," he addressed himself politely to Mr. Carden. Mr. Carden looked up at him. "Haven't you heard?" he asked. "Heard what?" "She's dead." Mr. Carden's face became all at once very hard and still. "I'm sorry," said Calamy. "I didn't know." He thought it more tactful to proffer no further condolences. There was a silence. "That's something," said Mr. Carden at last, "that you'll find it rather difficult to contemplate away however long and mystically you stare at your navel." "What?" asked Mr. Calamy. "Death," Mr. Carden answered. "You can't get over the fact at the end of everything the flesh gets hold of the spirit and squeezes the life out of it, so that a man turns into something that's no better than a whining, sick animal, and as the flesh sickens, the spirit sickens manifestly. Finally the flesh dies and putrefies, and the spirit presumably putrefies too, and there's an end of your emphalloskepsis, with all its byproducts, God and justice and salvation, and all the rest of them." "Perhaps it is," said Calamy. "Let's admit it as certain even. I don't see that it makes the slightest difference." "No difference?" Calamy shook his head. "Salvation's not in the next world, it's in this. One doesn't behave well here for the sake of a harp and wings after one is dead, or even for the sake of contemplating throughout eternity the good, the true, and the beautiful. If one desires salvation, it's salvation here and now. The kingdom of God is within you, if you'll excuse the quotation," he added, turning with a smile to Mr. Carden. "The conquest of that kingdom now, in this life, that's your salvationist's ambition. There may be a life to come, or there may not. It's really quite irrelevant to the main issue. To be upset because the soul may decay with the body is really medieval. Your medieval theologian made up for his really frightening cynicism about this world by a childish optimism about the next. Future justice was to compensate for the disgusting horrors of the present. Take away the life to come, and the horrors remain untempered and unpalliated." "Quite so," said Shellifer. Seen from the medieval point of view, Calamy went on, the prospect is most disquieting. The Indians, and for that matter the founder of Christianity, supply the corrective with the doctrine of salvation in this life. Irrespective of the life to come, each man can achieve salvation in his own way. "I'm glad you admit that," said Mr. Carden. "I was afraid you'd begin telling us that we all had to live on lettuces and look at our navels." "I have it from no less an authority than yourself," Calamy answered, laughing, "that there are, how many? 84,000, is it, different ways of achieving salvation." "Fully," said Mr. Carden, "and a great many more for going to the devil. But all this, my young friend," he pursued, shaking his head, "doesn't in any way mitigate the disagreeableness of slowly becoming gaga, dying, and being eaten by worms. One may have achieved salvation in this life, certainly, but that makes it none the less insufferable that at the end of the account one's soul should inevitably succumb to one's body. I, for example, am saved. I put the case quite hypothetically, mind you. I have been living in a state of moral integrity and this worldly salvation for the last half-century, ever since I reached the age of puberty. Let this be granted. Have I, for this reason, any less cause to be distressed by the prospect, in a few years' time, of becoming a senile, imbecile, blind, deaf, toothless, witless, without interest in anything, partially paralyzed, revolting to my fellows, and all the rest of the Burtonian catalogue? When my soul is at the mercy of my slowly rotting body, what will be the use of salvation then?" "It will have profited during the 50 years of healthy life," said Calamy. "But I'm talking about the unhealthy years," Mr. Carden insisted, "when the soul's at the mercy of the body." Calamy was silent for a moment. "It's difficult," he said pensively. "It's horribly difficult. The fundamental question is this. Can you talk of the soul being at the mercy of the body? Can you give any kind of an explanation of mind in terms of matter? When you reflect that it's the human mind that has invented space, time, and matter, picking them out of reality in a quite arbitrary fashion, can you attempt to explain a thing in terms of something that has invented itself? That's the fundamental question." "It's like the question of the authorship of the Iliad," said Mr. Carden. "The author of that poem is either Homer, or if not Homer, somebody else of the same name. Similarly, philosophically, and even according to the new physics, scientifically speaking, matter may not be matter, really. But the fact remains that something having all the properties we have always attributed to matter is perpetually getting in our way, and that our minds do, in point of fact, fall under the dominion of certain bits of this matter, known as our bodies, changing as they change, and keeping pace with their decay." Calamy ran his fingers perplexedly through his hair. "Yes, of course, it's devilishly difficult," he said. "You can't keep believing as if things really were as they seem to be. At the same time, there is a reality which is totally different and which a change in our physical environment, a removal of our bodily limitations, would enable us to get nearer to. Perhaps by thinking hard enough." He paused, shaking his head. "How many days did Gautama spend under the bo tree? Perhaps if you spend long enough, and your mind is the right sort of mind, perhaps you really do get, in some queer sort of way, beyond the limitations of ordinary existence, and you see that everything that seems real is in fact entirely illusory. Maya, in fact the cosmic illusion. Behind it you catch a glimpse of reality." "But what bosh your mystics talk about it," said Mr. Carden. "Have you ever read Bohm, for example? Lights and darknesses, wheels and compunctions, sweets and bitters, mercury, salt and sulphur. It's a rigmarole." "It's only to be expected," said Calamy. "How is a man to give an account of something entirely unlike the phenomena of known existence in a language invented to describe these phenomena?" You might give a deaf man a most detailed verbal description of the Fifth Symphony, but he wouldn't be much the wiser for it, and he'd think you were talking pure balderdash, which, from his point of view, you would be. True, said Mr. Carden, but I have my doubts whether any amount of sitting under bow trees really makes it possible for anyone to wriggle out of human limitations and get behind phenomena. Well, I'm inclined to think that it does make it possible, said Calamy. There we must agree to differ. But even if it is impossible to get at reality, the fact that reality exists and is manifestly very different from what we ordinarily suppose it to be, surely throws some light on this horrible death business. Certainly, as things seem to happen, it's as if the body did get hold of the soul and kill it. But the real facts of the case may be entirely different. The body, as we know it, is an invention of the mind. What is the reality on which the abstracting, symbolizing mind does its work of abstraction and symbolism? It is possible that at death we may find out. And in any case, what is death, really? It's a pity, put in Shellifer in his dry, clear, accurate voice, it's a pity that the human mind didn't do its job of invention a little better while it was about it. We might, for example, have made our symbolic abstraction of reality in such a way that it would be unnecessary for a creative and possibly immortal soul to be troubled with the hemorrhoids. Calamy laughed. Incorrigible sentimentalist. Sentimentalist? Echoed Shellifer on a note of surprise. A sentimentalist inside out, said Calamy, nodding affirmatively. Such wild romanticism as yours. I imagined it had been extinct since the deposition of Louis Philippe. Shellifer laughed good-humoredly. Perhaps you're right, he said, though I must say I myself should have handed out the prize for sentimentality to those who regard what is commonly known as reality, the Harrow Road, for example, or the Café de la Rotonde in Paris, as a mere illusion, who run away from it and devote their time and energy to occupations which Mr. Carden sums up and symbolizes in the word omphalos kepsis. Aren't they the soft-heads, the all-too susceptible and sentimental imbeciles? On the contrary, Calamy replied, in point of historical fact, they've generally been men of the highest intelligence. Buddha, Jesus, Lao Tse, Bohm, in spite of his wheels and compunctions, his salt and sulphur, Swedenborg. And what about Sir Isaac Newton, who practically abandoned mathematics for mysticism after he was 30? Not that he was a particularly good mystic. He wasn't. But he tried to be, and it can't be said that he was remarkable for the softness of his head. No, it's not fools who turn mystics. It takes a certain amount of intelligence and imagination to realize the extraordinary queerness and mysteriousness of the world in which we live. The fools, the innumerable fools, take it all for granted, skate about cheerfully on the surface and never think of inquiring what's underneath. They're content with appearances, such as your Harrow Road or Café de la Rotonde. Call them realities and proceed to abuse anyone who takes an interest in what lies underneath these superficial symbols, a romantic imbecile. But it's cowardice to run away, Shellifer insisted. One has no right to ignore what for 99 out of every 100 human beings is reality, even though it mayn't actually be the real thing. One has no right. Why not? Asked Calamy. One has a right to be 6'9" high and to take 16s in boots. One has a right even though there are not more than 3 or 4 in every million like one. Why hasn't one the right to be born with an unusual sort of mind, a mind that can't be content with the surface life of appearances? But such a mind is irrelevant, a freak, said Shellifer. In real life, or if you prefer it, the life we treat as if it were real, it's the other minds that preponderate, that are the rule, the brutish minds. I repeat, you haven't the right to run away from that. If you want to know what human life is, you must be courageous and live as the majority of human beings actually do live. It's singularly revolting, I assure you. There you are again with your sentimentality, complained Calamy. You're just the common variety of sentimentalist reversed. The ordinary kind pretends that so-called real life is more rosy than it actually is. The reversed sentimentalist gloats over its horrors. The bad principle is the same in both cases, an excessive preoccupation with what is illusory. The man of sense sees the world of appearances neither too rosily nor too biliously and passes on. There is the ulterior reality to be looked for. It is more interesting. Then you'd condemn out of hand all the countless human beings whose life has passed on the surface. Of course not, Calamy replied. Who would be such a fool as to condemn a fact? These people exist, it's obvious. They have their choice of Mr. Carden's 84,000 paths to salvation. The path I choose will probably be different from others. That's all. Very likely, said Mr. Carden, who had been engaged in lighting a cigar, very likely they'll find the road to their salvation more easily than you will find the road to yours. Being simpler, they'll have within them fewer causes for disharmony. Many of them are still practically in the tribal state, blindly obeying the social code that has been suggested into them from childhood. That's the prelapsarian state. They have not yet eaten of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, or rather, it's the whole tribe, not the individual, that has eaten. And the individual is so much a part of the tribe that it doesn't occur to him to act against its ordinances, any more than it occurs to my teeth to begin violently biting my tongue of their own accord. These simple souls, and there are still a lot of them left, even among the motor buses, will find their way to salvation very easily. The difficulty begins when individuals begin to get thoroughly conscious of themselves apart from the tribe. There's an immense number of people who ought to be tribal savages, but who have been made conscious of their individuality. They can't obey tribal morality blindly, and they're too feeble to think for themselves. I should say that the majority of people in a modern, educated, democratic state are at that stage, too conscious of themselves to obey blindly, too inept to be able to behave in a reasonable manner on their own account. Hence that delightful contemporary state of affairs which so rejoices the heart of our friend Shellifer. We fall most horribly between two stools, the tribe and the society of conscious, intelligent beings. It's comforting to think, said Shellifer, that modern civilization is doing its best to reestablish the tribal regime, but on an enormous national and even international scale. Cheap printing, wireless telephones, trains, motor cars, gramophones, and all the rest are making it possible to consolidate tribes, not of a few thousands, but of millions. To judge from the Middle Western novelists, the process seems already to have gone a long way in America. In a few generations, it may be that the whole planet will be covered by one vast American-speaking tribe, composed of innumerable individuals all thinking and acting in exactly the same way, like the characters in a novel by Sinclair Lewis. It's a most pleasing speculation, though, of course, Shellifer added guardedly, the future is no concern of ours. Mr. Carden nodded and puffed at his cigar. That's certainly a possibility, he said. A probability, almost, for I don't see that it's in the least likely that we shall be able to breed a race of beings, at any rate within the next few thousand years, sufficiently intelligent to be able to form a stable, non-tribal society. Education has made the old tribalism impossible, and has done nothing, nor will ever do anything, to make the non-tribal society possible. It will be necessary, therefore, if we require social stability, to create a new kind of tribalism on the basis of universal education for the stupid, using the press, wireless, and all the rest as the instruments by which the new order is to be established. In a generation or two of steady, conscious work, it ought to be possible, as Shellifer says, to turn all but 200 or 300 in every million of the inhabitants of the planet into Babbitts. Perhaps a slightly lower standard would be necessary, suggested Shellifer. It's a remarkable thing, pursued Mr. Carden meditatively, that the greatest and most influential reformer of modern times, Tolstoy, should also have proposed a reversion to tribalism as the sole remedy to civilized restlessness and uncertainty of purpose. But while we propose a tribalism based on the facts, or should I say the appearances, Mr. Carden twinked amicably at Calamy, of modern life, Tolstoy proposed a return to the genuine, primordial, uneducated, dirty tribalism of the savage. That won't do, of course, because it's hardly probable, once they've tasted it, that men will allow le confort mondain, as they call it in hotels, to be taken from them. Our suggestion is the more practicable: creation of a planet-wide tribe of Babbitts. They'd be much easier to propagate now than Mojunks. But still the principle remains the same in both projects, a return to the tribal state. And when Tolstoy and Shellifer and myself agree about anything, believe me, said Mr. Carden, there's something in it. By the way, he added, I hope we haven't been hurting your susceptibilities, Calamy. You're not mujicking up here, are you? Digging and killing pigs and so on, are you? I trust not. Calamy shook his head, laughing. I cut wood in the mornings for exercise, he said, but not on principle, I assure you, not on principle. Oh, that's all right, said Mr. Carden. I was afraid you might be doing it on principle. It would be a stupidity, said Calamy. What would be the point of doing badly something for which I have no aptitude, something, moreover, which would prevent me from doing the thing which it seems to me just possible I may have some native capacity? And what, might I ask, said Mr. Carden with an assumed diffidence and tactful courtesy, what may that thing be? That's rather biting, said Calamy, smiling, but you may well ask, for it has certainly been hard to see until now what my peculiar talent was. I've not even known myself. Was it making love, or riding or shooting antelopes in Africa, or commanding a company of infantry, or desultory reading at lightning speeds, or drinking champagne, or a good memory, or my bass voice, or what? I'm inclined to think it was the first, making love. Not at all a bad talent, said Mr. Carden judicially, but not, I find, one that one can go on cultivating indefinitely, said Calamy. And the same is true of the others, true at any rate for me. No, if I had no aptitudes but these, I might certainly as well devote myself exclusively to digging the ground. But I begin to find in myself a certain aptitude for meditation, which seems to me worth cultivating. And I doubt if one can cultivate meditation at the same time as the land. So I only cut wood for exercise. That's good, said Mr. Carden. I should be sorry to think you were doing anything actively useful. You retain the instincts of a gentleman. That's excellent. Satan, said Calamy, laughing. But do you suppose I don't know very well that you can make out the most damning case against the idle anchorite who sits looking at his navel while other people work? Do you suppose I haven't thought of that? I'm sure you have, Mr. Carden answered, genially twinkling. The case looks damning enough, no doubt, but it's only really cogent when the anchorite doesn't do his job properly, when he's born to be active and not contemplative. The imbeciles who rush about bawling that action is the end of life and that thought has no value except insofar as it leads to action are speaking only for themselves. There are 84,000 paths. The pure contemplative has a right to one of them. I should be the last to deny it, said Mr. Carden. "And if I find that it's not my path," pursued Calamy, "I shall turn back and try what can be done in the way of practical life. Up till now, I must say, I've not seen much hope for myself that way. But then it must be admitted I didn't look for the road in places where I was very likely to find it. What has always seemed to me to be the chief objection to protracted omphaloskepsis," said Mr. Carden, after a little silence, "is the fact that you're left too much to your personal resources. You have to live on your own mental fat, so to speak, instead of being able to nourish yourself from outside. And to know yourself becomes impossible, because you can't know yourself except in relation to other people." "That's true," said Calamy. "Part of yourself you can certainly get to know only in relation to what is outside. In the course of 12 or 15 years of adult life, I think I've got to know that part of me very thoroughly. I've met a lot of people, been in a great many curious situations, so that almost every potentially latent in that part of my being has had a chance to unfold itself into actuality. Why should I go on? There's nothing more I really want to know about that part of myself. Nothing more of any significance, I imagine, that I could get to know by contact with what is external. On the other hand, there is a whole universe within me, unknown and waiting to be explored, a whole universe that can only be approached by way of introspection and patient, uninterrupted thought. Merely to satisfy curiosity it would surely be worth exploring. But there are motives more impelling than curiosity to persuade me. What one may find there is so important that it's almost a matter of life and death to undertake the search." Said Mr. Carden. "And what will happen at the end of 3 months' chaste meditation when some lovely young temptation comes toddling down this road, balancing her haunches, as Zola would say, and rolling the large black eye? What will happen to your explorations of the inward universe then, may I ask?" "Well," said Calamy, "I hope they'll proceed uninterrupted." "You hope? Piously?" "And I shall certainly do my best to see that they do," Calamy added. "It won't be easy," Mr. Carden assured him. "I know. Perhaps you'll find that you can explore simultaneously both the temptation and the interior universe." Calamy shook his head. "Alas, I'm afraid that's not practicable. It would be delightful if it were, but for some reason it isn't. Even in moderation it won't do. I know that, more or less, by experience, and the authorities are all agreed about it." "But after all," said Shellifer, "there have been religions that prescribed indulgence in these particular temptations as a discipline and ceremony at certain seasons and to celebrate certain feasts." "But they didn't pretend," Calamy answered, "that it was a discipline that made it easy for those who underwent it to explore the inward universe of the mind." "Perhaps they did," objected Shellifer. "After all, there's no golden rule. At one time and in one place you honor your father and your mother when they grow old. Elsewhere and at other periods you knock them on the head and put them into the pot au feu. Everything has been right at one time or another, and everything has been wrong." "That's only true with reservations," said Calamy, "and the reservations are the most important part. There's a parallel, it seems to me, between the moral and the physical world. In the physical world you call the unknowable reality the four-dimensional continuum. The continuum is the same for all observers, but when they want to draw a picture of it for themselves, they select different axes for their graphs according to their different motions and according to their different minds and physical limitations. Human beings have selected three-dimensional space and time as their axes. Their minds, their bodies, and the earth on which they live being what they are, human beings could not have done otherwise. Space and time are necessary and inevitable ideas for us, and when we want to draw a picture of that other reality in which we live, is it different, or is it somehow incomprehensibly the same? We choose inescapably. We cannot fail to choose those axes of reference which we call good and evil. The laws of our being make it necessary for us to see things under the aspects of good and evil. The reality remains the same, but the axes vary with the mental position, so to speak, and the varying capacities of different observers. Some observers are clear-sighted and in some way more advantageously placed than others. The incessant changing social conventions and moral codes of history represent the shifting axes of reference chosen by the least curious, most myopic, and worst place observers. But the axes chosen by the best observers have always been startlingly like one another. Gautama, Jesus, and Lao Tse, for example, they live sufficiently far from one another in space, time, and social position, but their pictures of reality resemble one another very closely. The nearer a man approaches these in penetration, the more nearly will his axes of moral reference correspond with theirs. And when all the most acute observers agree in saying that indulgence in these particular amusements interferes with the exploration of the spiritual world, then one can be pretty sure it's true. In itself, no doubt, the natural and moderate satisfaction of the sexual instincts is a matter quite indifferent to morality. It is only in relation to something else that the satisfaction of a natural instinct can be said to be good or bad. It might be bad, for example, if it involved deceit or cruelty. It is certainly bad when it enslaves a mind that feels within itself that it ought to be free to contemplate and recollect itself. No doubt, said Mr. Carden, but as a practical man I can only say that it's going to be the most horribly difficult to preserve that freedom, that balancing of haunches. He waved his cigar from side to side. I shall call again in 6 months and see how you feel about it all then. It's extraordinary what an effect the natural appetites do have on good resolutions. Satiated, one thinks regeneration will be so easy, but when one's hungry again, how hard it seems. They were silent. From the depths of the valley the smoky shadows had climbed higher and higher up the slope. The opposite hills were now profoundly black, and the clouds in which their peaks were involved had become dark and menacing, save where on their upper surfaces the sun touched them with, as it declined, an even richer light. The shadow had climbed up to within 100 feet of where they were sitting. Soon it would envelop them. With a great jangling of bells and a clicking of small hard hoofs, the 6 tall piebald goats came trotting down the steep path from the road. The little boy ran behind them, waving his stick. "E-O!" he shouted with a kind of Homeric fury, but at the sight of the 3 men sitting on the bench outside the house, he suddenly became silent, blushed, and slunk unheroically away, hardly daring to whisper to the goats while he drove them to their stable for the night. "Dear me," said Shellifer, who had followed the movements of the animals with a certain curiosity, "I believe that these are the first goats I have seen or smelt in the flesh since I took to writing about them in my paper. Most interesting. One tends to forget that the creatures really exist. One tends to forget that anything or anyone really exists outside oneself," said Mr. Carden. "It's always a bit of a shock to find that they do." 3 days hence, said Shellifer meditatively, I shall be at my office again. Rabbits, goats, mice, Fetter Lane, the family pension, all the familiar horrors of reality. Sentimentalist, mocked Calamy. Meanwhile, said Mr. Carden, Lillian has suddenly decided to move on to Monte Carlo. I go with her, of course. One can't reject free meals when they're offered. He threw away his cigar, got up, and stretched himself. Well, we must be getting down before it gets dark. I shan't see you again for some time then, said Calamy. I shall be here at the end of 6 months, never fear, said Mr. Carden, even if I have to come at my own expense. They climbed up the steep little path onto the road. Goodbye, goodbye. Calamy watched them go. watched them till they were out of sight round a bend in the road. A profound melancholy settled down upon him. With them, he had felt, had gone all his old familiar life. He was left quite alone with something new and strange. What was to come of this parting? Or perhaps, he reflected, nothing would come of it. Perhaps he had been a fool. The cottage was in the shadow now. Looking up the slope, he could see a clump of trees still glittering as though prepared for a festival above the rising flood of darkness. At the head of the valley, like an immense precious stone glowing in its own inward fire, the limestone crags reached up through the clouds into the pale sky. Perhaps he had been a fool, thought Calamy, but looking at that shining peak, he was somehow reassured. This is the end of section 43. This is the end of Conclusions, chapter 4. This is the end of Those Barren Leaves by Aldous Huxley.